By the way, I started stream now. Something else I was gonna do.
Here's your alert.
Mark is red. Wait. The screen there. Oh, okay. Just checking something. I'm like, boo, boo hoo.
Why you crying? Why you crying?
Oh, I didn't do it. Ooh, I got some banana bread from coworker.
Ooh, banana bread.
Oh,
Banana bread, delicious.
she made a variety of German little cookies and biscuits, and I don't know what they taste like because my wife took the little baggie of them. I haven't seen the baggie since.
I'll be back.
So she hit them all for herself then, is what you're saying.
Yeah. There I go.
Greedy?
Well, they're really good, so I'm like, fine.
Still, at least let you have one.
Nope.
Let you try them.
Oh, I've already tried them before. She made them last year too. And it was like, yeah, I know what they taste like. No, I gotta make sure. She's
Yeah,
like, I'll
still,
make sure
but
to make you 2 bags.
Yeah, but you fight for at least your one.
No. I will
I'm
not
back.
because I'll get my arm chopped off. This little air razor is so adorable. It's so small, but this little air razor reminds me of a bot we currently have in our campaign.
Oh.
And because she triple changes. She's not just a cannon. She actually is some kind of shield or something. Because she has, I was like, why does the paper have another set of, wait, what are these other instructions for? And it's literally, I'm like, Aegis? But Aegis isn't a cannon. But I was just like, wait a minute, what? So she turns from her little hawk form to a little cannon to some kind of shield like thing. I was like, the others don't do this. And she was the only one on the shelf I saw. I was like, oh, it's a tiny little air razor. I'm taking it. If they had another one, I would have bought her too. But you can actually land her on a bot's fist, or on a spot on them that has the 5mm peg, so it looks like he's landed on them or something. I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. He's so adorable, Joe. He's a cute little thing. Did the legs actually? Oh my god, the legs actually do move. I didn't know that.
Stop getting distracted, Matrix.
It's shiny. Shut up.
No, Matrix, no.
All right, fine. Turn off the jungle music, or send me that music sound. Unless you listen to the boring stuff. Which could be... I just added... I'm going to turn this down. I don't know how this is going to sound. It's going to be quietish, so... I don't even know if you guys can hear it properly.
Yeah. I don't hear anything at the moment.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
You don't need to hear anything good.
No, now it's coming. So
It might take it a moment. Let me turn-
Yeah, I'm still not hearing it.
It's not supposed to be really too creepy, but yeah. A Fortnite match to attend. Oh, we are more important than Fortnite.
Fortnite.
Let me have my last bite of banana bread with chocolate chips in it.
I had some muffins like those recently, like banana bread, like muffins with chocolate, like chunks in them. They're really good.
Let's see. Oh, where did I put my note thing at? I just had it. Here. Okay, I hope everybody knows where they were at because I don't know where my notepad is gone too.
I know
I know
exactly
what I was
Oh.
doing in general.
I know where it
Me
was
and
at.
Dave were about to go over to the Forbidden Tech place to get some parts.
Yeah. I just realized where it's probably at.
So I know what Maz was doing though.
I hope nobody at work sees it. Sitting on my desk upside down. So.
Yeah, I don't
He was
particularly
receiving
remember
his
what was
anger
going on.
management therapy.
That was over already.
No, you're gonna go back through it again just for the fun of it.
Oh man.
Just for shits and giggles, Joe.
Because it has been a while since. By the way, cookies for the whole group. Wait, what kind of cookies? You better not have left without telling us what kind. She left. She probably left and didn't even tell us what kind of cookie.
If they are anything less than yes, good chocolate chip. Good. And we're fine.
I would also accept Anzac cookies.
I'll take anything
What?
at this moment.
Cookies?
Anzac cookies. They're cookies to celebrate the Anzac forces for World War II.
I don't know what that is.
Well, you're not from the Anzac forces, are you? So you don't need to worry about it.
I mean, could you describe what the ingredients are?
I have no fucking clue. I'd have to buy some and tell you.
The weirdest conversation.
My disappointment is immeasurable.
Is your day ruined?
My day.
Not yet.
My day's
We'll
always
get
ruined.
there.
All right, so you guys, we'll get into it here. I think I have everything set up just to be sure. Even though I started stream, you can see my blunders and hear them. Like my notepad is still at work. That does me
Well
no
done.
good. I think that's where it's at because it's the last place I remember having it, and it was sitting on the desk upside down. And I'm hoping nobody sees it. So, well, I'll try to remember everything I can because I remember you guys doing a lot of stuff. So, anybody who's catching this, you can catch past episodes on the YouTube channel. There's all the past episodes along with a bunch of other garbage I do. Along with Swears Bar podcast, you can catch them too as well. But there's links to all these guys that are in here that are streaming. You can click on their links through Twitch or the YouTube, doesn't matter. And, give them a follow, bell icon thing, all that to be notified when they do their thing. We covered that? That's good enough. Yep. You guys can figure it out. Look for the YouTube channel. There it is.
You covered as much as you want to, my dude.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. We're on the jungle planet currently, still as is. They have found the cave led by Czar, and with a bit of training for Overload in his beast form, now has more control, and he's been able to kind of understand some of their language when they speak on and off. Void Striker has learned a few new things. One, he's learning bit by bit of his new transformations. And then you found in that same cave that they've shown you these little rodent like bots, Void Striker, that you have a new form as well as a vehicle form. One's going to take a little while to learn a little more and adjust to, as the other one you're more adapted to now. And that's your what is that vehicle again? I mean, I know what it is. But do you want to describe it, Void Striker?
It's a siege tank.
Siege tank from what?
StarCraft 2.
Which, if anybody's
He
played,
needs additional pylons.
yeah. Well,
I'm not
it's a
Protoss.
yeah. That's the other one, but yeah, that's one of the lines. If
I
you're
need to
playing
build
Terran,
additional supply depots.
yeah, there's the other one. Yeah, he's got a Terran tank known as the siege tank, which is pretty cool because it can become the artillery tank as well in its state, which is pretty
For
nice.
one form, I get two forms.
Yep, you do have another form, but it's still progressing on your body changing and learning to it. So, might take it a moment longer to, do that. Considering it's not something norm to the planet itself, since it's an ancient, long dead past creature. As Gilgamesh, though, he's been learning a lot about something possibly has been following and watching them. And actually, the rest of the group kind of recognizes this too, that somebody's been kind of watching them on and off. Because they got this odd, eerie feeling that something or someone has been following them. But there's also somebody else who might show up that they know should be coming by soon. But what are these parts that you were looking for, Void Striker? What was that? The
Parts to make a primitive energon generator.
yeah, that generator, which you need some pretty unique parts for, correct?
Which we have to go to a basically technology graveyard outside of the cave. Where
Mm-hmm.
they're pointing us.
So we're still at the cave for the moment. I do remember that. We're gonna start out with. I think you guys were all together still, right? Remember
Yeah,
right?
we're
I
all
believe
still
right at
together.
the end we ran into each other, so
Yeah.
we're together.
We ran into each other. Audrey brought us to the underground garden and showed us their supply. I remember that.
And that's where you guys also.
That's where we're more or less left off. And then me and I think it was, I believe it was Dave that sent something, or it was me and
You guys,
Baha.
I think it was two of you. I can't remember which two. I know
yeah,
it's
I know-
Gilgamesh.
We're on our way back with the parts from stripping
Yeah,
the siege tank.
Because I remember I sensed something was watching us.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
you guys were in the
and-
garden.
It was the both of us that
Yeah.
Okay.
sensed that.
Okay. I
I was too
wasn't
busy doing other shit.
because you did because Carbine's with you. Aegis is still kind of in the main part of the cave, if I remember right. Or did he? I can't remember if he joined you or not. Overload. Because I think he was still sitting in the cave though, like the major part, kind of sitting there as a beacon because he's so bright. He's kind of a light bulb in there.
I don't remember.
We'll figure it out.
I mean, you could always just go watch the ending of the last part.
I don't want to. It's too much work. And
Yeah, that
plus, I
sounds like
can't
a
remember.
hassle.
And plus, I can't remember it anyway right now. Even if I went and listened to it, I'd probably forget it right now. We're just gonna wing it, literally. But we're gonna.
All right, prepare for continuity errors. Let's go.
There's a ton of errors. Haven't you guys noticed yet? So we're gonna drop back into this cave. I'm gonna say you guys are kind of just like you said. You were still sitting inside the garden area.
And
You
it was
guys-
near the end that we were going to go scavenge.
Yeah, and you guys still get this kind of not eerie feeling, but this feeling like somebody is still, like your sensors are kind of like, hey, something's still there. But you can't see it. You don't know where exactly it's exactly at, but you know it's in a general direction. So you guys come out of the garden area and you meet up with Czar. And always in his little jaguar form. And he kind of looks up at you. I see you've found our garden. What do you think of it?
It
Impressive.
holds. It holds a lot from what I've seen.
Yes, we've built this up for a long time, and we have more stores elsewhere. So we have constant stock.
That is definitely good. Having a steady supply of energon is definitely a need.
Yes. Arya has said you're training, big one. Overload, right?
Yeah, it's over.
Ah, yes. Wanted to be sure. She said your training went well.
Yeah, I've gotten more or less used to being in the other form.
It
Not quite sure on combat fully yet, but only time will tell.
Well, if you leave here, you will need to learn quickly. Use your instincts, not so much your circuits.
If I wasn't a soldier to begin with, then I probably wouldn't have that instinct.
Well, that is a positive thing, right? We all have some kind of instinct. We've been here for so long, we are more animal than we are bot. But we talk about Cybertron from long ago. But it is long ago. This is our home now. And he's kind of looking at you all kind of curiously. So, are you all going to go out and look for, what is the word for it? Pieces? Um,
We're going after some materials to build something.
yes, build. The word. Parts, that's the word. And you can see him take his little paw and kind of come up to his mouth. Yes, parts. We can show you, but not many like going there. It is
Taboo.
bad, bad, bad place.
Gilgamesh is in beast form, and he just kind of walks over to him and sits down in front of him.
You're bigger than he is, by the way. So you look a little. You're kind of looking down on him. So he's smaller form to you. So you're a big cat-looking thing, but to him, he just looks at you like, yes.
I assure you that it's not going to be a problem.
I just wish no problems. Watch out for the carnivore type. They similar, and he kind of gestures to you, Overload, like him. Big, lizard-like, very mean.
Well, I'm sure our other big one over there would like to test out his new form as well. So, the bigger the better, I'm assuming.
Yes, and watch yourself for some your size, but they don't have those things attached to your back. And he kind of cocks his head looking at your back. But you should be okay. You seem adept. And Carbine just kind of hops down. Oh, we'll be fine. And you see the little tentacles kind of dancing about as she moves a little bit. And she's
We
like,
are well outfitted for the operation.
and you guys can see this kind of a light glow getting closer to you guys. And you see Zar kind of shift away his head away from the light a little bit and putting the pop. And yeah, can you take him too? And Aegis comes down, transforms into his bot form, so his glow isn't so bad. And he's like, "What? I'm sorry, I can't help it. I can tone it down a little bit." And you can see him; his glow kind of goes down, and he's very light. You guys can make out everything on him, but he's very light colored right now. And he's like, "Well, I could go stealth coloring if you want." He like
Perfect.
he shifts his whole body, and you guys kind of see almost like muted oranges and reds, and it almost looks blackish at points. And he goes, "Yeah, but I don't really feel too comfortable like this, but I can do this for a while." And most of his light has diminished down to like nothing. And he goes, "I don't like doing this because it does take a toll on me." And he just kind of looks around. I guess I'm kind of out of place. And he transforms back into this hawk form, and he stands there, and he looks way different with this muted coloring. He goes, "We gotta adapt, right?" And he moves around, kind of hops a little bit, and you see his wings come out, and he kind of stands there. So I've been observing up above, kind of like the guard I am, and we have a lot of things go on around here. Mostly, and Zara kind of interrupts. You watched us, and you see him. Yeah, I've been watching everyone, but there was something that kind of caught my sensors for a moment and then disappeared. And he's looking up at all of you guys. I don't know where it went, but been keeping it high alert. And you can see him kind of flutter his wings like, "Nah, I don't like it." Zar kind of, "That could be some of our smaller flying ones, but none of them should have been awake during the time we were resting, except for the few who usually scout at night. What did you pick up?" And you see Aegis kind of shrug his shoulders, which is his wings. "I'm not sure. I don't know what I picked up. It was brief, and it moved silent and quick, and then vanished. That's all I could detect."
Very well. I I'd say let's just not worry about that for right now. If it's no threat to the people inside, then it's no threat to us.
Very true, Gilgamesh. Um, you are Void Striker, right? And he's pointing toward you, Void Striker, with his paw.
Yes.
You have new form. You look different.
I bet I should.
It seems like you have something else going on as well. You're still changing?
Slowly, but surely.
Uh, Actually, at the progression you're working at, you'll probably be almost ready to use it. Okay. Zara kind of looks around. Well,
Well, all I have to say is if it's ready by the time we come across a predator, I have a really good line I'm gonna say before I transform into it.
I'm back.
give it time. So Aegis kind of looks around. So, what are we up to today? Because it's still somewhat twilight. He kind of looks up toward an opening. You can see one of his eyes, and you guys can hear it. We are still at twilight, but light might
Well,
break soon if we want to move during day or night. And Zara's like,
simple scavenging hunt. We're gonna go to the Heart Graveyard, for lack of a better term. Collect what we need and return back. No muss, no fuss.
It might be better for us to leave under the cover of darkness while it's still here.
Exactly. So,
we can give
figure
you
this might be a good time for us to depart.
we can give you coordinates to graveyard unless you want escort.
I
We
think it would
The
be safer
coordinates
for
will be
you.
fine.
Yeah, one is all we'll need. Safer, that way you don't put any of your people at risk.
just be careful, please. Do not bring them back here if you do encounter any bad ones. Arya
Only two things will be following us. Dead things and things that don't know any better.
Arya comes out in her dino form because she steps out from the garden area and, well, I could lead you if you would like. But Zar cuts her off. With his paw comes up and you see her just kind of snap to attention almost. If they are comfortable going themselves, let them go. But if they do need our help, they know how to reach us. We know this land better and faster, but they are much more capable. And he kind of gestures toward what Aegis just did at camouflaging. They should be fine. And she kind of looks over at you, Overload. Thank you for your help. And you hear this different voice, very clear, very calm. And thank you for the training. And then she kind of grumbles and good luck. And she kind of not slaps you, but bumps you with her tail end, like bumps you, like good luck. And kind of
Overlord
nods.
has a girlfriend.
No, she's just doing it as a more of a camaraderie. Hey, good luck. Be careful out there. And
Sure,
she
that's how it
looks.
all starts.
Well, it could. But she looks at you, Gilgamesh, and the mini cons. They still don't really recognize them as mini cons. They don't really know what they are to them, but they know there's something. But then she looks at you, Void Striker, and she's nodding at each one of you. Good luck to you as well. And she starts walking away very slowly. And you can hear stomps. They're not as loud as like overloads, but she walks away. If you need our help, we can send some to help you. Are you sure you would not like an escort?
We should be fine. It's not like it's not like it's gonna be the first time if we get, ambushed or outnumbered.
Very well. You know the way out. I will lead you there to make sure. And you see him kind of sit up, but then you see these two other big bots kind of walk up in their beast forms, and they're pretty big. They're not as big as Overload or Void Striker, but they're pretty big. And they nod to all of you. They don't say a word, but they kind of do little grunts, and you just hear them without being disrespectful. It's like, and Zar kind of starts walking toward the entrance, and I'm assuming you guys are gonna follow. Ah, God, sorry,
Yeah,
scared the crap
yeah.
out of me.
Gilgamesh will sit up and he will follow.
You guys, he leads you up to the entrance, and he stops, and you see him kind of crouch down as the other two big bots kind of hold back in pace and stop, and you see them kind of move to the sides of the cave, like almost giving you a more of an opening, but you see them kind of go down, and you see he kind of gives a gesture of like that halt, or like halt and don't make a sound. And you know he's doing something, but you just see him looking out this entrance.
Can I make a perception check as well to
Sure.
to kind of listen?
If any of you want to make a perception check, go ahead. I'm not going to stop you from it because it's a choice
I
right now.
want to give it a try.
Go for it if you want to.
Oh.
Oh shit!
Soft 20.
Still,
Whoa.
does Overload want to try, or is he even there right now?
I am, but considering two people got really good numbers, I guess my
Okay.
roll's not really needed.
Okay, you don't have to. I'm not going to make you. Void Striker
I
and
mean, I
Gilgamesh.
could always make Dave's roll a lot better.
I think it's fine.
I'm
You
pretty
got-
sure I'm perceiving everything I can with that 20.
You hear even Aegis. And Carbine's kind of on your back, kind of blending in, but it's like another little pair of eyes looking over the top of your back, Gilgamesh. And she's like, what's going on? She doesn't really see it right now, but Aegis is sitting on Overload's back, kind of up on his spine there, and he's like, you guys seeing that? And you see some eye shine every once in a while through the waterfall on the other side. And you see about 3 different sets of eyes. And you can kind of, you guys can actually, you two specifically, Gilgamesh and Void Striker, you guys can actually make the outlines of some creatures of some sort. They're not as big as like, they're probably a little bigger than you, Gilgamesh, in your beast form, but not by much. And you see they are holding perfectly still inside, and you notice their bodies kind of almost like they're flattening to the sides and being dead quiet, and they're not moving. You see the eyes move. You see them looking around a couple times.
So are they just kind of sitting as we're walking? Like,
Well,
I'm just
you're
trying to-
making out what looks like they're drinking the water. And
Okay.
you can see Czar move his paw again, but it's like he's making some kind of gesture. You guys don't recognize it. It looks weird, but you see the one larger beast on the right. He kind of looks like a giant rhino. Again, he looks like one of those weird rhinos, but he's got the horns in different spots. And you see Czar suddenly do his paw forward. This thing runs out. You just hear it shoot out through the water, and you hear it roar as these suddenly you see what looks like these scrambling creatures on the ground, and you hear them run off, yipping and yelping, and you can hear the other bot chasing after them, like he's chasing them away. Czar stands up and he kind of, wild
I'm gonna mute
ones.
myself for a sec while Mom's using the head dry.
That's okay. You hear Czar, sorry. The wild ones, they are the naturals of this planet. We try not to harm them unless they attack us. And you see him turn his head for a moment. He says it's all clear now. He's in the brush hiding. If you wish to leave now.
Oh, thank you. It's quite alright. If they do decide to get up close, we can show them peacefully that their decision to attack us would be wrong.
Yes, you can usually tell by their eyes if you see the shine or if you see something other than shine.
What do you mean other than shine?
And he turns his head and you see his optic. We have a different shine. And he blinks and you can see his optic looks like a eye, but it looks a little different to the natural, as he called it, the wild ones. they are more natural animal, as ours gives off a different shine. You can identify. Just be careful. Some are clever and crafty with it. These ones were just them.
Well, I hope you don't mind that if they do decide to attack us, that they are forfeit in self-defense.
As always, we are still animals. Well, we are more animal now, but intelligent. And it is understandable. Survival of the fittest. But if you go out the path and take a right, you will see it. You can follow the path, but don't stay on it too much. It is still a hunter's path. And he kind of gestures to the other big bot to start moving back behind you guys and go back down. And he kind of walks up to all of you. Good luck. And if you need us, we will try to help. And he kind of walks slowly by you quietly. You guys can barely hear any footsteps from these guys. Just like when
Gilgamesh
you're
just gives
walking.
him a solemn nod as he walks away.
I'm going to proceed out the cave.
You step out through just through the water, and it kind of passes over you lightly, and you can come out. You see that it's kind of dark, but there's a bit of a light from the moon shining down, but not a whole lot. Gives the jungle
Gilgamesh will
eerie
join
look.
him outside the cave.
You guys all step out, and you see this. Kind of makes it look creepy. The shadows can be either your friend or your enemy at this point. You see the one big bot step out in his beast form for a moment, and he transforms into his bot form for a moment, and he walks up to all of you. And he nods at you doing that grunting sound, and he walks toward the doorway, and he transforms back into his beast form and walks down. And you can see him looking back constantly around, checking. You guys are outside now. You see this jungle and the river that you kind of followed along. You can see some of the pathing that comes and goes from the water areas, like right by the river.
We know the path that takes us there, right?
Yep. You have
Yeah.
the coordinates. You have a general location, and they kind of gave you an idea which way and what to look out for. So you're going to be traveling through the jungle mostly until you get to closer to this graveyard, in a sense.
Yeah, Gilgamesh and Carbine are going to take points, being as we can move best in the darkness. And we're going to go down that path.
So you guys have pretty much the shadows to help you. Void Striker, you're not really creature right now, but I gotta think what I was gonna actually have you do. Give me a second here. I need this one. Blah 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 blah. Can you do? Oh, I'm thinking here.
What you need, Chief?
I don't want it to be perception because it's more of. Can you do actually nature check?
A nature check.
Mhm.
All right.
What is see?
I think I'm
Damn.
good.
Ooh.
You suddenly feel
I
this.
mean, if you don't think that is high enough, I can.
No, you're
make it
fine.
higher.
You're fine. You're fine. Jesus. You
Hold him back.
Yeah. You feel as soon as you start kind of walking into this forested area, you and Overload are pretty tall, but you're not still above the trees or anything. You're below the tree line and everything, but
Well, this is jungle planet. These trees are fucking massive.
Yeah, you're gonna be walking through a huge forest, but you specifically, you start to feel the air flowing around you. You start to pick up all these animal sounds that are it's kind of setting your sensors kind of wild at moments. You you're feeling this tingling sensation through your body. And it's like your optics in your own bot form right now are your vision kind of, it's almost like your night vision turns to heat vision for moments. Like you can see heat and outlines. You're looking
So I've somewhat gone thermal.
yeah, in a sense, your eyes are kind of jumping back and forth here and there once in a while. And you can see Gilgamesh and Carbine ahead of you, and you can see their heat in their outline for a moment, and then it snaps back to your regular night vision. Overload, I'm assuming you're going to be taking up the rear here since Void Striker's in there. Or unless, who's taking the middle? How's that? Unless you're walking side by side.
It's better for me to be in the middle because I'm more of an artillery type in our group.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'd most likely be the front lines since I can take punch.
Can you do a nature check as well, please?
Are you sure I can't do survival?
If you want. Actually, why don't we
Dude, if we went with survival, my number would have been way higher.
No, it's all right. It's okay. Go ahead.
That's what I'm asking.
All right, go ahead. Do survival. Actually, roll me roll me a nature anyway. I want to see what happens. Oh my god! I'm thank God. Yeah. Okay, survival's fine. I just wanted to see what would happen to you. In your
This is
sense,
what happens when you fuck around and find out.
so in your dino form, I'm assuming you're still in your dino form because that's the last I remember. I thought you feel kind of the same thing. That air blowing around your skin and everything. You smell everything right now. You can feel the breeze, and you can smell the dirt. You can smell the trees. You can smell bark. You smell. Well, you don't want to smell that. That was something nasty. But you know, you're picking up on the sense of so many different things, and your sensors are just, you're feeling that tingly rushing through your body. And for a few moments, you almost feel like you're slipping into that rage mode, but it's not the same. You feel your instinct to want to hunt, to run through the woods and try and catch something. You feel that urge as a beast form. And your eyes, you start to see them move around, and you can pick up a little faster on things. And even in the darkness with your night vision, you're just snap, snap, snap. Oh, hey, oh, okay. Yep, that was a bird. Nope, that was a bat. Oh, that's something else. You're picking up on a lot of little things as well. And you can kind of feel the urge kind of subside as you're walking through. And you guys are hearing your steps here and there. Once in a while, you hear a... Because you two are big boys, as Gilgamesh is nimble, quiet, and you can feel Aegis on your back, his talons kind of gripping a little harder. You hear him in your head, Overload. Hey, Overload?
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're still being, like, followed. I swore I saw something. My night vision, though, isn't as acute as it should be here. But I swore I saw something flying over.
Don't worry, you're not the only one that sensed that. Then again, I can now smell a lot of things.
He kind of smell. Like,
Strange,
what?
isn't it?
He's like, what? He
A
goes, I
lot that is pleasant and unpleasant.
Hmm. All right. I'll keep my eyes open and my sensors reading. I'm picking up something. Do you ever get that feeling you're being watched from more than one angle? And he looks up first and then he kind of looks down and around. It feels weird.
Yeah, that I was feeling ever since we came into that cave.
Yeah. All right. I'll keep monitoring.
Yeah, and if you think I'm slipping into the whole barrel thing, make sure to give a good, well, piercing, I guess.
And he kind of grips you with one of his talons and he kind of squeezes. You got it, buddy. But let's just stay vigilant. And you can kind of feel him turning around on your back as he moves around and he's kind of aiming another direction. You notice he hasn't like taken off of your back, like flown up into the sky. He's just staying with you.
It's probably safer that way.
Yeah, he's just kind of hanging out there. He's even though he's technically camouflaged right now, he's trying really hard to stay that way because occasionally his orange reddish color kind of peeks through here and there, but it's not super bright or anything. He's not like a full on light bulb, but he just stands out. Gilgamesh, you and Carbine are up ahead. Are you guys sticking to the shadow areas, like along the path?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. We are staying to the shadows. I'll roll stealth if you want me to.
Do you think you need to?
That's up to you.
Because right now you
Because
guys are fine.
I will roll it if you say I need
I
to
just,
roll it.
I mean, right now you're doing okay. You're
Okay.
walking along. Carbine, you can feel her kind of just loosely hanging onto your back, but she's kind of not laying down, but she's laying there. And you know she's looking around because you can feel her like this tense kind of feeling, but you know, she's trying to focus. And you can kind of hear her every once in a while purr, like not purr, but almost like she's making a cat sound. But it's this little like hiss purr sound that she's making. And it's like she's almost like she's trying to chirp at a bird, but she look just kind of looking around. You hear this every once in a while. It's very light. And she's kind of sitting there. She doesn't want to get off your back or anything right now. You know she's kind of apprehensive. You can feel her paws and her claws. She's not digging into you, but she's kind of holding, and you feel her tense up every once in a while. And you can hear her in your head for a moment. What was that? Ooh, wait, what is that? Oh, now it's gone. Where'd it go? And she's kind of
Carbine, are your eyes to the sky or are your eyes to the floor?
to her left, about 8 o'clock. There was something there. I swore I saw something. And if you want to, you can make a perception check on this too to see if you see kind of what she's seeing right now.
23.
And you can kind of see where she's looking at. You see the brush has kind of moved, and you could have swore you saw something, but you're not sure what it was. But you know the brush moved, and that's what Carbine's looking at. She goes, "Something was there. I think it was watching us." Whatever it is,
Could be
it's
our tail from the cave. If so, they're moving quite fast to get up ahead of us like this.
yes, maybe. I'll keep my eyes and ears up. I'm hearing movement all over though, but I could see movement more than I could hear it. And she's kind of really stiffening up a little bit, but she could feel her calm down and kind of tense up again. And she's like, "It's just this is fun." She kind of you feel a little excitement for a moment. We're out here. I want to run and bounce around in here. This looks fun. And she's kind of apprehensive, but eager to like do this stuff. And but
It's only natural to feel the way that you feel, especially given the forms that we both have taken. But also remember, we are in dangerous territory, and there are predators around here much bigger than ourselves.
Yes.
Must remember to be vigilant and take more focus on the sounds that are closer to you, but always be vigilant to everything that is far away.
Yes, I understand. Although I didn't get to pick this form really. Neither did Aegis. We kind of had
did
to push.
But
yeah,
we embrace what we are.
Yes, and I like this, and you can start to feel her kind of pad your back with her front paws, and you feel her claws kind of go out. It is kind of nice. Oh, sorry. Her claws start coming out a little more, and she's like, "Whoops." I'm just gonna take.
If
her
he
and
could
look around.
smile in his beast form, he's got a little bit of a smile on his face.
So as you two are walking forward, you can guys start to see what looks like fireflies every once in a while flashing in and out. Now you kind of are getting into a different part of the forest. You guys are all seeing this. It's like a dance of light. And for a brief moment, you see and hear, even all of you can hear this. You don't even need to have a perception check. You can see it and hear it. You just see this like bluish streak come down, and one of the lightning bug like things disappears, and it shoots back up into the canopy and out of sight. And then you see another one in a different spot, but a different color. And it's happening every once in a while. So you hear the and Carbine's like, her ears are going nuts, and Aegis is like, "Oh great, something that moves really, really fast." And Carbine, you can feel her like eager, like, "I want to get it." And she's like, "What is that? Ooh, ooh, did you see that one? Ooh, that one was yellow."
Steady.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Steady.
It, you can just kind of feel her. You feel the little wiggle she's giving, like she's gonna pounce for a moment, and she's like, "Okay, I gotta calm down." What is that? What are those? They're all different colors, though. One zips by you, Gilgamesh, past Carbine. Carbine's, you can feel her tentacle try and reach out and grab it, and you feel the tug pull back, and she's like, "Ah!" And it flies past you, Void Striker. You briefly, it whips up your chest and around your head, like around the left side of your head, and past you, and you can hear it, and it sounds really loud in your audio receptor. And for just a moment, you feel this little breeze shoot past you, and goes past you, goes down your back, and then flies toward Overload real fast. Overload, you got this thing coming square at you, and you just see this blue streak, and Aegis is like, "What is this thing?" And it stops dead in front of you, Overload, and it's just blinking at you, but you hear this, and you see it slowly changing color, going from blues to cyans, starts going into greens, oranges, and you see in its little beak little flashing bug, and you see it just turning its head back and forth looking at you. And This thing is tiny compared to your head, but you can see it with your optic clear, and Aegis is like, it's a bird? Or is it an insect? What is it? He's very confused with this thing. And it's keeping pace with you as you walk. It's just like hovering right in front of you. And you see it looking at you, and it gets a little closer and then backs away. It looks like almost like a hummingbird, but a little more flamboyant look with its look. But it's got a beak instead of the long tongue and everything. But it moves backwards, forwards, up and down. And it looks at for you for a moment, gets a little closer to you, pecks your nose, and then and even Aegis is like, what was that?
The wildlife of this planet sure is diverse.
You guys are walking along. You can hear some scurrying on the path. And you can see like what looks like small rodents or something like rodents scurrying across here and there. You guys get to more of an open field for a moment, and the grass is pretty tall here. And you see these fireflies, but you notice these hummingbird-like creatures do not fly out there. Even though there's an abundance of bugs, you notice a couple of them fly toward, and then they fly right back into the forest canopy area. And their lights disappear here and there as they do it. You can...
They're avoiding that area for some reason.
Probably predators.
I need you to all make a quick perception check. Okay, show offs.
You lost.
Gilgamesh, Carbine, you guys are looking out. You guys...
Hey, Dave, your number's a little low there.
Eat
Not
a
anymore.
dick.
Don't worry. I increased it by 5.
I was waiting for him to do it anyway, so I'm like, that's why I was
I
talking.
knew he was gonna do it.
So you guys, you two are gonna see this first. So Gilgamesh, Carbine, you're gonna see this first. You start to notice the grass shifts here and there on each side of this kind of beaten down path. Void Striker, you can see it too. You guys all see these movements, and Aegis is like, should I take to the sky and give a view from above? And he's like, this is a pretty large field. It looks like it spans. And he kind of looks around and he's like, it looks like it spans pretty far. I don't think we can go around here.
How far ahead am I of the group?
I don't know, actually. How far would you have been ahead of? Because you are taking point. I'm assuming you'd be further ahead.
Yeah.
But you're also much more silent than they are, too. So you guys are going to see it first. That's why I said you two will see it first, because you're ahead of them. The others, they're taller, yes, but they're coming up to this just as much as you are in it, in a sense. But Aegis is asking, do you want them to take flight?
That might be for the best, since we were unsure what might be in there.
All right, this is going to be interesting. And you kind of feel his wings come out, and he, with one, and he's up in the air, he's flying, he's gaining altitude. He goes, I haven't broken the canopy yet. Give me a moment. Because you guys are just still right there. And he pops out. Oh, there's a lot of traffic up here. And you could hear him kind of nervous. Overload, you're feeling him kind of on edge now. He's feeling really kind of nervous right now. And he
What are you
goes,
seeing?
mostly smaller creatures that are flying about here and there. I think let me get a little higher altitude. And you don't hear him for a moment. You guys don't know what he's doing, but you can overload. You can still feel him on edge. You hear him come back. Yeah, this field is huge. You have multiple targets, but they don't seem to be attracted to you guys. Wait, and you hear him cut out for a moment. Yes. Okay. I think they're attracted to sound. If you guys maybe go through stealthy, just try not to make noise. I don't think I. Yeah, that sound, and he spots it. He goes, "I." There was something that went into the long grass, and a couple of them went right after it.
You do realize who you're connected to, right?
Yeah,
Do I hear any of this?
he's
It's
communicating.
most likely, yeah, mind communication.
Okay. No,
He's
so, fair
just.
enough.
He's just passing it down. He's like, "This is." He goes, "I don't think they're gonna bother the bigger ones, but Gilgamesh Carbine might be a problem for them if they are heard. Because these things are about their size. And they look kind of weird. They run on their front legs. They kind of got tails, but you don't want to meet their face. Like, really, you don't want to meet their face at all.
So then I'm fine to walk through that.
You
And
could
if
try.
and if they're in trouble, have a bit of Pharaoh come out.
Maybe. I don't know how that's going to work for you. I'm just gonna I'll keep eyes on the sky kind of thing, right? He's kind of like
Boy, either you can be quiet.
quiet.
I can
Yeah,
try.
quiet.
There's some creatures inside the grass that we're going to be wary about.
You guys are good.
At least Gilgamesh will need to be wary. Where he's off to.
We can easily send him a quick text message about being stealthy.
I'd still be within visual range of you guys. Like I'm not
Yeah,
that
you're not
far
that
ahead
far.
of you guys.
Yeah, I'm still
Unless
saying
he
with
has-
text message because we're trying to be quiet still.
It's like try and keep it to like.
So I will pass along the message what it's telling me in a text-based message to Gilgamesh.
Okay. You guys are gonna proceed through. Who's going first? Overload. Do you want to try and go first?
I'm probably the loudest, so if anything, I probably should be.
It probably should be me going first. So
He's
Wait,
there.
I actually, it's quietest to loudest, so I should be in the back then.
okay. So here's the thing. Are we needing to walk past these guys? Because there is a thing I can do that can make it so all of us can have
Well,
Yeah,
because
you
bonus to
stealth thing,
stealth.
yeah?
well, the thing is, I'm at the least risk of being attacked, considering how fucking big I am.
Yeah, you guys.
Right,
just
but
have
You
to
But
say
what I'm
that like
saying
you're
is
the
I-
biggest in the group.
I can do pass without
dino
trace
form.
and give you a +10 to your stealth checks.
Oh, there you go.
So long as you're within 30 feet of me, I can give you a +10 to your stealth checks.
Yeah, I'll get close to Gilgamesh for the +10.
All right, yeah. So
So I
I'll
think
cast pass
I would
without trace.
I would think my dino form should be quieter than the other two, at
Okay.
least.
Yeah,
Well,
but
forms, I mean.
I'll go ahead and cast pass without trace, and so long as you guys are within 30 feet of me as we're walking through this, if we need to roll stealth for any reason, you can add a +10 to it.
Alright, can I roll my stealth?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm good. Because you know, +10 on top of that.
Yep,
22.
All right.
33.
All right. I want you to each.
High five, Dave.
You're welcome.
I want you to each roll me a d20, just a straight d20. Each one of you.
D20. 17.
Nice.
My lucky
16.
number.
Nice.
And
Ooh.
overload's true. By the way,
Okay, if
Dave,
it
you
wasn't
rolled my
for the
favorite number.
stealth, you'd be a little trouble. So, Gilgamesh, Void Striker, there's three of you because Carbine's riding on Gilgamesh's back. She's just.
By the way, I'd like to point out how hilarious this stealthing is, considering I'm wielding a giant fucking mace as well, walking through this.
But you're also enraptured in my darkness.
Yeah. So as you two start to proceed forward,
Help, Dave's molesting me in the shadows.
the tentacles are doing
don't project
things.
your fantasies here.
Well, don't
But-
say I'm enwrapped by your shadows.
Be careful, he might get yanked out a window and killed. But no,
I'm
you
worried about Kiara killing me for saying that comment.
Don't think she wouldn't.
As you two start to move forward, along with Carbine, you guys are pretty close together. Overload's kind of still a bit back, but he's bringing up the rear. You guys get a quarter of the way in. You see these things moving around. Carbine, you can feel her on your back, Gilgamesh, perched up higher, like she's trying to see a bit over the top of the grass. And Void Striker, you can see kind of down, and you two specifically can see this. You see the couple of them are on each side, are moving around. They're not getting closer, but they're kind of milling about. They're not really paying attention to you guys. Overload, you kind of step in. You make a few, but it's not really loud. They don't even phase to come near you as you guys go in. Can you all three roll me d20s again?
Whoa. Who wants to roll first? Dave?
Whoa.
Dave got 16.
16.
What the hell, Mercer? Whoa, I got a 6.
Okay, you're still within range of Gilgamesh. You're fine. You're still fine, Void Striker. You fall back a little bit, but it gives a little distance because you can see and observe these creatures. Void Striker, can you do like an investigation check? Because you can see these creatures.
Investigation?
Yeah, because you can see this
Right.
creature. It's pretty close.
See,
You're
I don't
gonna
like
do
how
flesh.
low that is, so...
So yeah, so you need for it. You see this creature and you see it's ugly. It walks around on front legs. It's kind of got this long tail that's balancing it, but it's got some nasty teeth. But
I'm
you-
just gonna send a message to everybody in the group, including the minigons, and it's just gonna say, and I thought Sharkticons were ugly.
You see Carbine turn around and look at you. What?
I'm
Are
gonna
they
just attach an
Sharkticons?
image of these creatures.
Gilgamesh, you could feel her claws kind of dig in. Oh, that's ugly. And you hear from above.
You don't have to let me know about it, though.
You hear across your comms in your heads, Aegis from above. Oh, I didn't really need a close-up image. Thanks, Void Striker. It's just like,
You're welcome.
but they got nasty teeth, and it looks like they would shred you guys pretty quickly if you're not careful. But so far, they're not paying attention to you at all. I need you guys to roll me another set of d20s now, because you're more than
Well-
halfway through this.
I got 9
8.
and a 2.
Overload, you're kind of way back there. These guys are like 3/4 of the way through this, and you're kind of halfway point, and you're doing fine, but you're sitting above the grass and looking down at these things. What are you thinking right now as you see a couple of these things? They're close, but they're not paying attention to you.
I definitely hope they don't get in biting distance
Of you or them, because it's
of
gonna be.
me.
Yeah, because you've got a little bit longer reach on them. These guys are big, but they're not that big. They're still bigger than Gilgamesh, but not by much. So it's like, you could easily reach them before they get to you.
I probably have like a 10-foot increase to my bike than theirs.
And I will tell you, these guys are oblivious to you. I've used 3 different sets of dice right now just to give
Despite the
rolls.
fact
They
Overlord
suck.
keeps rolling low.
Even though I got 2, 3, and 2.
They're welcome to try. I will re-roll this stealth roll again.
So
Try me.
no, don't worry, it's okay. The reason is their perception of any sound right now. So far, you guys are doing brilliant. It's my rolls are suck right now. I mean, like, I could roll a
You know what the sad thing is? I could transform and none of them would hear me either because of my stealth transformation.
no, they won't, because again, I'm rolling to see if they even detect anything. One has
Pass
come
Without
close.
Trace also gives you silence as
So
well. So
the one that you, I
gives
will tell you
even
this.
quieter.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. Void Striker, you're the closest thing that you've been able to see it that well. Carbine's kind of been the second.
You know, I'm close enough that I could use Vicious Mockery.
I wouldn't.
Do not.
So
you will alert the horde
yeah,
for a fucking giggle. I will slap you.
You hear Aegis from above. Please do not make any sounds. There is more than 50 of them down there, maybe more. I can't count them all. He's kind of freaking out up there. So roll me all one last set of d20s. I thought the other one would be.
All right, let's see if Master gets a nat 1.
Big bucks, no whammies.
Come on, that one. Come on, that one.
5.
Oh
Yay.
my god!
There's the one.
There's your nat 1.
It doesn't matter. You all get across because with that 18 overload, you caught up to them without really having to run or anything because your steps are going to be big. So you just like
long strides.
Yeah, and he's just like, these things didn't even look at you twice. You see something kind of run up the path behind you, like some little critter, and you suddenly see 2 of these things from each side. And you just see a little bit of a small bloodbath. And you hear Carbine. That was about the size of me. Can we go now? You can feel her.
He's just continuing to walk. He's just like he's not even looking back at it. Just nope.
Yeah, you can feel Carbine slink down on your back and hold on to you a little tighter. Yep, I'm good. And Aegis is still up there, and he's like, "Oh, yeah. There's some things about being an animal is just not pretty to see." And he's still up above. You guys kind of enter into a different kind of a jungle. The trees are a little different. You guys pick up all these other new smells. It kind of more open.
Are they mahogany trees?
Sort of. You kind of pick up a hint of cedar, pine, and a couple of other smells that are different. Even Carbine's like, this is
I feel
different.
sorry for those with an animal nose then.
Yeah, speaking of animal, the dog's going to start and bark now. As you guys are proceeding forward, you get all these smells. You notice the ground is more kind of softer, bark kind of feeling. It's like the ground is just a little softer.
Are we walking on moss?
Almost. You see moss here and there. You see mushrooms. You could see.
Are we leaving any tracks in the ground as we're going through this?
So
I
you're
most
asking.
definitely am.
Me and Overlord both are.
Fair. I was thinking about myself. I didn't think about the giant dinosaur. My bad.
Yeah.
Or the giant walking tank.
Yeah, I'm like, you could do a perception check if you'd like.
Again, I was just considering myself in the moment. I was just like,
Can I roll survival to not leave tracks?
If you'd like to try, go ahead.
What tracks?
You're pretty nimble on your feet right now. And with that survival, you notice you kind of feel like you are walking a little different, like you're being more cautious, Void Striker. But at the same time, you're walking with the intent of not leaving too much as you walk.
I am a giant ghost within the trees. Fear me.
I need to be right back again.
No problem. You guys continue forward. You do notice that somebody is leaving footprints behind him, unless he wants to change that when he gets back.
I don't think there's much he could really do to fix that.
No.
I'm
And
just gonna say, it's gonna be
So-
hilarious watching like small predators go, "Oh, look at this big prey animal we can go." Then catch a glimpse of overlay from behind, just like,
never
I
mind.
choose life.
Yeah.
Well, no, they're gonna see these giant footprints like where he was walking. They're like, yeah, I want to live.
Hey, look. I've
So
got
we're
this
gonna
new
go in the
swimming pool.
opposite direction of those tracks.
Yeah, I've got a new swimming pool, guys. Look at this. Dude, get out of there. We need to leave now. That's a footprint. So, as you guys proceed forward, it's pretty mellow here, but you smell it's more damp. That you smell all the woods. You're getting closer to your destination. You guys have traveled pretty far. You do hear some noises, though, at a distance pretty far away. And even Aegis is like, something to our west is going on. That might be what Zara was talking about. I can go check it out, but I might be silent for a bit. And he's pretty quiet over the comms to you guys. But you can tell he's still above you somewhere because he's really quiet. And I need to roll something for him real quick.
I mean, if he's asking the group, then I'll just tell him, yeah, to go ahead and go fly
There you
above
go.
and
I
get a
put
look at
something
it.
in the Transformers chat.
No thanks.
That's
I
that's
choose
his
life.
That's perfect. Oh my god, that fits so well too. So, Aegis comes across and he goes, "Yeah, I got it. I'll head over that way." What? Wait. What was that? And you hear him for a moment over the comms. He's just talking. What? Where'd it go? Guys, I'm not alone up here.
Did you spot our ghost friend again?
Yeah, this time it flew right past me.
It
was-
flew past you?
It's silent. Whatever it was, I couldn't hear it. It's got
I
a,
don't think that's the same one that's been following us.
oh, it's got, and you can hear him sniffing. He goes, "That's weird. I smelled this before." And you hear Carbine come across. What is it, Aegis? What do you mean? What's going on? Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, Carbine. It's just smelled familiar for a moment. Okay, just
Is it perhaps a minigun?
and you can kind of hear Gilgamesh. You're feeling her kind of shift to kind of this uneasy with when Aegis is talking. Do you think is it somebody we might know? Aegis is kind of silent for a little bit. Aegis? Aegis? Are you okay? I'm fine. Never mind. I'm just thinking of somebody from the past. Well, just try and stay to this. We can talk.
Don't want to remember past.
Are you asking?
Yes.
I don't want to talk about it. And you
want to talk about it past. Gotcha.
and you hear the comms kind of cut after he goes, "I'm just gonna go over here and check this out." And you hear it kind of, and he's off and flying that direction. Carbine kind of, Aegis, he hasn't done that in a long time. Not like that. And you can kind of feel her shake her head like, I wonder.
Any idea what might have triggered that kind of a response in him?
Well, usually when he doesn't want to talk about specific things, he will shut off like that and just kind of he focuses on the task, which is good, but there's something in his past. I don't think I should talk about it. That he regrets.
He'll tell us when he's ready.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I hope he's okay. I know he can still hear us. He didn't turn off the receiving part. Because she looks in her HUD and she goes, yeah, he can still hear us. As you guys are proceeding through, you start to notice things start to kind of become a little more sparse. And you all see it. You can start to see pieces of metal here and there. But it's becoming more and more sparse. As you get closer, even Carbine kind of pops up. I think we're near the graveyard. You notice that a lot of the trees and the ground kind of looks like it's almost like barren in some spots.
So I'm guessing the gap between the trees is getting wider now.
Yep.
Would you say wide enough for a siege tank?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna transform into my siege tank.
You transform. You can
It's
hear.
gonna be too big to be in my.
You don't need it now anyway. But
Fair enough.
why don't you all still do a perception check now? I need to redo for hers. Okay.
Perception.
Even better because even
23.
Carbine rolled high too. All right. You two, since Overload's a little busy at the moment, Overload's kind of coming up behind you guys, but you guys immediately see like it almost looks like it's an old battlefield of some sort. You see vehicles, parts of ships that are. You can see some stuff still growing in the area, like vines and that are kind of growing over some stuff. There's some little bit of here and there, but there's no trees really. And you can see these vehicles. One of them looks similar to your form right now, Void Striker. Similar, not the same. It's a little smaller, and it looks like it used to roll a different way. Didn't have treads on it though. But you can see it's missing. Looks like wheels. If there was a cannon on top of it, it's gone. It looks like it was ripped off. You can see all these different things all around you of vehicles. You see a couple of ships that are looks like they've just been torn apart. What would you guys like to do here? Because you hear Carbine coming across. I think we're here. Just kind of like,
Well, let's
I'm gonna
let's start looking
give
for
a
these
list
parts.
of the parts we need to everybody.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. What kind? Do you guys want to do a scan of some sort to try and pick up some stuff?
Yeah, if you'll let me.
Yeah. Let's see. What would I have you roll for that though? Because we don't really have a roll for like scanning.
Would that
Investigation.
just be yeah, I was about to say investigation.
Yeah. Why don't you guys roll for investigation? I'll do the same thing for Carbine.
Yeah.
Well, she didn't do so well.
I didn't really do.
I did well if we
either.
got advantage, but you know.
I'm surprised you didn't do Flash Genius.
No, I'm saving those for when I need them.
Okay. So you guys, you kind of do a scan, but you're not really picking up anything in the area you're close to. Oh, what time is it?
Yeah, I'm trying not to interrupt.
5:30, thereabouts. Sorry. But as you do, Carbine kind of goes, maybe we need to go in a little further.
Yeah, I
This
wouldn't
kinda-
expect all the parts we're looking for to be on the outskirts of the graveyard.
Yeah, and this looks like just the pieces. And she kind of reaches out with one of her tentacles and Yeah, this just looks like metal, and you can feel her move a little bit of the stuff from your back with her tentacle, and she kind of reaches back and pulls herself back. She goes, "Yeah, there's not a lot right here. Maybe down over where the vehicle. That vehicle is that a vehicle?" And she's kind of pointing with a tentacle. Void Striker, you kind of see her pointing in a direction. It's like, is it a vehicle? What is that? And she's kind of
Okay,
just
close enough.
gesturing.
Looks like the remnants of one anyway.
Yeah, she's like, it looks like one. Is that a wheel? Is it supposed to be a wheel? She's like, it's pretty bad. So if you guys want to, you can approach this stuff and do an investigation for it, and I'll have Carbine kind of assist as well. Oh God.
I'll need it because I have a negative in investigation.
Yeah, even with what Carbine has.
It's my investigation.
Yeah.
Okay, Void Striker, you scan and you can pick up that there's a lot of parts in this that are destroyed mostly, but you do pick up a couple of small parts that you guys might be able to use. They're pretty good shape. They still seem intact. You read this as a type of siege vehicle similar to yourself, but an older version that had a lot of flaws to it.
I'll transform into bot mode and head over to the bot.
Overload, they're currently at the graveyard with you. They're looking for parts and scanning different things. Right now, it's pretty quiet. They're just, Void Striker just found some parts. And
Uh,
while he's doing that, do you guys want to go investigate some other wreckages to see what you can find?
Yeah, absolutely.
I was gonna say I was probably gonna be on alert since I have a higher viewage, I guess, a higher viewpoint if I'm transformed.
Yeah, because you can actually reach up in your Dynaform. Hang on.
Yeah,
Sorry,
sorry.
I
James.
can't find
I
shit.
don't even think Flash of Genius is gonna help you there.
I can't find shit.
Okay, don't worry. Carbine will help you find something. You guys approach a smaller, like, it looks like kind of like a six-wheeled ATV looking thing, but it looks like the front wheels used to turn and the back set moved it or something. It almost looked like there's skids on the back or something, the way you sit on it. But the thing's pretty trash. But Carbine goes, "Oh, there's one piece in here we could probably use. The rest of it's completely destroyed." And she kind of hops down and she
Well,
climbs
as
up
long
into
as
it.
you know what we're looking for.
Yeah, and she kind of reaches up, and you can see her with her little tentacles. And she goes, "Oh, yeah, this is pretty bad in here. Ooh, oh, ew. What is that? Ooh, bug!" Oh, never mind. You see her tentacle whip out. It's whipping off some bluish purpley goo. She's like, "Ew." Ah, got it. And you see her climb out, and she's got it in her. I got it. It looks like, almost looks like a fuse, but it's got like a clear inside with a connection of some sort with a little circuit board inside of it. She goes, "Here we go." And she's got, hang on, and she takes it with her tentacle, and you see her side open up, and she drops it into a tiny compartment. She goes, "That'll fit in there. There we go." All right. Should we check in with Aegis? And she kind of looks up at you as she climbs back up.
Might as well. We haven't heard from him in a little bit.
All right, I'll try and call him. Aegis, do you read? Hello? Are you okay? He's not calling back.
Can we still see him up in the air, or did he?
He's
go
off
with
in the
visual?
distance. You guys won't be able to see him. Carbine kind of comes through the comms over to you, Overload. Overload, can you get a hold of Aegis at all? He flew off to check out something.
Aegis, can you read me? Aegis.
Sorry. What? Oh, I have the comms turned off. Sorry. I only have it set to receive, but I turned it down so I could listen and watch. What do you need? Is everything okay where you're at?
Well, checking in on you since you're quite a distance away.
Yeah, sorry. I'm watching there's some big dinos over here, similar to your size. It looks like
Yeah.
they're roaming around, but they're not. Well, I'm just keeping an eye on them. But right now, it looks like they're just kind of roaming around in a specific area, like they're looking for something.
Well, if they start to approach us, let me know. I'll warn the others.
I will. I'm perched up on a bit of a mountainside here, watching.
Then I'll get back on comms. Aegis is fine. It seems like he was more focused on listening than the comms.
Oh,
He
okay.
spotted some dinos near my sides roaming around.
Are they coming this way? Carbine kind of perks up, like, huh?
Currently, no.
Oh,
But I told him to inform me if they do start to approach our area.
all
Plus,
right.
if they're attracted to scent, I do have a trick that can help throw them off.
All right. Void Striker, you should be finished getting the parts. You got at least 3 parts out of that vehicle.
Nice.
And Carbine has 1, so that's 4 pieces that you have. Do you want to investigate any of the ships or other vehicles nearby?
Yeah, I'll investigate some more.
Well, I'm going to give you guys kind of a choice. What would you like to investigate, a ship or another vehicle?
A ship.
Gilgamesh?
I'll
Ship
take
would be
another
better.
vehicle in
Yeah.
that case.
Okay. Overload, you're still watching?
Yeah, I'd still be on Overwatch.
There's my
Okay.
investigation.
How about you, Overload? You give me a bit of a perception check.
Would I have advantage since
Mhm.
Aegis is also on?
He's doing his perception on one area, you're doing it in another. So you're kind of watching this huge area right now. You're
Do we all have advantage?
I wouldn't need it, but
no, you're don't worry, you're fine.
yeah.
All right.
I'm
Oh.
only asking because of that nice nat 20 sitting there.
Oh, shut up. You
I
got
mean,
flashy.
I could make my number higher than the
Oh,
nat 20 if you really
no,
want.
No, you're
Ayo,
fine. You're fine.
Ayo, Aegis, give that guy advantage.
So, Overload, you're sitting there. Aegis is up on the mountainside, and you hear him coming through mentally to you. Did you see that, Overload? Please tell me you saw something. He's just kind of looking out to the sky from where you're at. You see it too. You see this shadowed outline for a moment. It's not very big. It might be a little smaller than Aegis from what you could identify, and even Aegis is like, are you seeing this? Please tell me you see it.
It's okay, so it's a shadowy object, in a shadowy aerial
Mm-hmm.
creature in the sky.
Yep.
And from my point of view, it looks small.
Mm-hmm. And even Aegis is like, it's small, but I can't make out what it is. Can you roll me for Overload? Just Overload investigation.
I was also gonna use common sense. Like if
Okay.
it looks small from a distance, most likely
Oh.
it's big.
I'm going to propose something.
Mm-hmm.
Gilgamesh and Carbine will transform Gilgamesh into his bot form, Carbine into rifle form, and they're gonna get down into a sniper position and see if they can get a visual through
Well,
the scope.
Is Overload
Of-
telling Gilgamesh this stuff?
I probably would
Because
have
he's doing
relayed it.
Aegis. Yeah, okay,
I
that's
was
fine.
also gonna say
He's
that
doing
it,
Aegis.
since
Yeah,
because I was also
Aegis.
gonna say Aegis should probably hide behind like some rocks or something, so that way he's not spotted by the aerial thing.
He's sitting up there. He goes, "It's not looking my direction, though." He knows this. It's looking. It's more in your direction. You see a shadowy outline. Gilgamesh, you and Carbine are transformed. You take Carbine, and I'm assuming you want to look at the shadowy object for a moment.
Yeah, we'll crouch down so I can get a good angle for it, and just try and see if I can get a visual on it.
All right. Let's see. What would I have you just do perception for that? I can't remember what I'd have you roll.
Yeah, I
Or
think so.
either that or insight.
That was an investigation.
No, I roll perception.
When I'm saying mine was
Oh yeah,
investigation.
yours. Next time I'll just do that for yours, right? But you guys look up. You're all looking up. Even Carbine's looking through her own stuff, and she goes, "What is that? It looks like feathers." But and for a brief moment, you see a bright blue set of eyes just blink, like, and it's almost like they turn off or something. It's like they blink on and blink off, like they're looking down at you guys. You know they're looking at you, and then suddenly you see it shimmer and change, and you guys all lose sight of it. Even Aegis is like, I just lost sight of it. Where'd it go?
We might go on alert.
And
It seems our friend here might have some cloaking technology. And he's gonna lower Carbine down and have her transform back into her Caracal displacer form.
she flips up and lands down in caracal form. Aegis kind of briefly comes across, wait, the dinos moved. They're
Where's the
sniffing the
location?
air. They're kind of sniffing. And you hear him cut off to you, Overload. They're sniffing in your guys' direction.
Okay.
I'm
So
immediately relaying that.
I can do a thing, and depending on how strong their sense of smell is, this will determine if it will throw them off or not. Because the range of it is, the range of the spell itself is only 10 feet.
No, they're further than 10 feet.
Right, but
All
I'm
right.
asking how strong is their sense of smell?
It's pretty strong. They are beasts,
Okay.
so you hear
So
also.
I'm
Oh, go ahead.
sorry.
No, actually, go. I was just thinking
So
of something.
what I'm going to do is I'm going to use prestidigitation, and he's going to cast it just a strong odorous smell that would detract them, like smell of their droppings or something.
All right. Aegis comes across. They're making their way toward you, and as you do that, he goes, "Wait!" They just stop. They're sniffing again. Now, Gilgamesh, are you back in your displacer beast form?
Yeah. After I cast prestidigitation, I would have gone back into displacer form.
Yeah. Sorry, dog's barking outside too. All right, the three dinos that he sees right now that were going that direction, you can see I can see them sniffing again, and now they're kind of turned and they're walking back toward the other direction that they came from. I'm not sure what that was about, but that was interesting. They didn't seem to take interest until
When you want to detract an enemy, an animal, excuse me, that is a predator, you deter them by using the smell of their own feces.
Now,
It bought us some time. They may still come and investigate, but the smell should at least put them off.
for now. So as you guys are sitting there, Aegis just comes back to you, Overload. I'll just keep an eye on these three unless you need me back there.
Copy.
And our Void Striker, you come up to a semi-large ship with there's a couple gaping holes in the side of it. You scan this thing and you find there's at least 6 good pieces that you need for your project. And I mean good sized pieces that will work.
Nice. Is there anything else?
You also find, as you kind of notice through the ship, as you're there, most of it's dilapidated, it's fallen apart, but you find a couple cabinets full of some Shaniks.
Oh, free shiny.
And let me, you find 1900 worth of Shaniks and 2 Energon cubes, still intact in a crate.
That's surprising. But I will take them.
And then let's see, what did you roll for yours, Gilgamesh? I forgot because it scrolled up so fast. I lost
I rolled a 13 for perception.
14, and then with Carbine's roll, it even added to yours a little more. Oh, bite me on snow. Sorry, I'm seeing snow report thing come up. At least it's a weekend. With yours, you guys are looking at another vehicle. This one looks kind of like almost looks like it hovered or something. You see kind of like these, almost like discs that they're not wheels. Even Carbine's like, what are these things? I've seen something similar, but are these supposed to be hover discs? And you can see the thing is kind of split in half. And even Carbine's like, but we're still picking up some parts out of this. You guys find at least 2 parts in each half of it. And Carbine goes, ooh, hey, look at this. And she kind of pulls out she's trying to yank on this little case in the back end of it. And she's trying to pull it, and it's kind of buried. And she's really pulling hard.
I'll come over and assist her and try to unbury it.
So I won't even have you roll for strength for it. It's you're much bigger than she is. She's yanking. You see she's moving it a little bit, but your tentacle arms come up and she wrap on the one end, and you just pull it out. And she goes, "Oh, what's in here?" And she flips the locks open, and she goes, "Hey, we needed more Shaniks, didn't we?"
How much did you find?
So she opens it up and she goes, "Oh, there's a let's see, 500 Shaniks. Oh, wait, 513 Shaniks." And she flips a little like coin of Shaniks into the air and catches her with her tentacle. She goes, and she holds it with her tentacle. And she goes, "We got a little stuff out of this one." Oh, was that a drink? Please tell me it's not a drink.
No, it wasn't. We're okay.
No drink spills. Roll for stealth.
Yeah.
So, you guys get 2 more parts. Aegis is still watching over these dinos as you guys are scavenging through this. And he kind of is watching them. He goes, huh. And it's starting to get a little lighter out. And Overload, you hear this, you guys start having this conversation quietly between you two in your heads. And Aegis comes across that thing that was flying. I swear I've seen that before somewhere. And the smell. And Aegis really is not really paying attention that he's actually talking to you through the telepathy. And he's just kind of saying this out loud. It couldn't be. They're dead. It can't be. And you just hear Aegis kind of doing this. He's just kind of talking about random little thing about somebody in his past. And you hear him come across again. It can't be them. No. Well, these 3 are not going anywhere. This is weird. This is a beautiful sunrise, though. And you can hear him talking out loud. Like he's talking to you, but he doesn't realize he's actually talking to you right now. Do you want to respond back to him at all? See what he does? Cats are going to kill me.
So who are you talking to? It doesn't seem like it's me.
Wait. Oh, sorry, Overload. I didn't mean to do that.
You're fine.
Nobody else can hear us. We're just talking this way. They don't know what I'm talking about, right?
Well, I mean, I haven't blurted it out.
Can you just keep it quiet about that part, please? I don't really want to talk about it.
Also, we'll just have their past, and it's only them that can reveal it.
Yeah. This is one I really regret, though. And I swear, the smell, the look, it can't be them. Just... I don't know. Never mind. I'll let it go. Just let it... if it becomes an issue, then I'll say something. But right now, I don't want to talk about it. I'm sorry to bother you with this. Need to stay focused on the mission. And he kind of goes dead silent with you. He just doesn't talk anymore. And he's gone back to focusing on these creatures that are down below. And you hear him briefly come across. There are 3 more that have shown up. There's the one big one, and now there's... Whoa, they're big. They're not as big as you, but that big one could give you a run.
Your eyes, it seems, are problem duplicated.
Well, I'll just keep an eye on them. I'm giving them markers, so maybe you can keep an eye on the HUD with them. I don't know if you can see them very well. I'm pretty far from you. And he kind of almost like he's painting the target so you can see where they're at. And he's trying to keep an eye on them, literally, of these targets. So he's got 6 targets in front of him. And he's got one of them marked as a little larger. So in your HUD, you can see they're kind of on the other side of a mountain range. Like right near the edge, they would have to come around. But they're not that far away from you guys. So,
See, I'm relaying that our problems just double itself.
You guys are all in trouble now. Let's see if... Carbine kind of pipes up. Double? And she's really nervous. Why don't we get these parts and get out of here? You know, find the rest. All we need is probably about 3 more, right? Void Striker or something, you know, we just need some. He's kind of getting high strung a little bit.
Carbine, just relax.
I know.
Yeah, we haven't been spotted yet. They don't know anything's happening yet.
So, Void Striker, you've gone through this ship. You've got all these parts now. Do you want to investigate another vehicle? And there's one other large ship that seems that you could probably go through and salvage from.
I'll go through the other large ship because that has the higher chance of having the final pieces we need.
All right, you kind of hop out of the one that you were in, and you start making your way over.
I'm gonna... Is Gilgamesh near me as I hop out?
So, Gilgamesh, do you and Carbine want to look at the big ship too, or do you want to look at another vehicle? Because I'll tell you, there's 2 other vehicles there.
Probably take a look at another vehicle.
All right, you're gonna look. You guys are gonna go look over.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have you roll for perceptions on each of these again.
Perceptions, not investigation?
Well, actually, do investigation. Sorry, yeah, my brain checked. Boop. I'll still stick with the perception number. So, as you guys are looking around, you see.
Yeah, am I passing Gilgamesh at all on my way to the good ship?
Yeah, you guys are pretty close still to each other. You see there's a lot
So
more
as I
record.
pass him, I'm just gonna hand him that the 1900 Shanix.
Oh, God. So you get that 1900 Shanix. God, I hope you can carry it all.
All right,
Really
watch.
easy to
I
do.
gotta do math now here,
Yeah.
so
Okay, we gotta give him a second. But Void Striker, you kind of make your way to the big ship, and you kind of get in there, and you look around, and your scans are picking up a couple larger parts that you know you can use and actually make the generator even better and much more silent and much more stealthy. So you're able to collect a lot more pieces that are parts that you needed and extra ones on top of it. Gilgamesh and Carbine, you two are finding another large vehicle. This one kind of looks like some kind of APC carrier. The back is closed up, but the doors are kind of slightly ajar. You have to pry the doors open on the back to see if you can get into it. So, with even the aid of Carbine, can you do a strength check on this one? This one you're going to have to do a strength check on.
ooh, strength check. Okie dokie. 15.
Carbine, yeah, okay. We got some pull to her too. You guys are pulling with your tentacle arms, and you hear the doors. And Carbine kind of screams and leaps back a bit as a body falls out. And it looks like
What kind of body?
it looks like an old Cybertronian of some sort, but its head kind of detaches, its arms kind of fall off. It's been there for a very long time. It looks like it's been without a spark for quite some time. Carbine's kind of huffing and puffing. Okay, I didn't expect that.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
I want its decog.
Does
you
it have one?
I don't know. Are you actually asking that Void Striker in to like Gilgamesh?
Well, I don't know. He's found a body, so I
Yeah,
can't
okay.
offset in character.
Okay. That's up to if you do want to look over the body to see what it is and what it has. You're more welcome to investigate that separately.
Well, seeing it as it's already pretty old, I mean, he'll check it for parts. See if there's anything worth salvaging.
All right, let's see. Carbine kind of walks closer to it, and she kind of looks down inside the body, and she reaches in with one tentacle arm, and she kind of goes, "I don't think we're gonna get much out of this." And she pulls out what looks like some wiring and some cogs of some sort, and they just disintegrate in her tentacle, and she kind of, ew. I don't think
It's worth a shot.
and you see the body's kind of slightly disintegrating a bit here and there. It's just falling apart in specific spots. Carbine kind of walks past and kind of climbs up inside, and she goes, "This is pretty roomy in here." And it's pretty beat up, but you can see that it's overgrown with moss and stuff. And she kind of gets up to the front, and she goes, "Too bad we couldn't use something like this. We could get around in it fast. But I think I'd rather stay on my beast form." And she's still looking around. You guys start scanning this thing over. She's up in the front. She kind of climbs up to where the seating is, and she goes, "Well, I can't get anything out of that side. It's completely crushed. But this side, ooh, I wonder if the navigation chips are still intact. Never mind." And she kind of does the same thing. She pulls her tentacle arm out, and she's holding a chip, and it just snaps in half and falls apart. well, that was worth nothing. And she kind of keeps digging around. While you're in the back, you kind of find a compartment and you find a couple more pieces that are for the wiring and everything. And those look like they're fully intact, like they've been kept from the weather and elements from destroying it. And you can hear Carbine up at the front, and she goes, "Ooh, what's this?" And she picks something up and she kind of holds it and she looks at it. And you see this in her hand. And she goes, "I wonder what this says." And she kind of goes, "Hey, Gilgamesh, what is this?" And she kind of reaches down with her tentacle arm and she's holding something. And it's round, it's kind of silvery. And it looks like it has like something on one side of it. And she goes, "I don't know what this thing is, but you want to take a look at it?"
Yeah. Let me take a peek. And he
So,
just kind of extends his hand out to it,
and you take it, and
or his paw, I guess, because I'm still in beast form.
yeah, you can use your tentacle arms too, because you can reach and grab with them. But investigate it.
Yeah.
Let's see how well you investigate.
Here we go. You bastard.
You have a shiny ball, but it's got this thing on the side. It looks like a button. And you see Carbine slide down, and she goes, she kind of reaches up and touches the ball lightly. And she goes, wait a minute. Don't push that button. And she goes, hang on. And you see her kind of hold still for a moment, but you hear the computer sound almost, and you see her eyes kind of going back and forth really fast, and they stop, and she goes, don't push that button. Be very
What
careful.
does the button do?
It's an explosive.
Oh. Okay, good to know.
It's kind of an explosive. It does go boom, but it also creates a mini black hole for about 10 seconds. It's a one-time use
He's
thing.
immediately taking that and putting it in his inventory. Just, yep, we're taking that. We're gonna hold on to that for later. So what'd you call this thing? A black hole grenade?
Yeah, it's pretty much a black hole grenade. She goes, it's kind of an implosive, but it's an explosive at first, and then it implodes on
That's a
itself.
surprise tool that will help us later.
And she goes, you need to be really, really, and she's really pointing, careful with it. She goes, those things were banned a long time ago because sometimes they would randomly blow up if you carried them wrong way. And she's so like they were really bad about it. That one's a little different, but there was always a problem with them because we always chalked it up to, and she kind of stops again, and you see her eyes go over. Carelessness.
Well, I assure you, it's not going to rattle around in my inventory. I'll tell you that.
Yes, you're much more careful. You don't wear it like a belt around you.
Not at all.
Yes, see, they would wear it like a chain around them, over their shoulder and around their waist, and they
Well,
bump the
that's a problem because that's an easy target.
Yeah, well, it wasn't the target. It was, carelessness. They would lean against the wall. They would bump up against it. They would lay down on the ground real quick to dodge fire, only to blow themselves up and get sucked into a black hole. And she's kind of making these gestures with her little paws, like, yeah, it's a real entertainment time. Do you want to see a video of one? And she's just like, but she kind of comes back to her senses. She goes, but I think we got all the parts. I don't know what Void Striker's got yet. We might want to check to see what he's got. Hopefully we got everything by now. And so you guys are sitting there.
Well, if we have everything we need, let's get out of here.
So she climbs back up under your back real quick, and she kind of looks around. You see the sunlight is starting to peek over, and you see it's starting to give a little daylight. Aegis comes across the comms, and he goes, think we're okay. The dinos aren't paying attention, but even in my cloak form, I'm gonna be spotted. So I'm gonna head back to you guys. And he starts to head back to you, Overload. He's got your location, and you see the pings on your overhead kind of start to disappear. Those things really haven't moved from their location. They're still milling around doing something. But he starts making his way back to you. And let's see. Is there anything else you guys would like to do there? There is one more vehicle you could inspect if you wanted to, if you chose to. But really, there's nothing else there.
I mean, might as well. It's the last one.
All right. So you guys all get together. Aegis is
That's my
still flying
investigation roll, by the way.
flying back to you. That's not a good one. Since you're all looking at this last vehicle, it almost it looks like almost like a warthog from Halo, but it's different. It's got tracks on it. And it has a what looked like it used to be some kind of chain gun of some sort on top. And it's pretty bent up, destroyed. You guys check it over. You find at least another two pieces that you can use. Carbine's like, oh, we can use this carbon shaft. This one will work great for support. And this one too. And she's like pulling pieces that you guys could use. And she's sticking them into a small inventory that she has. And she's kind of looking things over while you guys are going through it. Gilgamesh, you find a small, like, not a bag, but a small case, kind of in the front seat, not underneath the front seat, but being held kind of there against the seat, kind of covered in dirt and dust. And you see this little case there. You can pick it up and open it up if you want.
Yeah, yeah. He'll kind of dust it off a little bit, and he'll grab the case and open it.
As you pop it open, you see there's some. It looks like energon strips almost, but there's some. Looks like a couple more pieces of Shanix with it too. So you get at least two more Shanix, but you get about 5 little energon strips. It looks like some kind of like go bag kind of thing, or a little pouch that somebody carried with them so they'd have something with them.
It's a fanny pack of
know.
energon strips.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he'll take the Shanix out and he'll just put that in his inventory, but he'll close up the little thing and just kind of keep it on me. So just
Yeah.
little
It's a nice little case. And you
little
notice
case. And how many strips was
Give
there?
it to Carl.
you
It'll
got
be
at
adorable.
least you got two more little two more Shanix, and you got about 5 little energon strips. They're like little meal things. The case, do notice on it that it is kind of adorned with decoration a little bit, and it's kind of nice looking. It's got little adornments on it, little pictures and stuff, and it looks like there's a language on it, but you're not really sure what it says.
Yeah, he'll just slide it into his inventory.
Yep.
Interesting.
Carbine comes up to you and she goes, I got some more stuff. And she kind of has some rods and stuff in her tentacle arms holding on to them. And she goes, yeah, we could use this for some supports and build it up so it'll hold the generator better. Void Striker, you are on the other side of this thing. You are kind of moving some stuff about, and you find a compartment lower down underneath, like where they would store extra ammo, tools, or whatnot down there that they needed. In this compartment, you open it up, and there's some odd objects in here. At first, you don't recognize them, but they are what looks like how do I put it? A type of carbon fiber nanotechnology, not armor, but it could adhere to armor to give it much more bracing. It's more designed for vehicles than anything, though.
Cool.
And
Yeah,
what
we'll
it
stash that away.
Yep. So you get about 5 pieces of that. It's kind of sheets of it almost. They look like rods from the side, but they're actually sheets of it. It's not very big, but it seems pretty heavy, but it's light. So you get that. Overload, I'm assuming you're still standing watch? Or did you want to investigate with them? Take a bite out of a vehicle. Takes the tire off like a T-Rex in Jurassic Park.
I mean, Aegis more or less seems to have everything covered, and since it's the last vehicle, might as well help to speed up the process.
All right. So as you get over to it, you notice in the back end of this thing, where the gun was mounted, you find ammo cases back there. You find 2 canisters of a type of chain ammo that heats up on impact. Each one of these canisters hold about 150 rounds of each. You have 2 canisters of this stuff. When
Two canisters,
fired,
2 canisters of 8 rounds.
yep. When this stuff impacts, it gives a chance to the target to be ignited in flames. But they look like tracer rounds when you fire them off.
Might be useful in the near future, especially with setting things ablaze from afar.
Aegis is, you guys can start to see more light. You can hear the jungle coming to life a little more. You hear more sounds, but you can see more of the sky, and you see Aegis kind of flying around up above you guys. And he's like, "Are you guys done down there? Are we heading back yet, or what's up?" And he's kind of like, "It's kind of coming to life. It's quieted down up here, but I lost track of that target. I don't know where it went to."
I believe it's time to leave.
Agreed.
So, as you guys start to head back,
Now, I'm going to be in siege tank mode, so in case anybody wants to let some stuff up, they can.
as you transform in that, I need you to all 3 make a perception check just as you're getting close to the forest edge.
Love perception.
15.
Nice. Nice.
Is that
Nice.
advantage with Aegis?
Because he's above. And you hear above
Why
the
can't I have an advantage? I'd have nat 20.
Well, technically you won't need it for this part, but sure. For a moment, you hear Aegis, guys, target in front of you now. And you see in front of you, kind of, not, it's easy to spot, but you see it kind of in the darkness a bit, but it stands out. It's got that same bluish color that you guys saw through Carbine in the optics, but this thing is not feathered. And you see the same color arcing across its tentacle arms. And it's just staring at you sideways. And it's like looking at a white version of you, Gilgamesh, with bluish, ice cold eyes and arcing tentacles.
You've been watching us for a while.
And it's standing there. It's not real close to you all, but it's close enough that it hears you, and it just kind of slowly moves its eyes to you, Gilgamesh. And you see its optic eyes just open up a little wider, like, who are you?
I'm called Gilgamesh from the Koga Guild of Cybertron. I understand you were the one who escaped from Shockwave's laboratories some years ago. I've been looking for someone who might know information about his whereabouts.
Piece of advice. Stay away from him. He just hurt you, like he did me. I don't even
I'm
know
afraid
who
I
you are.
can't do that.
We kind of have some business with him, you could say.
Business. So, you're allies of his? And you see her posture
Far
change.
from it.
No.
When you see your eyes narrow. So, I am supposed to stop you? Or are you here to take me back?
Oh, well, to begin with, we don't really know you. And with him, we're not allies whatsoever. When we mean business, more of a dishing out business.
Let's just say we're well aware of the atrocities that he's committed, and that he does need to be stopped.
She's just watching all of you quietly for a moment. She's not saying anything. Her tentacle arms are kind of moving about, but she kind of steps back a little more away from you guys. And so you are, and she's really looking at each one of you, but she stops on you, Gilgamesh. You go by Gilgamesh. Not your real
That's right.
name, is it? And she's really watching you. It's like, so it's
There's a slight smile kind of curling over his beast form face a little bit. My name hasn't been spoken in many millennia.
and she sees Carbine on your back and she goes, Minicon. Interesting.
So you recognize them, even in their beast form.
You see her, she's like, yes, I do. Artemis told me of them. And she's still holding her position. She's not blocking your path, like, really. She's kind of off to the side of the path enough, but she's just sitting there watching you, still perched, kind of like, I'm not moving yet. You better not cause them problems. They've been good to me back at that village. If you do.
I'm well aware of your time with the village. My question to you is why have you never confided in them?
Because I work alone. I'm surprised your big one over here hasn't been detected by the others. And she's pointing toward you, Void Striker, with her tentacle arm.
Well, yours truly had a hand in slipping him in undetected. But
Yeah.
that's neither here nor there. I'm more concerned about where his laboratory is.
I know there was a laboratory.
Where did you escape from?
Oh, I escaped from a different laboratory, not on this planet. I came here to get away. Here I can hide and nobody will really find me.
More choice.
but I did find one near a village, at least what was left of a village. Looks like some kind of Cybertronians slaughter, and then I found tracks to what looks like an imploded laboratory. Was that you?
It was an unfortunate side effect of what was being held in the laboratory. We managed to stumble across it some time ago. Unfortunately, couldn't stop the self-detonation device. We did try to manage what we could to get salvage what was inside.
Yeah, salvage. Obviously, you missed something.
Like what?
As you say that, on one of her tentacles, you see something uncloak. It's white, got a few little black spots here and there, and you see the same coloring eyes that she has. And you hear it speak. Me. You missed me. Well, that's kind of what it does sound like.
They're barking at nothing.
Got the same issue.
He just looks over at the creature. Apologies, we didn't exactly have time to gather everyone.
I know. And you're looking, what you're seeing is a small, snowy white owl. And it's just sitting there, and you hear Aegis from above. It can't be.
I take it it's the person you thought was dead.
It can't be. You, Overload, you feel Aegis. It's like that drop in heart moment. Like he just feels everything all at once. He's not really angry. He's angry, but he's very confused, and it can't be is all you keep hearing.
Matrix?
Yeah.
In Minicon, I would just like to say out loud, I'm glad another one is alive.
And you can hear Aegis. It can't be. He just keeps repeating it. And you see this one, you see the owl kind of turn its head and blink and looking around. And you see her wings kind of span out. And she kind of puts them back down. Like she's stretching. And she looks down at Carbine. Hello, sister. Carbine hasn't said anything. She's just been sitting there staring. You're alive? How? We saw you. I didn't die. Remember, I'm too strong for that. I was a fighter before, remember? Who said I would give up now? But Aegis thought you were... Oh, speaking of him, why doesn't he get his feathered butt down here? Or is
It
he
seems
too cowardly?
it seems that you've caused a great confusion with them.
Oh, confusion. Why doesn't he come down then? Are you too cowardly? You can hear her voice echo and boom outward. It's really loud. You see the other one not budge from this. She just sits very still and just squints at all of you. You feel the wings of Aegis come down and not land on you, Overload, but land in front of all of you. And he's still in his bird form, but he's standing there. He goes, "You're, you can't be here. You're dead. I saw you die." She flies down, lands. She is considerably smaller. She's almost like a standard of mini-con size. But she's sitting there, still in her owl form. She's looking up. She transforms into her bot form, and she stands up. A little, she's accented with that blue and the feathers. They kind of go down her back like a cape. She almost looks like Nyx in her owl form, but no hood. And you see the accenting of the feathers around her head. And she looks up. Aegis transforms, but kneels down in front of her. And he bows his head. "I am sorry. I failed to protect you. I am sorry." You see her pull out a feathered like blade, like she's gonna strike him down.
Gilgamesh is just gonna telepathically ask Carbine, "What is happening here? What is all this?"
He responds back to you. He was supposed to be one of the guards to protect her. She's technically one of the governing bodies, or was, but she's also a fighter. Very determined and stubborn fighter, but we couldn't do anything to save her. We saw her die.
Is she just a person of position, or is she someone of importance like Nyx?
She's important to him. He cares about her. Or cared. Or still cares.
Complicated relationship. I see.
Yes. She stands there. She swipes down to hit him. But the blade stops. And she takes the blade, and it's like right near his neck. It would have severed his head completely off, but she stops and she takes the blade and tips it under his chin. "Is it that easy to kill you now?" He's just got streaks of energon coming down his face. He's just crying away.
I'll have to say it's out of character. I'm excited this might be potentially somebody that's correct on that now.
She pulls him up to a standing full position, and he's standing taller than her, of course. And she still has the blade under his chin, pushing it up. "Is it really this easy now? You used to be so proud. Have you broken this much?" And he kind of, with the blade under his chin, "I'm a failure. I should die. I failed to protect you. I failed to protect all of us." She lowers the blade. She looks at all of you. "So all of you are what?"
What exactly are you looking for?
I believe she's after an introduction.
Carbine kind of hops off of you, Gilgamesh, and she kind of walks up slowly and she transforms. New looks from sister, and now you. You're all a little taller. Carbine kind of has hand palms out, like, "Hey, I'm not trying to do anything." And you see this little owl bot walk over to Carbine. She puts the blade back on her back. It blends right back into her like she's got a cape on. And Carbine kneels down to one knee and she goes, because she's trying to meet her optic, "We never would have left if we thought you were still alive. Sister, it's not your fault. Things happen."
Thud.
Yeah. So they're both standing there for a moment. Carbine goes, "Artemis, we wouldn't have left you if we did know, though."
For dinner.
Chicken got up. And Artemis kind of looks at Carbine and she steps forward. And she just hugs her. Artemis grabs onto Carbine. Carbine's kind of like stunned. And they don't say anything. They're just holding each other. Aegis is still standing there. He hasn't moved. He hasn't looked away. And he
Gilgamesh relaxes a little bit. He was defensive, waiting to see what Artemis was going to do.
And she steps back from her, holding her shoulders. And Carbine, "I thought you were mad." He goes, "I've had time to be mad." And Aegis kind of turns, looks, still crying a bit, and she walks over to him, thumps him right into the abdomen, and he kind of falls to his knees. "But you, on the other hand, I can be mad at for a little while longer." And Aegis kind of bending over, "Okay, when are you going to stop
I'm just
being
gonna
mad?"
look at Gilgamesh and go, I like this one.
And she kind of lifts his head up. "Look, you thought I was dead. It was reasonable to think you're going to have to leave me behind. I didn't die. I survived. Even though I went through a lot." And she looks at her hands, "and it looks like you did too." Pink. And she pokes him in the head. "But somebody came here and found me too. You guys, I'm assuming you two." And she kind of looks at you, Overload. "You two, or is it him?" And she's pointing a Void Striker. Whoever the two were that blew this place up.
I was not here for that instance.
Would be
That would be the two of us.
Yeah. She's like, "Okay. So I am Artemis. I am," as obviously you see the blue Minicon symbol pulsing on her. Minicon as well. And it looks like you found others to take care of you as well.
We have found several minicons. We are looking after them on my station.
So there's more of us? And she kind of, her optics
yes.
get big.
We've been able to recover more of your people.
This
They
is-
are still in stasis and recharging, but they should hopefully be awakening soon.
Well, that is a good thing. I had somebody rescue me as well. And she turns.
Yeah, speaking of, we still didn't get your name.
And she kind of goes, "I go by many names." And Artemis kind of steps.
Feel more comfortable. We can introduce ourselves first.
"Well, I know he's Gilgamesh. I know you now, since she said your names. Aegis, Carbine." And she looks
I
at you.
am Void Striker.
I'm gonna go and transform out of Rex form. Overload.
You're big ones. You can
Get
kind of
that
see her
unlocked.
hesitant. She steps
To make
up.
her feel more comfortable, I'm going to impale my mace into the ground and just sit down cross-legged.
She's still sitting there. She's watching you all. Artemis kind of like, oh, it, she's friend. Even though she's kind of standoffish, as you can see, she's friend.
She reminds me all too much of the small, black, and gruesome one, as I point to Gilgamesh.
And she kind of looks over and, yes, Gilgamesh. Artemis
You
kind of,
seem to have been infected by the same substance I was. I've never seen another creature quite like myself until I came across you.
I was experimented on in a very short amount of time. And obviously, I was being trained to hunt you.
Me?
Yes, but they never finished the, or at least got to. And she kind of lifts an eyebrow, training to manipulate me into doing it. Artemis kind of steps up. Yeah, she broke away before they could mind control her in a sense. Thing change her memory chips. She's different, and she kind of Artemis realizes she's looking at you, Gilgamesh. Well, not different like you, but different. And she kind of up here, she kind of does this gesture in her head like she's nuts.
There's just kind of a frowning concern on his face that he just asks, how long ago were you built?
Bill, I was
Yes,
pulled
we're all built. We're all Cybertronians. When were you
You're
created?
right and you're wrong there, Gilgamesh.
here.
Technically, we are born, not built.
She kind of looks, well, built, yes, created, not here. Artemis kind of, she doesn't talk a lot about that, but from what I have, he's not from here. And I'm not sure
Well,
how
that
to
really
explain
wasn't
it.
my question, though. I didn't
Yeah.
ask where she was created. I asked how long ago.
Long enough. And
That's not a sufficient answer.
she takes a step back and she transforms into her bot form. It's really not wise to transform into your bot forms here. They do smell us this way.
He transforms into his bot form in front of her. I don't care what they can smell.
Before you can even finish, it can't be you. And she's kind of lost for words. She's just staring at you.
So you know who I am.
I know you by a whole different name. The name, I thought it was just coincidence, but I'm not from here. Who?
And neither
This
am
can't
I.
be. You're dead. You can't be alive.
He's confused when she says this. Just
Have the both of you been
Me.
dead men? As I'm looking at Void and Gilgamesh.
I believe our versions of death are completely different. Perhaps she's from another dimension.
And she snaps to you, Void Striker. She goes,
Right.
"Yes,
Right, we've dealt with that before.
I am from another dimension. I got pulled from another one."
So perhaps she's from a dimension where you died, Gilgamesh.
And she looks back at you, Gilgamesh. She goes, "Yes, he is correct. How I watched you die. Did he pull you here somehow? Are you just?" And she's kind of starting to stutter, and you notice she's kind of losing her balance. And even artists are like, calm down, calm down. You every time you
Gilgamesh gets just this sick feeling in his gut, starting to realize and form a picture of what she's saying. You're like me. We just... Our roles were reversed.
So am I alive here? Or am I dead? She's not looking at you, she's just kind of holding onto
No.
a tree and you see her hand digging into it.
No, you died. A
No,
very long time ago.
you're dead in my universe, and I'm dead here.
Perhaps you two are from inverse events, where in this dimension you died at that exact moment, and in your dimension Gilgamesh died at that moment.
I am. She's kind of holding on to the tree. I am very confused by this because I never thought I'd talk to you. I know it's not you, my Gilgamesh. We never used our real names because we kept it quiet because we didn't want people finding out who we were.
As much as I'd like to hear this conversation, perhaps we should do it somewhere safer.
Yes, as I'm going to transform back to Rex form, there were 6 other dinosaurs around here that are more or less about my size.
You're
Artemis,
both welcome to come with us.
Artemis kind of looks up at her and she goes, "Liara, you need to go with them. They'll they will keep you safe. If they've taken care of the mini cons, they'll take care of you." She looks at all of you hesitantly, but she settles her eyes right on you, Gilgamesh, and she's
At this
just like,
point, if you're concerned about Shockwave, the safest place is going to be with us.
The both of you are welcome to come with us.
There's plenty of room on the station for both of you.
"Station?
The Black Station. You might also know it as the Ouroboros Station.
She's just dead staring you for a moment.
Gilgamesh transforms into bot form, or not bot form, but
Beast form.
beast form, excuse me.
Yeah.
And just, if you want to know more, you need to follow us.
I have many questions. I will come with you. And Artemis goes, "Go with them. I won't be far. You know I'm close." You guys, can you all three make a perception check real quick?
Done, done,
Dun.
done. 22, baby.
Nice.
14. Well, I guess 15 since
Yeah,
ancient.
you guys are all right there. You all notice as she stands back up, she's like a carbon copy, but a female version of Gilgamesh, but in white form with blue pulsing through her instead of the red and black. But you also notice there's a symbol on her in about the same spot as Gilgamesh. The little minicon symbol.
As I'm gonna start walking towards the cave where the other jungle civilians are, I'm just gonna walk past Gilgamesh and go. I'm guessing she's the one you mentioned that you lost.
Yeah. Yeah, she was.
Artemis kind of turns to all of you real quick. "I'm going to go up in the sky." And she turns around and slugs Aegis in the stomach again. And he goes down. "Oh, again? Jeez. I'm still not punishing you. Done punishing you."
That reminds me. I'm gonna stop slightly and go. I feel like I should warn you that Drift is on the station. I don't know why. I just feel like I got the vibe I need to.
And her eyes, you see her optics. "Oh, of all the ones to survive, well, he's still a good one. Thanks for the warning, Void Striker." It is Void Striker, big one, right? And she's tiny compared to you, so she's looking up at you.
Yes. But if you
No, go ahead.
might know me by another name. I have visited your homeworld before.
Yes, I do remember you from the meetings in the main halls. You look a lot different, though. There's something different about
Unfortunately, I'm just gonna touch my chest. I lost my Omnicog.
And she kind of walks up to your leg and touches it. That's horrible. Are you, hopefully you can maybe transform
Drift is
again.
helping me fix it.
None better. You're in good hands with him. He'll be able to fix it. He's one of our best engineers, even though he can be a pain in the butt. His circuitry is top notch on a lot of things, even though he seems a little loose on things. You're in good hands. And Carbine's just kind of like, yeah, he's been working on a lot of things. So, but Artemis turns, you guys start to head back. We'll give you coverage on everything. And this one, and she slugs Aegis again in the stomach, and he goes back down onto his knees. And she goes, "This one can come with me to help keep an eye." And he's like, "Only if you stop hitting me." And Carbine's like backing away, and she transforms in her caracal form and hops, like, "Nope, I'm out," and hops back up onto you, Gilgamesh. She's like, "I think we could go now."
Alright, I'm
Yeah,
glad to proceed on foot because
let's move. I'd rather us.
I'm
have
staying
a
in
safe
bot mode because it's a
conversation.
lot more maneuverable than a siege tank.
Yeah, and right now you're going to be going back through the forest anyway.
You want to hop on?
You ride him like a horse.
I'm sorry, but even in your dino form, I don't think you're big enough.
Still probably better than.
You two are very big bots.
I'm the only one like size to weight ratio that could
Yeah.
pull that off.
Yeah, it's literally.
You know what? I will take a ride. You wanna know how?
Oh God.
You want to introduce?
I'm reducing my size and hopping on the dino.
So you reduce your size enough to sit on him and ride him. You guys start to walk ahead.
I will make sure to pick up my mace so I don't leave that behind.
You better large reduce it too. So I'll just say you did it all.
I will do so.
No, you don't have to. You did it all in one because it'll save you on that. But you notice that Liara's staying back a bit, and she kind of following back further. Instead of kind of being right up there with you guys, she's kind of about maybe 10 feet back behind all of you. Ooh, excuse me. Overload, Void Striker, you're still ahead. Things are going good. Artemis and Aegis are having a conversation up above you guys can't hear, and I won't tell you what they're saying.
It's probably just a whole bunch of yelling towards Aegis.
Well, you hear something, but you're not sure exactly if it was good or bad.
Is it one of those things where she's threatening to tell really embarrassing stories about him?
Yes, in some cases there actually is. So it's one of those things. It's like Overload. You're just kind of getting this, oh my god, what have I done? Feeling.
I feel like Aegis is that guy his first time on patrol immediately trips up.
Yeah,
Dude, he is 100% basically being teased by his big sister.
Yeah, and in a sense, this is somebody he cares about very deeply, and you can feel this. Oh my God, what am I supposed to do? Oh God, what have I done? Oh boy, and you can see them occasionally flying around, and she's like picking on him, like picking at his feathers and everything, and intentionally tormenting him. But you guys get updates from them. You're still clear. The dinos did move in the direction where you guys were just at, but they're like, you hear Artemis, you guys might want to keep your pace, but keep it quiet. They are not that far away, and if they hear you, they will come right here.
How much time has passed since we departed?
So you're talking right now, it's midday, and it's pretty bright out. There's hardly any clouds in the sky. There's some out at a distance. You can see what looks like a storm is starting to brew out there, it looks like.
So, it's just more than an hour, right?
Yeah, it's more than an hour. Because you got to trek back. I'm just giving you the time sense. On the way there, it took you a while.
It was because of Pass Without Trace, because it lasts for an hour or so. That's what I was asking.
But you are okay for right now, because nothing's screwing with a big dinosaur. Anything bigger, like smaller, or like small enough, like you or Liara, you guys are more in danger, but as long as Overload is thumping along, everything kind of has a tendency to part the way right now because it is
Perhaps we
daylight.
should inform the cave group we're on our way back, so they could perhaps make sure it's clear for us to, walk through their secret entrance.
You can if you want to. Not like they don't know
I'll leave
where
that
you're
to
at.
Gilgamesh because they're more likely to, talk to him than me.
I'll just say you guys have contacted them and they're glad that you're safe and that you're on your way back. You guys are still walking along. Liara's still kind of a little bit back from you. She sees you ahead of, and she's kind of wary watching you guys, but she is getting a little closer to you, Gilgamesh. And you can kind of hear her softly say something. So, I'm dead in this universe. What happened to me? Here. She's really kind of confused about asking it.
He's kind of looking down, like thinking just how he wants to approach this conversation.
At this point, she's kind of making her way up. Carbine's like, I think I'll give you two some space, and she kind of like, I'll kind of join those two up there, and she kind of hops off and skitters up, and you feel her run up your leg.
He's kind of tensing up a bit, like, please don't leave me.
You can tell her to stay if you want. Like,
no, like, but he's just like he's tensing up,
you...
just like, oh, okay.
He's trying to give you two a little bit because she knows you don't usually talk about certain things, and she's like, I know enough. I don't need to be here for this.
If Carbine's running up to us, I'm gonna lower my mace so she can grab that and run up on it.
She grabs onto it and she kind of climbs up it a bit, and you can lift her up from there. She's like, thanks.
I will.
Like, she kind of climbs up. I think they need a moment. I'm just going to stay up here with you guys if it's okay. And she's kind of sitting there perched on your shoulder, and she goes, besides that, the view up here is great. She's just enjoying it. She kind of curls around your neck a little bit, and you kind of feel
How's
her
the
warmth.
progress on my other form?
Speaking of, thank you for bringing that up. Where did it go? It rolled over here because I moved, and you fell on it. You bugger. Get back here. Okay, give me a second. Where did I put that little slip at? There it is. Okay, we'll address that here in a moment.
Right.
So, you guys are walking along. Gilgamesh and Liara, he's kind of looking at you. If it's too much, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked that. You were always
it's the short answer is that it's been 1 million solar cycles since you passed, and there's there's a lot of history there, to say the least.
Yeah, I know what you mean. In my world, it's been about the same amount of time. I really don't have anybody left there, though. It seems like, and she kind of gestures forward with her head. It seems like you found a good group, though. I didn't. Things
It was by pure happenstance, and ironically enough, we came together through a job that was secretly commissioned by Shockwave.
She kind of stops. Wait. You were working for Shockwave?
We didn't know it at the time, and when we did know it, we severed ties pretty quickly.
Oh, and you survived?
Not without help.
I was gonna say, the line you could have used was still a little too early to tell.
she's just kind of.
I'm putting you over. Shut up.
She's kind of. Was I, well, you never liked it when I said it in my world, but an assassin. But you were the kind one in my world. You were the gentle one who would. We'd do jobs together, but then I lost you and I didn't have anybody else because everybody else around me died.
Well, we do share a similar past, but we do diverge in a few areas.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Yes. Skyline was. Well, she was beautiful. She loved to race.
So did you. And
She.
mine. She
We
goes.
got.
It's like listening to a mirror story, but it's you and her universe. You're telling her about her and your universe, and she's
Yeah.
like, "This is
Yeah.
weird. What?" They're both comparing. You're both comparing notes, and it's like, "This is weird." She goes,
He wanted to be a racer on Velocitron, and after a few jobs that we did, we almost did make it there, but something happened along the way, and we got found out.
Same. We got found out too. They all died. And
It seems where you and I diverge in our stories is what happens after.
Well, when I got taken, I was at your memorial. I was standing there, and she kind of opens a compartment and she goes, "I've always carried you with me," and it's just this block. And she goes, "I don't know if it's similar to what happens to your bodies here, but this contains you from my universe." I grabbed a hold of it because I was trying to hold on while getting yanked through some kind of portal, whatever it was, and next thing you know it, I was being experimented on, changed, manipulated, told to come find you and kill you. But I escaped and ended up here, and I'm finding out that I'm dead here. And it's like I'm standing here talking to you, which is really bothering me a lot more than I thought it would because it's you I'm talking to. I know you're not my Gilgamesh, but you sound. And when you transformed, I thought it was you again. This is so weird. I don't know what to think of it. And you know, she's kind of more relaxing. She's starting to calm down around you. She's just opening up a bit more. Will I really be safe with all of you? Because I'm really tired of being alone. I mean, I've had Artemis. She's been great, but I miss
Where our
others.
paths really diverged is what really sets us apart. You joined an assassin guild, but you had no one. You were approached in a different manner. They didn't approach me. After many bitter years, and he's looking uncomfortable as he says this to her, but he's going to say it anyway. I looked to them as a manner of ending myself. I broke into their vaults. Very few people could say that you could even approach even coming that close, but I, with all the skills that I had acquired over those years, was able to get all the way to the vault. They managed to catch me, and in time, they considered to kill me, but one person stepped up and saw the potential that I had and offered me a choice to join them, train under them, and become a thief, or to see my true end. When granted a new lease on life, I reluctantly chose to take it. And over the years of thieving and stealing for the guild, and was quite good at for a while, I was spotted by another. I was trained to become an assassin later on. I've had good people in my life. Not all of them friends, but
She kind of, okay. Did you? So, I'm assuming if our paths are similar, you had a mentor, a trainer, or such. I'm assuming it would be something similar.
the one who took me in as an assassin.
Yes.
That's right.
Yeah. Mine, he took me in and did the same. It wasn't long after because I remember breaking in and doing a lot of the same things, but a couple of things are different with mine. But are we the opposites of each other or something? And she's really confused by this. She's intelligent, but she's confused because she's learning still that she is in another universe, and it's kind of still boggling her circuitry. Going, huh?
Well, considering what I've learned over the last few days with multidimensional shifting and what Shockwave has been experimenting with, frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if you are from a universe in which just the simple switch of the circumstances. We walked similar paths, but they're not exactly the same.
Yeah, but at least you have them. And she gestures with one of her tentacle arms. And I have Artemis. She sees something in me that others don't. Well,
Now, if I'm being candid, Vine's the same way. She sees the good in me and can look past the not so colorful history.
she kind of gets a little closer. Yeah, if we both share the same type of path, then I understand. We get back to the village. How did you guys get here? I'm assuming a ship.
Yeah, we do have a ship of our own.
I had one.
I'm assuming you had to get here as well, considering you've been bouncing between worlds.
Yeah, this was the last stop, considering the ship I was in was severely damaged, and I crashed here, got out, wandered around, found the villages that I would come and go to. I found, now that I know it was you guys who destroyed it, and I found Artemis in a case. I was able to charge her up with one of those generators at that village. Took a little while, but I was able to get her back to life. And then, surprise, I didn't know she was a minicon until she came out. That was another one.
We recovered 2 of the minicons from that laboratory. There were many others that were, well, let's just say they were beyond saving. Sparks that were manipulated and tortured, and all kinds of things were done to them.
You see her kind of point up with her tentacle. Yeah, Artemis was one of those as well. She said she didn't look like this before. Yeah.
So I have to ask, because my beast transformation only happened in the last few months, how long has it been for you?
Quite a while, actually. But
Did this happen before you came or after you came to this universe?
it actually happened after some incidents that came up. I noticed I started changing. By the time I got pulled through, Shockwave did some other experiments to me, but I kind of lost track of time until I got out.
So you would say it happened after you came through the portal?
Sort of. I remember touching some weird blue and yellow goo stuff in my world. And these creatures came out of nowhere, grabbed me, and I got away, but something really happened. I thought I was gonna die alone, and I didn't. I feel different, and I woke to. And you see her tentacle arms come around this. I don't even know how I became this.
This, for me, I came in contact with a substance as we were retrieving a piece of an artifact. It was in a dark derelict, but there were, well, spark eaters. And even something that weren't spark eaters, they were like
she kind of
zombified
slows.
Cybertronians.
You see her slow down. She looks over at you, and then she trots up a little faster. Wait, you encountered them? And she kind of looks down and thinking.
It was only the once, and I managed to get grabbed by one of these things. Their tendrils reached out and grabbed my leg.
Mine was my
I was
arm.
able to at least, I was able to shed him off easily enough, but
I believe Overlord still wants that leg.
shut the fuck up.
Maybe not. You never know.
And she does comparison, but she goes, "This thing grabbed my arm. It kind of hurt, but." And she keeps walking with you, and she goes, "So I got another question for you.
Hmm.
Is he a senator here, or what's he here? And
I'm sorry.
she's gesturing toward Overload. Well, see, when he transformed in bot form, I recognized him right away. A little different look, but it's still him. But he's a senator in my world.
I'm sorry. Me? Smart?
He's not a politician. Not even close.
So the other one then isn't the soldier, or is he a senator? Because he looks really fancy looking. And she's kind of leaning in, trying to talk to you. It's like, wait a minute.
So you recognize them both from your universe.
Yeah, they look different, but
Well,
so he's not a senator, and
how
he's not like the elite soldier.
how is it you know them from your universe? What's the story behind that?
Well, see, in my universe, we do have the guilds, but there's a governing body on Cybertron that was trying to, well, at least the Cybertron I used to know, restart it. And the guilds were more peaceful to a point, but there was some that were not. And when the ones joined together, they created a senate in a sense. And he's Senator Overload, and that one is Royal Guard Void.
I have to be right back. Let me go take a glance.
And
Royal Guard?
yes, he's more of a soldier, but he's an elite soldier, so he's kind of more like the Royal Guard in a sense, but he doesn't guard anybody. He actually goes and fights if need.
So more like special forces.
Yes. And so we tried to avoid making them mad because they could do a lot of damage. But they usually stayed out of guild business, and we stayed out of that stuff. And she kind of gestures like, we didn't get involved in the politics as much.
So does that mean instead of a black station in her dimension, I have a white station?
Well, she hasn't gotten onto that subject yet. And
No,
since
she
now
says like you're
you're the
like special forces for
I'm saying that
Cybertron.
out of character.
yeah, but in her mind, she's sitting there going, so he mentioned this station you guys call your home base?
It's a base of operations for the moment.
So he took one of Shockwave's labs?
That seems never mind.
That's one way of putting it. It's more like it was abandoned and we just annexed it.
I'm sorry, it was never fucking shockwaves.
See, I was waiting for him to say that one in. He's like, she's like, but if it wasn't Shockwaves, okay, I know this isn't my universe. I gotta really remember this stuff. This is weird. It's like I'm talking to myself. And
I admit
but at the same
this
time,
is a bit troubling to me too, Sky.
and she kind of looks at you sideways. I haven't heard
Uh,
that name in a long time.
He
It's
he
okay.
notices he just kind of called her that, and he feels a little awkward about it.
You feel her one tentacle kind of pat you on the shoulders. It's okay. It's actually nice to hear your voice say it. Makes me feel a little better. Just, I know you're not here. At least my version of you. It's okay. And she pats you a
I
few
can
times.
imagine we're both kind of feeling a little awkward about the situation, to say the least.
She looks over at you and she goes, well, I'm looking at a black version of me next to me, but it's you looking probably at a white version of you next to you. And she's kind of like, this is the strangest thing I've ever think encountered now?
He stops and looks at her and just says, "You were always the white color to me."
And you were always
And
the
he
black.
continues to walk.
And she, as you approach up, you were always the black for me. And she keeps walking with you. This is going to be unusual. I'm still not sure about all of you, but I don't know what it is, but I trust you. So far. And besides that, Void Striker, right?
Yes.
You're not a soldier here?
Depends on what point of time you're talking about.
Well, in my universe, you're more.
I've been a soldier for both the Autobots and the Decepticons, as well as a mercenary.
What's an Autobot? What's a Decepticon? She's kind of looking at all of you. Wait, what? What is that?
So does that mean your dimension never had the Civil War?
Civil what? War? What are you talking
I-
about?
Again,
Megatron and Optimus Prime nearly destroyed our civilization in a civil war.
Gilgamesh will kind of raise his hand up. We were born after the Great War. So if she was born at the same time in her universe, the Great War happened before she was born.
What great war are you talking about? We never had a great war.
I...
So this
You-
universe
you-
has had a great war. You have things called Autobots and Decepticons.
Our
If you'd
history is...
We'll have more time back on the station to explain the dimensional differences.
Yeah, our history as a species is seeming pretty divergent, apparently.
You still have a Unicron, right? And she kind of looks around at all of you, like eyebrow up. Like,
Now, I have a very important question. Is Unicron in your dimension referred to as the Planet Eater?
No. The Chaos Bringer.
So, same
So,
Unicron.
same.
Good.
So
Sounds about
same,
right.
but different.
Planet Eater? I guess
Yeah,
so.
Unicron ate like 17 planets during the Civil War.
Ours really, we try to avoid making him mad, so we just avoid him altogether if we can.
He was just hungry. You know,
Yeah, he was an unavoidable force of nature.
Yeah, he kind of doesn't bother us, so as long as we don't make him mad, we're fine. So that's weird. Ours never did
you guys
that.
have Primus, though, yeah?
Who?
There's
Right,
a
so that's
lot of
more dimensional differences we might have.
there's a lot of differences from what I've been hearing.
Is that supposed to be a creature or something? Or is that a place?
Final important question. Do you know what the 13 primes are?
13
I don't think they
primes?
do.
You have 13 guilds on your universe, do you not?
No, we have 7.
Perhaps
rest-
they only had 7 primes.
No.
The 13 guilds of Cybertron are all representative of each one of the primes.
We have
So
13 forgers. They each forged a different part of us in some way.
I have several questions that I'd like to sit down and answer, but that can wait until we're back on the station.
I am
we really
interested.
need to get back there quickly. We have much to discuss.
She goes, I can get us there faster. Can you guys keep up? And she kind of looks at you and like, you're not going to have a problem, but he might. And she's looking at Overload. Overload, can you keep
Senator?
up?
In this dimension, Overload was an elite Decepticon soldier.
And she just stops for a moment and she shakes her head and
You're
Well,
gonna.
I guess
Gilgamesh just kind of
and-
looks. You're gonna have to tell me more about this, Senator Overload. I
Well,
gotta
I-
hear
I
more
guess-
I am
stories.
very interested in this as well.
She's like, let's just get back to the cave. We're
Yeah.
gonna take a bit of a route if you guys can keep up. I'm not gonna go too
Yeah.
fast, but we're gonna go this way. And she goes off to the left. We don't want to go that way right now. And she goes, just move fast and keep with me. And she kind of goes silent, but you see her tentacles wave behind you, like, come, let's go now.
Carbine, hold on.
And
I'm just gonna like lean my head up like towards Void. I know I was somewhat good at talking, but I didn't know I could be a senator.
even
Perhaps you
Carbine's
can
like,
try it once you
Senator?
retire.
Carbine's still wrapped up around Void Striker's neck, and she's like,
oh, right,
Senator?
right. Yeah.
It's like, what? I'm so confused. So Carbine, for a moment in your head, Gilgamesh, is everything okay with you two then? Just kind of, she says, I don't know why I'm whispering. I don't need to whisper in this.
He's yes, then everything's fine.
Okay, just making sure.
We're just gonna have a lot to talk about when we get back.
So about that alt mode matrix.
So, Void Striker. Carbine's gonna hop down off of you, and she goes, I'm gonna jump back over to Gilgamesh. So Gilgamesh, as you kind of get up alongside of him, you feel her kind of land on you lightly, and she kind of wraps around onto you. And you hear the other two up above through the comms. It's like, you're all clear, keep going. And Void Striker, for a moment, you feel a little uneasy as you're riding on Overload. You kind of feel unbalanced. I need you to give me a... Oh, what was I thinking? I just had it in my head. Can you just do a strength check for me for a moment? I need to see if this is going to be even high enough for you to... I don't know.
Ooh, buddy.
You want it high, right?
You can try with a disadvantage.
What was that?
It still won't help you. Void Striker, you suddenly feel yourself become unbalanced on Overload, and you kind of fall off to the side and land into this brush area. It's like an open field. You're not in the tall grass. There's none of those creatures around. You're kind of laying there. You're looking at the sky, but you're seeing your optics shifting
Oh,
and
I didn't mean to
changing.
place that.
Did we
Yes,
hear
you did.
him fall?
You guys would hear him.
I mean,
fall.
I most definitely
Well,
did.
You would- he
I
would
hit
feel
the
it.
Well, yeah,
ground.
you
that
would know.
technically
I'm-
break my concentration,
Yeah.
wouldn't it? So my enlarge reduce would deactivate.
Yeah.
You would come back up and you'd be Overload. You feel him slip off of you and land. Gilgamesh and Liara, you guys stop in your tracks because you can hear it. And
Good there.
yeah, you guys are in talking distance. Liara's like, "Is he okay?" And
Something's wrong, and he's Gilgamesh is gonna rush over to him and kind of check on him, looking into his optics.
as you
Hey,
do,
you alright in there?
you see that thermal imaging kick on, and you can just see this hue of rainbow coloring off of Gilgamesh's face and everything.
He's like getting like up, like he's still in his beast form, so he's kind of like getting up close, just like checking on him, like, you okay? Can he see the change in his eyes?
Like, wouldn't Gilgamesh be able to see like micro shifts in my armor happening at this point?
Well, if he wants to make a perception check, he can.
I will
That he will
certainly
see-
do that
he
because
will see a lot of things.
Well, because I was looking more into like what are the micro changes to his eyes, but we can go like look at
Because
across his
Carbine's
whole
looking
form.
down with you, and she's like, look at what's happening."
He kind of steps back a little bit and observes the changes to his armor.
You see him laying there. You can see the fins and everything. You see stuff moving. It's almost like something is filling in certain spots, shifting. His hands,
It looks like he's phase shifting.
his fingers, his toes, everything's getting a little pointier, and you can see shifts of certain things. I need you all except for Void Striker, and this includes Liara, to make a perception check. Even without this, you're going to have something here.
23.
It would be an advantage with Aegis, so
Yeah,
that's an
actually,
8.
you hear even Liara, who rolled high as well. It's actually about what Gilgamesh almost got. He's about one lower than you, even. So, as you guys are looking, you all hear come out of a clearing on the other side. It's about 150 feet away from you. You see one large dino and two smaller ones. They don't look the same as you, Overload, but the big one's comparable in size to you. And you see them snarling, and you see the big one like giving off this voice sound. Let me see. What would I have for? I guess for language, would I have you roll from perception on it too, or would that be insight?
For language?
Yeah,
That would be like
I'm trying to remember.
that'd be more like a knowledge kind of
Knowledge.
a
Okay.
thing.
I wonder how.
That would be a wisdom check, wouldn't it?
Or wisdom? Would wisdom?
Yeah,
work?
yeah.
Just roll
Well,
wisdom.
because it'd fall under that category of a wisdom. So,
Overload.
okay.
Roll wisdom. I want to see.
Wisdom saving throw.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
Here's the thing.
Wisdom isn't my strong suit.
Hey, I'm a +2.
Mercer. My last one.
As you're sitting there, Overload, you can understand these because the others have pointed out, "Hey, we got company," and even Aegis is like, "Dude, behind you." And you can hear the words like flank and attack. That's all you get. Is two words out of what the big one is grunting and growling at the other two for. You guys see the other two kind of move to the sides more and around.
Back to back, everyone. As
Let's see.
So before we
Void's on the
begin,
floor, yeah.
I have to ask, how big is the boss man here
He's the same size as pretty much Overload in his dino forms.
in his dino form? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, is Void on the floor?
Yeah, he's laying on the ground right now.
Because I was gonna ask if I could like use my tail to like move him like towards like the others, so that way he's not.
Use your tail to swish him away.
Yeah.
Well,
Or more like
well,
swish him
like-
behind me.
Void Striker, do you want to be switched away?
He's not gonna. He doesn't have a choice.
I know.
He's laying on the ground like.
Oh god. Do it. Let's do. Just do. A
It's
strength
better
check.
than like him like getting hit like a hockey puck and getting smacked
Ugh.
away.
Strength check.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
do
like, you
strength,
just give him a
because-
swish.
You
14.
kind of
Yeah, give him a good swish.
push him further back toward the others.
Well, Wait, yeah, because I'm not like trying to like full on fucking fling him.
No,
just move him like
move a
like
bit.
behind me if anything.
Yeah. So you scoot him a little over, so he's not really too far. You guys still see he's shifting and changing. And with that, I need you guys to roll initiative.
So, before he does, I just want to do a thing because I do want to go into my bot form.
Mm-hmm.
I'm raising my sword and I'm pointing it straight at the big guy. And I'm just saying this one thing before we start. This was your one chance.
Which
You want me
blade?
to roll initiative too?
26.
Not yet. Not for you, Void Striker, not yet.
Alright.
Don't worry, you get a chance here. Damn. Overload, what's your
Yes, initiative,
initiative?
bro.
Nice. Okay, good. All right. Hang on, let me write these down real quick.
I'm gonna go hit him.
Well, shit. Well,
Hit
you're
him with the
definitely
hoodie
going to
stick.
be good first. Let's see, he's going. Jesus. Okay. Wow, okay. Oh, Jesus. Okay, okay, alright. And then you. Then I gotta roll for her. Oh,
I want to
okay.
cook the key, but it's too hot for a cook.
Alright, and then the mini cons I will leave to you guys on your turns. So, Dave, you have Carbine. Overload, you have Aegis. And Artemis is part of Liara. So, I'll deal with them.
Alrighty.
So, you do have the use of them. And right now, Aegis is flying up above and viewing this. So is Artemis. So, you got those guys also. So, Gilgamesh, your turn.
All right. So, how many enemies are we looking at here total?
You got 3 altogether. The 2 smaller ones are further away, so they're about 20 feet from the big guy on each side. They're trying to flank around.
Okay. So, what I'm hearing is they're too far away for me to reach them in one movement. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I was just wanting to understand. All right. I'm going.
Dave, you got this.
Oh,
I'm going after the big guy.
first things, Gilgamesh, what blade did you pull out?
I only have the one on me. I have my Energon Katana because the Dark Star Saber is recharging back at the station.
Right. And Liara has moved around to the other side of Overload, and she has already also transformed. She's pulled out her blade. It looks identical to yours, except for it's white and blue. So you guys,
Miracles, go!
yeah, you're literally mirroring each other, and she's standing there like, good line. I gotta remember that one. She's kind of like just standing there ready to fight too. So, what do you want to do, Gilgamesh? I just want to set the scene.
Since well, put some music on, bro.
Oh, sorry, I forgot my battle music. No, you get to listen to this. No, oops.
No, let's really set the stage for this one. Because he's gonna go straight for the big guy.
Wait,
And
there we go. This one.
we're gonna see, because he's so big, ain't no way this ain't gonna hit him. 15.
It misses him. No. For the big guy, it actually will miss him unless you. Yeah, it's still gonna miss him. With your standard number. Ow! Will you stop picking on it? Sorry, I'm getting picked on. Ow! Ow! Dang it! Stop it! Bad timing. Go away.
No.
Yeah,
Alright, well, that's fine, because I do have one more, so I'm gonna swing at him again. Son of a bitch. Would Carbine have a full turn of her own, or is she, like, melded into my turn?
No, she's got her own turn, which is part of yours. That's why I'm leaving it to you guys. So. I don't want to just separate them out. Not yet.
Yeah, so let me just kind of peek real quick, because I don't think she's got too much that she could do outside of just attacking herself.
Big metal.
That's all
dragon.
defensive stuff.
Okay.
Fuck. Yeah, I guess, she's just going to, like, attack off from my shoulder.
Yeah, she can do that.
Yep, she's just gonna swing in with her steel claws.
She's got a nasty claw. That will hit him.
17 for 15 slashing.
Yep, that will hit him.
So would she also have 2 attacks then?
Yes, she does.
Being at her level? Okay. So yeah, she'll just...
He does have 2 attacks too.
Okay, so yeah. 16?
That one will actually just miss.
Okay, so 17 ties it.
Well,
Yeah,
always
big guy's
18.
got-
Alright, yep, there you go, gentlemen. Now you know the AC of the big guy. That's gonna be it for my turn, I believe, because,
He has
well...
one less AC than me.
I don't think I have any... No, I don't have any bonus action stuff, so yep, that's it for me.
Wait.
Alright, hang on. Let me... Where did my dice go to here? There it is. I need this one.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. The big guy sees Overload, and he's going to go for a hit on him. What are you doing? Roll the dice.
Thanos is rolling the dice.
Oh god, Thanos is rolling the dice. Well,
Oh no, guys, we're gonna lose.
what you do? You trying to break my dice? Pick it up. Put it in the thing where it's supposed to roll. God, will you stop? A 15 I know will not hit you.
Wait.
Okay, he's got another attack. He's going to try and bite again. $17, that's not going to hit you, is it?
Wait.
It wouldn't even hit me, and I know he has more AC than
He's
me.
going to take a tail swipe at you now. Okay, a 23 has got to hit you, right?
It would.
Oh no.
But defensive duelist.
What's the... Okay, we only finished one.
It uses my proficiency to add to my AC, in
So-
which 20, well, 21 plus 4.
Jesus.
So
Okay, so it misses you.
Cheers!
Gee.
It's called strategic planning.
So the big guy misses. Oh god. Oh, that was funny. Oh, that was it. Just she was rolling for that. So. All right. So Liara actually has identical attacks to you, Gilgamesh, because she's a mirror version of you. So, what kind of attacks? I have to look at your sheet so I can see this. So, which blade were you using again? I forgot what it's called.
it's just the Energon Katana.
Okay, perfect. That's all I needed. So, I mean, I can have some fun with this. I'll use your sheet to roll. You guys get to see her rolls because it's like, hey, let's have some fun with this. But I'm going to roll her attack from here because she's going after, and that's what I'm rolling for, is she's going after the left one on the other side, the smaller one. And his AC is lower. She misses on her first attack. But she's going to take a swipe of her own. You can see me roll it.
Mm-hmm.
Ouch. So, her... let's see. Damage...
Wait, a 13 hit on the little guy?
Actually, I hit the wrong thing. That's why I was like, whoops. Actually, his is... it's lower than the big guys, but not by much.
Well, yeah, I know
Yeah.
it'd be lower, but
No,
like...
I rolled the attack here on my dice. This is for damage, really. Because she hit him and then second one's gonna miss on him.
Well, if you just want the damage, it's just 1d10 plus 5.
Yeah, I know, but it's so much fun rolling yours. So that
Fair
does-
enough.
Yeah, yours is easier to do for the attack or damage. I gotta remember to hit the damage, not the attack. So it was my bad. And so
Well, the damage, like, it comes in a link, like,
Yeah.
with the roll, so
Yeah.
it's part of it.
yeah, I just clicked on damage after that, so it made it easier.
Yeah.
Well, he has 21 of damage so far on him. Got a nice little scratch going on him. So that's the left one. The right one is still full health. Big guy, still full health. Overload, it's your turn.
Wait, the big guy can't be full health.
Oh no, he's not. I'm sorry. 15 down. All right, I'm reading two different numbers on my little sheet here. I'm like, oh,
So,
wrong number.
Okay, so I have a question.
Depends on the answer.
With my rage, is like, if I was to rage, would that activate as a bestial rage or just normal rage?
You're in your beast form, so it'd be more of a beast-like rage for you.
Well, that's why I'm separating the two, because with bestial rage I actually lose control, while with rage I don't. Like, I'm still in control.
Well, right
That's
now
why I'm
you
that's why I'm
have
separating the two.
Okay, if you want to make it regular rage, because you technically have control over yourself now. So you
Well,
wouldn't-
because another reason I say it is because I actually can do good benefits if I rage right now.
Well, it's like
Yeah,
the difference
go
between, like,
ahead.
rage and frenzy, basically. Like, the
Yeah.
beast could be, like, frenzy mode, and, like, you know, rage is rage.
So which one do you want to do, rage or?
Just rage, because
Just do rage,
I
yeah.
would like. All right, then
Yeah, do that. I'm fine with it because it's
then I would
technically
like
you're in control of yourself.
to
So
rage.
holy crap!
Yeah, because frenzy, like, you're losing control and you're still in rage, like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I think
Oh.
that's even what's called in Baldur's Gate, if I remember right. Like frenzy.
There is frenzy strike, which is part of the berserk subclass.
Or am I thinking of, like, reckless rage, or like it's something,
Reckless attack.
Yeah, well, something like. Well, no, it was something like. It was rage, but like you lose control.
Frenzy.
I need to.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like,
Which is its own subclass.
yeah.
Yeah, I will do that. And, because I'm actually confident, I'm on a reckless attack. And I will go ahead and go for a bite towards the big guy.
Okay.
So, 29.
Oh, that doesn't hit him. I'm screwing with you. It's
Fuck you.
And I'm just over here looking like, there ain't no way this is going to hit him.
So that's 21 and 17 slashing. And where was it? Ancestral Protector. So that guy now can no longer attack anyone else, because if he does, disadvantage.
So if he attacks anybody else, oh, okay.
Oh,
He can only
wonderful,
attack.
'cause-
He can only
'cause
attack
guess-
me.
Yep, and who was attacking him first?
Because if he attacks someone else, it is at disadvantage, and if he does still hit,
Okay.
the victim gets resistance towards that damage.
Okay.
Yay.
And that effect only ends if I end my rage.
All right.
Well, so guess who I'm targeting for the next few rounds?
Okay. So, do you got anything else you can do, Overload? Or are you done?
That's me done because I used my bonus action to rage.
All right. So the right dino is going to go next, and oh, he misses Gilgamesh. Oh, he misses
That's
again.
okay.
Oh, sorry, Gilgamesh. That was a nat 20. Holy crap.
Okay.
All right.
What's the damage?
30. He rolled high on that. Holy crap, did he roll high on that bite?
Ouch.
He took a nip
that's-
at you.
More than a nip.
damage.
That's a chunk. You said 30, right?
Yep.
Okay.
It's a nat 20. Sorry. That was his last bite on you anyway.
Damn,
So,
bro.
yeah. These guys aren't nice.
Ow!
So, The
Pretty
other
sure
dino.
I'm leaking a little bit.
The other dino is going to go after. Oh, it's going to go after her. Okay, Liara's turn. Misses her on that one.
Is she also going to take 30 damage to be a mirror?
Only if it's 20. That's going to miss. She's a little rusty. She missed all of her swings at it. So we go back to the top of the list. Gilgamesh, it's up to you now.
So, big guy moved towards Overload, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah. He looks at him as a tasty treat.
Flank him.
Okay, so because he put distance between us, great.
Yep.
Carbine's gonna turn into her sniper rifle form.
Oh, crap. Okay.
Big damage time, let's go.
Oh, crap. I forgot about Artemis. Oh, well, that's all right.
I'm curious to see what she's gonna do. But 19.
I can slip her in a spot here in a moment if need, but I think it'll be okay.
So 19 for 30.
Ooh. Oh.
And then 19 again for 23.
Aren't you glad Carbine doesn't need to reload anymore?
That's right. Let me see here. Oh, God, you're making me do math.
I'm sure she's very happy about herself.
Oh.
Never having to run out of the energy.
And remember,
Big,
if she misses, she gets the bullet back.
The big guy is taking a lot of damage, but he's still up. He's not happy. He's still looking at Overload as a tasty treat.
You know what else is great about that upgrade I put onto Carbine for you? Technically, that isn't ballistic damage, like physical damage anymore. It's technically magical.
I mean, it was already an energon shot to begin with, so it just kind of fits into the profile.
All right. At this moment, you guys can kind of hear commotion behind you. And Void Striker, you're kind of coming to. Your optics and your look is a little different. You can sit up and you feel different. You notice your hands are sharper, your feet, your toes are sharper. You're kind of feeling a little stronger than normal. And you notice some things on your back are a little different as well. There's a few structure changes on your body. You still have your treads, you still have some other stuff that are distinctly to the siege tank, but there's a little different, you're a little toothier in spots. And even the three dinos are kind of looking like, huh? And they see you kind of back there moving around. But we're going to get to you in a moment as everybody kind of turns back to the battle. And it's the big guy's turn. And let's see who he wants to bite. He's going after... Well, surprisingly, the dice tell me to roll and it goes after him. What in the world? Overload? He takes a bite at you and he misses. He takes a bite at you and he stinks at it. He takes a bite at you and... That is a night.
I will mention he does have advantage since I did use reckless attack.
So you
Oh,
can
it's-
re-roll 2 of those.
Yeah, I've been sitting here. Okay, actually, let me reroll that one. It still doesn't matter. Oh my god, that's so low. But the last one, he does take a tail swipe at you for 24. Would he be able to still hit you with that?
He would. What?
Oh, okay. He misses you then, and he swipes right past you. You just get a nice breeze. Jeez.
I'm glad.
So,
I'm glad I'm able to pick this fucking feat.
all right. Liara sees how close this big guy is to you, and she's gonna take a swipe at him with the sword. And she's definitely going to hit him. And she's going to hit for at least 7. Oh, where'd my paper go? Keeps track of my numbers. Oh. And then she's going to try and attack again. Oh, sweet. She hits him again. 10. And she's going to... That one does not hit, so she misses with that one. And then... Let's see. What do I want Artemis to hit with? Oh, she's going after the big guy, too. Okay. Artemis comes down at a speed. She kind of dive bombs. And she looks like a white dart, almost. She's not that big considering how big Overload is to her. And, like, Void Striker is to her. They're big. So she's this tiny little thing, but she starts spiraling as she comes down. Oh my god, she actually hits him with it.
Whoa, kinetic energy, let's go.
She does a spiral wing attack where her wings pop, kind of like shoot outward as she's spinning really fast, and slices down his side. God, she's doing a lot more damage. 24. Holy crap. And she comes back up, and she's got another attack. That one attacks, but this time she's just going to use her talons on this one. And she is going to do... Okay. She does 20 damage. Okay, she's increasing the numbers. Oh my god. Holy crap. Okay. This guy's looking pretty haggard. Everybody's going after the big guy. So... Overload, it's your turn!
Well, I think that's gonna die before I get to join.
I'm sorry.
you know what?
Maybe I should have just stuck with the sword for a little
know what?
while. I'm sorry.
You know what? Reckless attack, not 20. So that's gonna be a 36.
Damn, son.
31 for 26.
Give me a second here, I gotta do math, assholes. Damn,
I'm hoping he barely hangs in there because I want to do something when I finally join combat.
wait a minute.
You want to do something?
Number, okay, no, yep. Okay. Okay, he's looking in bad shape, but he's still alive.
Oh, he's still alive.
Mhm.
Is he?
Oh yeah, he's still alive.
Are you sure about that?
I don't know, I'm waiting for him to
Hmm.
pop something else up.
Divine Smite.
Okay, hang on. Let me see what. Yeah, he's still standing, but he's looking in really, really, really bad.
Oh, he's still standing?
Uh-huh.
Divine Smite.
How many of those can you do in a round?
Oh my god.
Well, it's an add-on. So I can do it for
Oh.
every attack I do.
He's still up. You knocked one of his
He's
teeth out
still
during
up?
this. Yeah, he's missing a couple teeth, but he
What a
knocked out
laugh
one
at me
of.
sitting at like 2 HP.
Man, that's crazy.
Imagine losing a tooth to
He's
light.
still- Yeah.
Anywho, I can
Mhm.
still use a bonus action to attack, yeah?
At least let
If you
me
have-
do something.
Nah, I'm gonna ruin your fun.
He gets no fight time. Well, do
No fight
something.
Well, that's why I'm asking. Am I able to attack as a bonus action? Because with the vengeful axe thing, because we don't have like an attack for the bites for my dino form.
Isn't
Oh,
that
shit,
a
we
feature of raging anyway that you can use your bonus action as an attack?
See if I can wash the cat's ass.
Am I?
Oh. Sorry.
I might be misremembering
Oh, sorry,
it, but
what?
I thought.
I know I can't cast spells, but divine smite doesn't count
Oh.
as a spell.
Yeah, I forgot. We need to work on your sheet for some of your dino stuff. Dang it. Just do it for a bite. There we go.
Oh, so I can attack again. Cool.
Yeah, just do it. It's okay.
And now we're at 20.
Hang on. I gotta do math. God damn it.
Well, I just want you to know I had no
28,
part in any
30.
of this
So that's 30
bullshit, so I just ask
shut up.
you
I gotta do
to
math.
please don't ruin anything for me on account of this. This is not my fault.
He's looking in really bad shape, but he's still alive.
Man, that's crazy.
You're gonna do it again.
Uh,
Sounds like I need to kill a dryad in my campaign. That's what it sounds like.
The thing is, I don't know if I want to use another spell slot.
remember, you still got 2 others. If you're realizing how much HP these guys actually have, you might want to hold on to it just in case.
I'll be smart. I'll hold.
Okay, as you're holding, right? You're not doing anything
Yeah.
else. Okay.
I'm not. I can't. I'm not gonna do anything else.
Void Striker, you're able to get up, and you can see what's happening. You see behind. You're kind of off behind. You're not directly behind Overload, but you're kind of behind Overload and Gilgamesh in that direction. But you can see this massive dino that's about the same size as him in pretty bad shape, and you also see these other 2 trying to flank around. What would you like to do? Come on, Void Striker, what do you want to do?
Alright, so, well, for starters, I'm aware the alt form is complete now, yeah?
Uh-huh. So you
Alright, I'm
can...
just gonna look at the bed guy and just simply, with a free action, go,
What time?
You thought you were on top of the food chain, didn't you? As I'm just gonna transform into my new alt mode.
What does this alt mode look like again? Let's
Big
see.
fuck off dragon.
Yeah. Big wings. You're comparable in size and teeth and claws. You guys all see this massive thing behind you. Wings come out. Void Striker, you get to attack right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna obviously move into a attack distance and
Yeah, you're not too far away, so
so now when I transform, does my mace technically become my tail?
yes. All your stuff will become in some way a part of you in some form.
Cool. I'm hit with my mace.
Ouch.
I don't hit that one. Sadly. I rolled a fucking
Fine.
2 because it was 12.
You're getting used to your new
Man,
form.
imagine nearly getting a nat 1.
Ain't that done?
I don't think that hits. I'm screwed. No, it does hit. It does hit. And you hurt him bad.
There you
Oh
go.
my god. Give me a second. Hang on. Do math.
It doesn't do the slashing damage at the moment, remember?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I know. You got a mace tail. So
Now I have a
bludgeoning.
question.
I'm just doing math for this. Hang on. Give me a second. Okay, what's the
I
question?
do have the question. Now, technically, the mace, while it's in mace form, it is a one-handed weapon, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you see, my railgun arms, because they are technically a one-handed firearm, would they be classed as a sidearm?
Not really, considering that they're attached to you in a certain way.
Because the reason I was asking was because of that. With a one-handed action, as a bonus action, I can attack with a sidearm.
Well, let's see. In your dragon form, would you even be able to use them? That's another question. I don't know where they're positioned at on your body for this.
That'd be more or less where you could fit them, because I could go anywhere onto the forearms of my front arms.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, if they become your forearms, yeah, I guess in this form it would be a sidearm then, not like your bot form where they're more shoulder mounted and stuff.
Okay, then using firearm expertise, point blank range with a nat 20.
Don't even roll damage. Jesus Christ! If you roll the damage, just screw it. Let's see what the damage is.
He's already dead.
Just
Did I
finish
just
him.
blow a hole through his chest about John?
Describe how you're finishing him. I'm not even going to do anything. Just
Well,
sit back.
first I'm obviously disorienting him with my tail strike to the face, and
Yeah.
then
Mhm.
gonna finish the spin, put my palm basically on the side of his torso, and just fire.
Ripping a gaping hole through his side. And he collapses to the ground. And all you see is Energon burst out. And circuitry and parts. And this, what's left of a huge ass dinosaur thing left over.
So that's my turn.
Holy fuck. Okay, now I gotta incorporate for you now.
Thank you for not killing it, Mercer.
Mm-hmm.
He tried anyway.
I'm all aware.
It would have been funny.
So technically I had that set out for you to revive at a certain point because your transformation completed right at that moment as we were coming back. So I was like, oh shit, I gotta make sure to get you in for that. So okay. The left dino that is closest to Gilgamesh looks at him as a tasty treat. No, actually. Yeah, that's actually. No, wait a minute. Who's swinging it? 1, 2. Shit. Now I got 4 of you and you're screwing me up here.
Choose your target well.
Oh. Yeah. Wait. How did I do that? Oh, yeah. So it's looking at you, Gilgamesh, right now. He's going to try and take a
Okay.
bite. Oh, he misses. First one. I can tell you that. Oops. Oh, lost my dice. Get back here.
He's dropping the dice, boys. Quick, beat him up while he can't roll to defend.
Does a
Knee to the
seven-
face.
Does a 17 hit you? I don't.
It would, but shield.
Okay, then you're good. And then, damn it! Oh, that one definitely missed. All chomps miss. You just lean out of the way. Liara's like, nice move. Like, yeah, this is cool. Nice. All right, so the other dino on the other side is going to go after who? He dead. You can't go after him. Stop rolling on that one. He's dead. Okay.
Apparently, he wants to eat the corpse of the big guy.
Almost, I think so. He's going after her. That does hit her for... Ouch. 18 damage on her. He kind of winces at it. And who's next? That just misses her. And
Turn this mace into a magical weapon as well, by the way.
that one will hit her. And that's a tail swipe for 23 damage. Ouch. She's got 41 damage on her. Ouch. That puts her down. She's looking a little haggard now, but not completely down. So Artemis is up in the sky. She's going to try and take an attack on... Same one that attacked her. Because I forgot to roll for Artemis. Or no, I didn't. Yeah, I did. Oh, it doesn't matter. The Doris rolls suck. Gilgamesh, you're up. Who do you want to
Okie
beat the crap out of?
dokie. Who was the unfortunate soul who took a shot at me?
That was the one closest to you, which is the one on the left.
The guy who's
Nibbling on your toes.
See, in my head, I am behind them, and you guys are in front of me, and I have to flip screens in my head when I do this. So he's closest to you. He's actually the one that's. I don't think he's even been hit yet.
Okay.
Because I don't have numbers.
First of all, I'm going to activate Mage Armor.
Okay.
So,
nice.
just to go ahead and get that out of the way. And then... 22
That will hit him.
for 24 damage.
Right. Ouch. You take a chunk out of him. Wait, you so mean to my bots. What did they do to you? All right, you got another shot in there, or what do you have?
No, that was 2 actions. So
was
that,
Oh.
Yep, because Mage Armor is 1 action.
Okay. Big guy is dead. It's Liara's turn. I'm just gonna have her attack the one that is closest to her, which is the one on the right for you guys, or her right, or my right. Blah blah blah, blah 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 blah. There we go. Oh, she's gonna smack the shit out of him for that. Or, ouch. Is that right? I'm gonna use yours because I can't do it with this. Because that dice is not rolling the way I want it to, so I'm gonna use yours. Yep, okay. Oh, that's the same damn number. Oh, you bastard. So, okay. She does that one. Damn thing. Come on. Oh, hell yeah. This number is going to be double because she rolled a nat 20. She does a nice little flourish to her move there.
So close.
Cat. That's what she's referring to. So that makes this guy knock down a little more. 39. Okay. So he's looking a little scratched up. She's got one last attack on him, and then our last attack will miss, though. Dang it. So Artemis is going to help her. See what does she hit? Her talent attack misses the first time. Oh hell yeah. And she goes in for another talent attack, but she rolled a nat 20 on that one. I'm like, they're getting nat 20s. Holy crap. I need to figure out this number real quick. There it is. Holy crap. Okay, this dude is looking pretty messed up. Oh, wow. Okay. The dino in front of her is looking pretty messed up. You can see she's kind of... You can see some energon dripping off of her a little bit where she was bit. But Liara is still up, and Artemis is kind of flown back up. And you can hear Liara kind of yell out, "No, I'm fine, Artemis. I'll be all right." You don't realize that Artemis wasn't saying that out loud to her, like to ask her if she's okay. She's yelling at her out loud. Liara's yelling back at Artemis, and you guys hear that verbally from Liara as she kind of stumbles a little bit. So it is now... Oh god, do I have to let him go? He's just gonna decimate him. Overload, it's your turn.
Kill him.
Okay.
Kill them all.
Who's looking bad?
The one closer to Liara.
Well,
I
I mean,
was gonna
I mean, I mean more friendly.
I was gonna spend all my actions to heal her up.
Well, that's why I'm
Give it-
going over to protect her since
Yeah.
she took damage. Well, a hefty amount of damage, I should say.
Dave's fine. She needs help.
Dave's fine. You're fine over there. We gotta make sure.
Wait, to my knowledge. Oh yeah,
I
Dave.
think I might have the lowest HP total right now, if I'm being honest.
She is comparable to your HP though, but she is not a.
Yeah, but I took a bigger chunk of damage, I thought.
Yeah, I was
Which
like,
is-
what is yours at right now anyway?
I'm at... I mean, do you want me to reveal it?
No, you don't have to. Never mind. I
Okay.
can see screen.
And
Because
on a
I
scale
wanna-
of 1 to 10, how badly do I need to touch your boo-boos?
If I take another hit like the last one I did, you're probably gonna want to help me out.
Because I have a 15-foot reach. Yeah.
Because
alright.
I'll
Yeah,
tell you
you
what,
guys
30
were within-
HP is a sizable chunk
Yeah.
of HP. I tell you what.
Yeah,
Because,
she's just beneath it, but
You
she's
get
still
Dave.
hurt.
Well, no,
Sorry.
I do have an idea.
I'll go
which
get
is
Dave, you get her, yeah?
what I
Well,
was going
you're
to
up.
do is
You're
I have a
within that
50-foot
50.
range.
Yeah,
How far away is Dave?
you guys are within your 15-foot bubble. Liara and Dave, Gilgamesh, I gotta say the character. You guys are right at the edge of each side of that. So if you're standing in between the both of them, you've got them both in that circumference.
Cool. Warding Bond Dave. So that way he gets a +1 to AC, and any damage he takes, it'll be half, and I'll be also taking that damage.
Okay.
Good, so my AC is 19 now. Yay.
And then I'm gonna
Oh.
go over. I'm gonna go over to Liara, and I'm gonna fucking chomp a bitch. For a nat 20.
Fucking hell. Hey, you're making me do math again. I hate you, Mercer. We do freaking math all over the place.
I'll give you. I'll give
You're
you a
also gonna
help.
do a smite?
28. No, not right now at least, because at
Yeah, but
least
he's
with
also
this
got
guy.
to double that 28, so...
Yeah, say shut up.
Well, no, that's the whole thing with the
Uh-huh.
adding. Isn't it?
Uh,
It was a crit.
yeah, you critted, so you doubled.
Oh, then if it's just doubling,
The
then
plus
I guess
7 is your
That's-
damage
that's-
on top of that, so your total is 28, and then because you crit, you double it.
Oh my god.
because I was gonna use my ancestral protector on that guy, so that way he's forced to attack me, since the target that was had it. Because the other guy is dead, so I can use it on him now.
Okay, this guy is still up, but he looks messed up. You swear his jaw's kind of
Perhaps he
hanging
should
on a
do an
hinge.
intelligence save to see whether or not, he should do the gift that's in the Transformers chat.
Run like hell.
I
run like hell.
guess another question is, how many enemies are here?
Just 2 left?
Just the two left.
Oh, is it just 2?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Dissipate.
He did.
Finish him.
Well, he's just gonna dissipate into
Yeah.
fucking dust.
You're just gonna hit him with this, and
It's more of that.
Is he just
chomp
gonna look
into
at
him.
his friend and just go, Frank, I
I
don't feel so good.
Yeah,
And then
exactly
Spider-Man.
what I was. Oh,
Because what finishing off is the radiant damage, so he's fucking dust.
so you hear this as he looks over at his buddy, and Overload. You don't even have to roll for this. You understood that clear. I don't feel so good.
And then I can still do my bonus action, and I should still have some movement left. So can I go ahead and attack that other guy?
If you gotta move, you're close enough still to help Dave out with stuff. Or Gilgamesh, excuse me. I gotta remember. Oh, Jesus Christ!
Another crit. 29
Gosh.
damage double.
See, you were
31
rolling
double.
so bad in the beginning, and
Yeah,
now
it's-
it's,
oh, it's
it's
rolls.
absolutely redeeming for you right now.
It's
Okay.
31 doubled,
Yeah,
62 damage.
he's looking.
and he has
crap, but it's-
disadvantage.
He's still up, but he's looking like crap.
Man, that's a shame.
Smite.
Aw, fuck.
He's like, ow, my eye. He's still
No,
up.
That's the enemy.
Damn it. Okay.
Ah.
So Gilgamesh, wait, he's gonna try and
It's my
take a
turn,
bite
isn't it?
on somebody. Hang on.
It better be me.
Yeah, that's the funny part is he's gonna try and go after the winged one.
Wait, does that mean he's moving out of range?
Yes.
Guess what?
Attack of opportunity from both Dave
Opportunity,
and Professor.
opportunity attack, which will hit for 17. Well, 19, and
I get
and
opportunity attack as well.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fucking cut him off.
Oh my god, between all of you. As this dino moves, this is the one thing I am going to allow you guys to do once in a while. Because he's moving towards you, Void Striker. Overload, you take your hits on him. He's going down. You take Carbine and you snipe this bastard. And he's still coming at you, Void Striker. Is there something you want to do to him? You all three are finishing him off at this point. It's a group attack.
Vicious mockery. I'm just gonna look down at him and just go, pathetic.
He ain't gonna make it. And he just drops to the ground and falls over.
So the way I see it is that I
Unless you-
tail swipe him. Gilgamesh shoots him mid-air, and then
Yeah,
as he
that's beautiful.
sees Void Striker, he just sees him mouth the words "pathetic" as he just dissipates
See-
out of displeasure. Just ah.
But by the way, we're out of combat now, yeah?
Uh-huh.
Or a vitality. Time to heal everybody up. Let's go.
You see Aegis and Artemis come down. Artemis transforms real quick in front of Liara, and she's like, "Are you okay? Are you?" And Liara's like, "I'm okay. It's just a small wound. I'm fine." She kind of gets really standoffish and like, "Back away. I don't." And she feels the healing from your energy, and she's like, "Oh, thank you."
I think
Carbine
that's
will
better
go
than
back into her displacer form, hopping on my shoulder, and I should kind of hold aside a little bit. Just that kind of hurt.
Yeah, I got something in my mouth.
Get that out of your mouth. Aegis is looking at you. Get that out of your mouth right
I'm
now.
dying.
That you don't know where that's been. He's like chastising you. But you see, Aegis kind of turns to you, Void Striker, because I'm assuming you're still in your dragon form.
Yeah.
And he kind of walks over and he's looking up at you. Impressive. Very impressive. Looks good on
When
you.
the hell did you get bit by that?
He scanned it.
Is that it?
Hmm. When you guys were back in the
Yeah, I
caves,
found
he
its
was.
skeletal remains in the
Yeah.
back of a cave.
It
Yeah.
took him longer to
You can just do
change
that?
it. He can't. You can scan, but in some cases, like you guys, were forced to change into it because of the stuff most of the time. Is he can change out of that at any time. Like he could lose the blueprint in a sense.
See, you guys became triple changes because you were forced to. This is part of my triple changing thing to
Yeah.
begin with.
So, and Liara's like, I didn't know you could do that. Like, are you like what we got forced through? And she's really questioning it. Artemis is kind of looking, yeah, this is different.
No.
No, he's a unique case.
I mean, I'm gonna lift up one of my arms. If you notice, I still have the treads from the tank.
Interesting. And they're just kind of looking at you for a moment. And it's like, yeah, you're about as big as Overload, and you got these wings on now, and it's like you got two titans standing out there. and they're watching, and it's like, okay. Liara's like, why don't we get back to the cave? You might not want to be in that because they haven't seen you in that, and they might attack you.
I'll return to bot mode when we get closer to the cave.
Good idea. We still have to get over a chasm through here, but it's a lot safer chasm. How many people can you carry? She's looking at you.
I'm just gonna look at Overload, look at her. I could probably carry two of him.
Oh, think you can give us a ride? Be safer than being on the ground.
Probably. To make it easy to carry everybody, I can even shrink Overload's size.
You can make him smaller, and she's just looking at you. Even Artemis is like, what? Aegis
Not
and
sure how he is in your universe, but this one here is full of surprises.
I can even change how I look at will.
Oh. Well, I guess if you can do that to the senator, I mean, sorry, Overload. I know you're not a senator here. It's gonna get weird. And you're
Overload, are you fine with me reducing your size?
I have a lot of questions.
Oh, this is gonna be
about-
the first time.
and she's like,
Then
oh,
I'll introduce.
she walks up to you, Void Striker, and she goes, "Thanks for the healing." And she kind of rubs on her side where she was bit, and you can see it's healing up pretty fast. And she goes, "Thanks for that."
This
usually-
aura will continue for at least a minute.
Oh, that's good. Usually Artemis has to try and do it, and her small size, she can only heal so fast. I'd be down for a while, and it would take me a bit to heal.
I'm gonna like put one of my wings down like a ramp so people can help on my back if they want to.
She doesn't transform into displacer form, but she walks up your wing and kind of signals to Artemis, who transforms and flies up to her shoulder, and she kind of blends with Liara, so with that white on white, so it's kind of like looks like a part of her. She kind of gets up onto your.
with Gilgamesh and Carbine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Gilgamesh will also hop up there with Carbine, and he'll also go back into beast form. But he'll be kind of limping a little bit as he did take a fair amount of damage there.
As,
Or vitality will be affecting you as well.
Yeah,
yep.
but it'll be
But
healing
you-
me along the way.
yeah.
So
You see Liara reaches her hand out and she puts it out to you, Gilgamesh, like to help you up. And she's like, "Come on, let's get going."
he,
Now, Evelyn, do
he
you wanna
takes her
ride the
hand
back?
and
Or do you want me
gets
to
back
carry
up
you?
there.
We gotta make Overload a seat though, a little booster seat thing that you can hold on to as a dino.
Well, he's about the
I-
same size as Gilgamesh now, so
Yeah, I know, but it'd be funny.
I will
He needs to-
murder you.
So a seat pops up, and there's a little seat with a handlebar that you can hold on to. I'm kidding.
I will shift my armor around so scale like some of our back spikes will look like handles for people to grab onto, so they won't fall off.
Yeah, it's like chink 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 chink. And you can take flight and head back to the cave.
All right, let's do this.
So as you launch into the air, your wings and your guys are up in the air. Aegis and Artemis are like, woohoo! As you hear Carbine on you, Gilgamesh. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! You can feel her tightening around on you, like holding on for dear life.
He winces a little bit, feeling her claws digging in deep to hold on for dear life.
You guys get above, and it's like when you're in the Phoenix, you can see the planet, but it's there's nothing in your way to see the entire thing in a panoramic view. You can see a volcano way out in the distance. You can see the desert lands further out. You see what looks like large bodies of water here and there. You can see off in the distance that it's got to be an ocean or something because it's a huge body of water. But you can see where everything is at. You can see the path you guys had taken before, and you're up high enough, and you hear kind of Liara come over the comms. It is beautiful up here. When I came here, it was my best option. It's very nice to see it like this. It's beautiful,
It,
but
it's a shame you couldn't see it where the temples were still standing.
Well, it's a remote world, far enough away from Cybertron and all of its air traffic and space travel traffic, so makes sense.
we didn't have a planet like this. Ours,
You probably did. It's just always been left to itself.
um, we didn't have a lot explored in certain areas, so maybe I don't know. This is
There was a lot of exploration done even before the guilds were formed. Autobots and the Decepticons traveled the universe. They
If you
visited
like, I
other
can tell you.
galaxies.
If you like, I can tell you how the Beast Formers originally arrived here in this dimension. Well, the legend of it. Whether it's true or not is anyone's guess.
oh, beast formers, beast
It
formers.
is what. It's a
Hmm.
common form of identification for those that can turn into animals, beasts, predators. There are more specific identifications such as Dinobots, Terracons, and
Hmm.
many others.
We called
You could
them.
say we fall under that particular bracket of.
Oh, I kind of heard that word a lot when I was, well, being experimented on, but we were called what we called them was organicons. They were organic machine. Kind of weird, but most of them were not too bad except for like that down there. And she gestures back at the carcasses that you notice some small creatures are starting to feed on what's left of them.
See, Overlord would be under the classification of a Dinobot, while I would be under the classification of a Predacon.
Oh, Predacon? What's a Predacon?
It refers to ancient predators, such as the form I'm currently in.
Oh, uh, we just called them the ancient species. We didn't really have a name for them. Although we didn't have too many things that look like you. And she kind of pats the side of your neck. And it's like,
There are
it,
several species out there that call this form dragon.
dragon. Interesting. Artemis kind of chimes in, yeah, big winged lizard. Oh, okay.
Very popular in certain species, myths, and legends.
Yeah, ours,
You never studied these things under your master.
history was not his strong suit on certain things, just mostly to do with what we were doing. I wanted to learn more. I did like to read once in a while, and I did find some interesting facts about, well, I guess it would be that universe, not this one.
Well,
Yours is
Gilgamesh
fascinating.
vouches for you. When we get to the station, I'll give you access to the history archives.
I'm fascinated by seeing the station, by the way. This is interesting. I've got so much to learn. I have a
There'll
puzzling
be plenty
question.
of friendly faces at the station that are willing to help.
I do have a question, but I think I'll wait on that question until later. Oh, there's the cave down there. You might want to land a little
I'm gonna
away.
land a bit away from
Yeah.
it.
He's like, yeah, and everybody gets off. She kind of slides down your side instead of getting down off your wing, and she lands. She kind of touches her side, and she goes, "I'm all healed up. Nice, thank you."
Once everybody is safely off, I'm gonna shift into bot mode.
Yep, Gilgamesh
Obviously,
and
still
Carbine
making
will
no
safely
noise.
depart.
All right, as you guys get down, you can make your way to the cave entrance. You see a large bot kind of step out, and he's in bot form, and he looks at you all, and he kind of nods upward, like, okay. And as soon as you guys get closer, he sees Liara, and he kneels down and bows toward her. And she kind of comes up, puts her hand on his shoulder, and it's like, no need to bow to me. I know I helped you, but you've all helped me.
Bow to me. Bow down before me.
The supreme ruler's in the other room. And she kind of, yeah, they kind of know who I am a lot. And he kind of gestures for all of you to come in, and he kind of like, and he looks around kind of sudden, like he stops waving. He's like, move faster, get in.
Well, proceed to walk into the game. Let's go.
You guys walk in. You notice that Liara kind of vanishes into the darkness, even though she's bright white.
I'm gonna
with the
switch
blue-
to thermal vision where she can't physically hide from me.
Yeah, it's she's not really trying to hide from you. It's just
Yeah,
kind of a natural thing
I'm just.
for her.
I made that at
Yeah.
comment as a joke.
Yeah, but if you want to turn on thermal, you can try it out. You do have thermal
Yeah, that's
vision.
what I want to do it for.
Yeah.
Perfect area to test it out in the dark cave.
You start seeing her outline. You see everybody's outlines and this rainbow of coloring. You look down and you can actually see their footprints for a short time. You can see them fading as you're walking. And
Gilgamesh, I seem to have attained a very convenient ability.
Oh.
I'm gonna share my visuals with you. I'm gonna share him my thermal visuals.
so Gilgamesh, you're seeing all this as well through this little screen on what you're seeing, and it's like you're seeing thermal imaging. And you can see
A very
everything.
handy tool indeed.
So as you guys walk down to the cave, Liara kind of falls back pace with all of you, but she kind of falls back behind all of you a little bit, and she kind of slows down like, I don't really want to go first. As you guys,
Razorback is just gonna walk in.
the beasts all are kind of looking around and they stop and they see, and you see kind of a crowd gathering near you all, but they're all looking at Void Striker. And Czar comes up. I see somebody has changed.
Thanks to the little one showing me the back of the cave, you could say I've reclaimed my primal soul.
And you see the three, they're kind of jumping up and down and clapping. And it's like, okay, yeah.
If
And
you like, I can show you.
We would be fascinated to see what you have fully become. And you hear
I
him
would
kind of make a sound to warn
request that
everybody.
everybody at least take a few steps back, though.
They all move back and they're watching you intently. You've got like every bot in this cave watching you right
I'm
now.
gonna shift into my dragon mode.
And you do this, they all step back for a moment and you hear that audible and then they suddenly rush forward and they're like touching you, feeling your armor. Okay, my wife's doing a little creepily like right now.
Ah.
Yeah, exactly. See, and the dog is happy about
Well,
it too.
is she gonna follow it up with the claw?
Oh yeah,
The
claw. And you can
By the way,
feel
perfect sync for both of you, by the way. There.
you can feel their hands touching and feeling the armor on you, and you stop touching me. God, you weirdo.
You married her.
Ah! So as everybody's doing that, Zara kind of looks back at all of you and I hope your trip was successful. You don't seem
We have all the necessary parts, and I even managed to get some extras to make it better than what we originally planned.
excellent. Oh, this is most helpful. We have much gratitude for you all doing this. And he stops talking when he sees her kind of between Overload and Gilgamesh. He sees her standing there with Artemis on her shoulder. You came back. We grateful for your service. And for the first time, you see Czar transform out of the cougar form. or the, yeah, I'm gonna call it that because he pretty much
Wasn't he
is the-
Panther?
He's kind of a panther-like creature. He's like Ravage.
Or-
So
no, sorry, wasn't it a jaguar?
Jaguar. Thank you, Jaguar.
Yeah,
I couldn't think of.
I
I'm
was
like,
going through the list
it's
of big cats in my head
yeah.
and got to Jaguar and just like, that's it.
Yeah, he's supposed to be more like that. So he transforms. It's the first time you ever see him transform into a bot form. And he stands there for a moment and he kneels down and bows. And she kind of like gently moves you guys aside and steps out and she kneels down to him. You know, you never have to bow to me. I am not one to have servants of any kind.
I'm gonna shift
or
back to bot mode where this is happening.
and he stands up and they shake, but it's like a big old predator handshake where they clasp arms. And she nods to him. Seems like I've made some new friends too. And he looks around at all of you. They seem like good ones. They have helped us greatly, and now they are helping us more. And you can see Czar, he's a little shorter than all of you. He's still taller than the mini cons in bot form. So the mini cons are pretty tall, but he's about 15 foot. He's not real tall, but he's got a height to him that shows, but he's got this distinguished look to him. You can tell he's got some age on him, though. He's got marks, battle scars in a sense. And he kind of looks around at all of you in this bot form. Oh, yes, I guess I don't do this very often. As everybody else is staring at him as well, because he doesn't transform very often. But you have parts we will help build if we can. What?
Do you have an appropriate location to start construction?
Yes, we have a really good location if you would like to inspect it. And
Please lead the way.
he kind of gestures over. It's kind of in the garden area, but it's back further. And you realize you're kind of going downhill a little bit, like in a slant down. And he goes, this area down here is usually used for storage. And as you guys walk in, you're seeing ancient weapons, swords of some sort, axes. They're nothing compared to your weapons, though, but these are old tools, even hammers and such. Ooh, thank you.
Alright, well, I'm gonna sit down and start work on the generator.
And where you're building it is there's an area that they've cleared for you, and you see all the others uh, that want to help. And he kind of goes, "They understand you. If you tell them what to do, they will help you."
Then let's begin with this. I'm just going to create tools for them.
They all kind of look astonished as they see this, and Zara kind of looks back at all the rest of you. We can leave them to build if you'd like to rest for a little bit up at our lodge. And we can discuss more things. And you can see him smile. This is a great day. All friends here, and he gestures toward Liara as well as all of you. Let's us go. We can re energize and talk some more. I know you all still have many questions. And Czar kind of leads the rest of you back up while Void Striker is playing with the rest of them down there, playing Tinker Toys and building stuff.
Yes. Would you like me to roll anything here? Like, my smiths, tinker tools.
Let's do the Tinker Tools. You're building the smaller components first because you got to build it all up to it. So you're building on that. You've just started, and the rest are watching what you're doing, and they start doing what you've asked them to, which is start assembling certain components and moving some cables around. And
I'm
getting
also going to
things in
take those
place.
2 energon cubes that I found and put them on the ground because this generator is going to need some power to kickstart it once it's complete.
You set one of those cubes on the ground, and they all look at it. they don't see energon cubes very often, like at all, hardly at times. They see it
This
in the
is-
food.
I'm gonna look at him and go, this is to start the generator so you can make more.
And they all look at each other and they all kind of do like a thumbs up towards you. Because they don't know how to say, yes, we like this. So you're down there working on this, and you got the rest of you make your way back up, and you see Liara kind of just picks up one of the, like a fruit, and she goes, and you see her sniff it, and and she kind of holds it up to Artemis for a moment, and she does the same thing. And you hear Artemis, "Ooh, that smells really good," and you see Liara takes a bite, and you see her pulse a little bit from it, and you guys keep walking along, and you see some of the smaller bots running up to you guys. You see some run up to her, and she kind of picks one up like a little kid, and she starts like almost like tickling it, and then she realizes you guys are there, and she goes, "Ah, see you later. Go, go, go." And she kind of just like keeps walking with you all. Zar kind of gets to the larger lodge where he gestures for you all to come in, and you see seating and tables. They're more of you sit on the ground, and you're at smaller tables.
By the way, just before they walk in, I will end concentration on enlarge reduce on overload, so now he goes back to his normal size.
And his head goes through the ceiling, and they're kind of disgruntled at him for it. No, I'm kidding. You guys all can sit down, and Sar goes, "We have much food," as other bots have brought in food and that for you guys, and drink as well for you to have. Zara sits there. "So, did you have any problems? You seem like you're all intact. Was there any issue?"
We had to face off some wild ones when we were trying to come back.
You see him stop taking a drink, and he slowly sets it down. Did you have
They
to
attacked
finish?
first. We were in a state where we had to fight back.
That is fine. That is acceptable as long as they haven't followed you here. And he picks up his drink and he takes another sip, and he sets it
There
back down.
were it was 3 that decided to attack us.
I'd just like to point out, it's kind of hard for them to follow when they're no longer functioning.
Yeah, and Zara's like, "Well, I see you've met Liara, and you've met her little one, Artemis." And you see Artemis kind of just roll her optics because she's in her owl form, and she just kind of rolls her eyes like, "Oh God, can't say my name."
Clearly we did. Otherwise, she wouldn't be joining us in company.
Hopefully, it looks like you are. And he gestures with hands like friends now. She kind of looks over at all of you as well and looks back at him. And she just nods. And you could say, almost like a child, like he kind of claps lightly with his hands. "Oh, good. This is much better when peace is achieved. I am assuming you got what you needed and you saw the graveyard, as we call it. Not many bodies were probably left because of scavengers over time."
Mm.
Sorry, I have an itch on my face and it wasn't stopping.
Yeah, bad it.
Yeah, I know it was bad time. I'm like, I'm trying to talk and I hit right on the side of my face. Stop it. Zar kind of sits there for a moment and he looks. "So, what is next for all of you? you have achieved, and he gestures toward Overload, you have achieved your stability and control. And he makes hand gestures of like control, like locking at hand and achieving that.
We'll be
And
returning back to our home. So as not to bother you any further.
please, you came in peace, and your Void Striker is giving us the ability, with all of your help, to generate power so maybe we can restore our people and bring them back to life, in a sense.
Yes, with Void's technology and my faith, you should be able to be stable on your own for a good while.
Excellent. Will you ever return? Because you are all welcome here if ever you do return.
Perhaps someday we will. But for now, our paths are taking us elsewhere. Thank you again for everything you've done for us.
Thank you for what you all have done. If you ever need us, call. We will respond. We owe you a debt. As for you, Liara, and Artemis. And again, Artemis just rolls her optics. Like, oh, great. And you can see Liara kind of reach up and like tap her on the back of the head, knock it off, but without saying anything. Tink. It's like, and you see her ruffle her feathers from it. Zar kind of sees it and chuckles. And Liara kind of is sitting there. She goes, I will, I would like, I'm usually decisive on my actions, but ever since I've been here, I have no place else to go. I have nobody else other than Artemis. They could have attacked me, but they didn't. But I'm really confused with this universe now that I know I'm not mine for sure. I'm gonna return with them. Zar kind of looks down, sad a little bit, but one must take your journey and find your path. It is okay. We will be here. We have much gratitude to give for all of you. Whatever you ever need, call us. We will try to help and do what we can. Liara kind of just like, if, and she kind of looks at you, Gilgamesh, and Overload, and she's kind of looking between you guys. If it's okay, I'd like to come with you if that offer still stands.
Of course.
I have many questions.
We have a lot to discuss and not exactly a whole lot of time to discuss it in.
Liara's like, yes, many questions. So many questions. And she kind of looks up at Artemis. You up to taking a trip out of here? Artemis is like, to be honest, I don't want to miss out on any more of my people. And she kind of is looking over at Aegis and Carbine, and you swear she's smiling it as an owl. And you feel Carbine and Aegis kind of fill with a little bit of happiness. And she goes, well, one of them maybe. And Overload, you can kind of feel this dread on Aegis kick in, and you feel him kind of droop down, like, oh great, I still got to pay for it.
It
Zar-
seems you are on a path of redemption, my friend.
Aegis is like,
He's in the
so much for.
metaphorical doghouse.
I am going to keep paying for this for probably 1,000 or more millennia. And Zara's like, well, you are more welcome to rest here and eat and drink, re energize yourselves. You are more than welcome to use this to rest here, as we will be continuing our harvests and also patrols. Liar kind of leans forward. Are you guys really going to be okay? And Zara kind of gestures. We will be fine. We were before. Oops, excuse me. But we will be okay. Liar is like, you still know how to reach me. And she kind of takes a bit of a drink and she has some food that's sitting there. And she goes, I still have many questions though for you guys. I didn't expect to be here. And I didn't expect to run into my complete opposite, who is somebody I cared about deeply from my universe, who's alive in this universe, who is taken a similar path to what I've done, but has done a, I have so many questions still. And I mean, the senator over, I mean, and she's kind of a little frustrated with herself. Overload is not the senator. He is Overload here. He's a soldier here.
You're
Hey,
quite
soldier.
fixated on this title with him. How long has he been a senator in your universe?
I'm curious too, because in, well, this universe, I've more or less been a
Hey, you
soldier
guys
my
not
whole
talk about
life.
this? You mind bringing me in Visacoms? Because I would love to be part of this conversation.
You guys can bring him into the comms if you want to. I mean, you guys aren't too far apart, so it would be easy to
Hell
do.
no.
And that way you guys can stay in contact with each other to know what's going
This is
on.
just like a big walk and talk until
Yeah.
we get back
Yeah.
to the ship, and then we start making our way back to the station.
So she leans forward and she kind of intertwines her fingers and she kind of thinks, well, let's see, the senator or Overload, my universe senator, he he's been in the position for, oh, I couldn't tell you. I mean, it's been eons with him, and he's been a great leader for a lot of people. He's stopped fights, wars even that would almost erupt, and put peace. And he's a very big, gentle bot. He doesn't look all lizardy like you, and she gestures to you, Overload.
Well, yeah, this was due to an accident.
Yeah, but he also doesn't exactly have the coloring you do. He's little lighter colors, and he's more of a peacemaker than anything. He doesn't like to fight. Um,
Are you sure he's me?
uh, Pretty sure he sounds just like you, but he's, no offense, highly intelligent. As the Royal Guard one, I mean, Void Striker, he's the fighter. He's very skilled. Nobody really wants to go up against him in an arena.
Uh, huh.
Well, I suppose when you dedicate your entire life to one particular craft, you tend to get really, really good at it.
I guess
Yeah.
if I wasn't forced into the military, I probably could have been a good politician.
And she looks over suddenly at you. You were forced into the military? Ours is
Well,
voluntary.
by birth.
Oh, we're we get the option to choose. We've always made it that
Again,
way.
this goes back to our history before the formation of the guilds.
And these
Am I on
13.
comms? Because I could explain this.
Well, yeah, we more likely would have come across you by now, or probably even a bit earlier.
But like I just said,
Oh,
this is a
shoot.
walk and talk
Well,
situation. Like you can come in at any given time.
you're hearing all this conversation. How's that? And sorry, I'm got hot chocolate. It's trying to spill on me.
Ooh. Oh, I want hot chocolate now. Fucker.
Yeah, with mint in it too. It makes it nice.
Mm.
Do you want an explanation as to why people were forced into certain roles in this universe?
And she's got like a little avatar of you moving around and talking as you're talking voice striker. So she's like, yes, I'd like to know why you guys were forced. Like you said born
It's
into it, and she's
kind
just
of the reason the Civil War was started in this universe.
so because in a sense it was like slavery.
Imagine Cybertron as a whole. Every Cybertronian, the moment they are first gain conscious, they are given a role, a job. They don't have a choice. That is their job.
Wait, you can't choose something else if
This is
you
how
want?
it used to be. You can choose now.
Yep. As since the day I was born, all I knew was war.
So in my universe, then we were allowed to choose after a point. We were given a job, but if we didn't seem like we were proficient in it or we liked it in a way, we could pick something else that was more proficient to
Another
us.
major difference between our universe and probably yours is the fact that before the Civil War, around 40% of Cybertronians didn't even have their own name.
Nate, wait, you're usually given a base name, but again, you could choose to change it if you wanted
They
to.
were given a designation number, and that was it.
In most cases, you had to earn a name.
I don't
Hmm.
know if he exists in your universe, but the most famous example of this is Megatron. He earned his name in the gladiatorial arenas of Kaon.
We have the arenas. We never called them gladiatorial ones. And she's kind of questioning, like, huh?
The most popular events in these arenas were fights to the death.
And she kind of drops her cup. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. And Zar has already left at this moment, and he's kind of gone on to do some other things. And you can see a couple smaller bots coming up with rags, like, it's okay, we got this. And she goes, death, we never did to the death. It was for mostly sport. If anybody got seriously hurt, we'd stop the fighting because it was just
M-
for entertainment.
The Megatron during that time saw the inequality and segregation of those with names, those without, and those that were forced to do jobs they are really not suited for. He started the Decepticon movement to try and give those people a voice.
So wait. There's the Decepticons, and then there's these Autobots. So these are groups of bots that have.
Think of them as
Uh,
the two primary guilds of Cybertron before they split off into larger branches.
Interesting. Huh. Okay.
The sad part is, depending on who you talk to, either Optimus Prime and Megatron were friends, the two primary leaders of both these factions, or the fact that Megatron almost killed Optimus at one point, which started off the Civil War.
You speak of
Which
this.
version is correct is unknown. I wasn't there for these events.
You speak of this Optimus Prime and Megatron. Are you talking about Megatronus?
Megatron took his name from Megatronus.
Well, yeah,
He
he
took
is.
Megatronus's name himself.
Yes, because there is a Megatronus, but not taken from anybody's name. That's who he is. And then
In
Optimus,
this
would you call him
universe,
Prime?
Megatronus is one of the original 13 primes.
Again, Primes. What is.
They are the 13 original Cybertronians.
This sounds like the Crystal Bearers in ours. We have something that are 13, but not primes. And she kind of does like quotation marks. And she's really confused. So is this Optimus Prime
He is
A
a
prime?
successor to the original primes.
So he's not one of these 13, as you call them.
There are
Not,
people
not
who
in the
theorize
same way.
he could be, but it is very unlikely.
See, the crystal bearers are highly praised in our universe, highly respected. We don't have any issues with them. They all carry a crystal form that can do a lot of help. We're very careful with them, but not one carries it really. We never referred to them as a prime. That's really interesting. It's weird. I I don't understand. And this Optimus Prime and Megatron you speak of, and Decepticon Autobot, there's a lot here to really unpack all this information.
As
All
I
of you
said,
need to-
you're also dealing with over 1,000,000 years of history between then and now. There's a lot to catch up on, not just the Cybertronian Wars, but not just even the Great War, but the Guild Wars as well.
Mm, there were many ancient wars, but there's been nothing that you've described.
In the early days, when the 13 first formed, there was infighting and a lot of casualties. That was known as the Guild Wars.
I could see with these Autobots, Decepticons, if you're forced to do certain things, people are going to eventually
The
break.
biggest thing after the Civil War was the discrimination.
We have some of that, but it's not that bad that we can't correct it in some way without causing
In
harm.
some lawless zones on Cybertronians, it led to lynching.
Oh,
The aftermath of the Civil War was anything but pretty.
see, and we had the biggest worry as Cybertron started dying, so Cybertronians were leaving. Many died. It became desolate almost. And we're just holding on when I got taken. I went to your memorial. Sorry. I went to see you. And she kind of gets a little somber about this and walked the streets, what's left of them. And I started to talk to you, and that's when this portal opened. And I thought I was being punished or something because I saw these tentacle things reach out. So I grabbed a hold of your memorial, and I guess I held on tight enough that I pulled you along for the ride. And she kind of gently taps where she has your memorial capsule stored.
If you think about it like that, wouldn't this situation right now be a reward for holding out for as long as you did?
I don't know. I've been alone until I found Artemis. And Artemis kind of hops
Think of it.
down and she's transformed and she's kind of walking around the table a little bit, picking up pieces
Think
here and eating.
of it this way: you found your old companion again, just as he has found his. The only option is for you two to move forward together.
Well, I'm still from another universe. Here's my question. Can I go back?
Better question: would you want to?
Yeah, I have to really think about this because there's
If
really
you
nothing
come
left.
to a decision, let us know. I might be able to make it that this dimension becomes your home dimension with enough trial and error.
I don't even have well, I don't have my master to go to. He's dead. All my friends. And she puts her hand out, and I don't have you anymore there. And she's not even looking at you when she does it. She's just, sorry. I don't mean to.
Your history seems to be riddled with loss, where I I did have my share of loss, but I also seen many victories. I have helped facilitate change within the 13.
You've done a lot of good. Whereas, and she kind of reaches over to her arm and she pops something out, and it looks like a picture frame of some sort. And on it, she turns it on, and there's some pictures on there. And she goes, "This was my last picture with him, and I keep it all the time." And you see, before you're changed to the displacer beast form, even, but you see a different look about you in some ways. It's you, but it's you're laughing your butt off and it's doing like a little video clip and you hear your own voice kind of just laughing and you're both giggling and laughing at something, and she kind of stops it and she goes, "But I hear you talk and I see you talk and it's you, but I know it's not you. And I've got nobody back there, so can I stay here though?" Is another thing.
I don't see why you couldn't, but considering what we're going to be up against, I don't know what's going to happen when we finally put a stop to this.
I know I want to end him though. And you see her holding the cup in her hand and she's slowly crushing it. "I want him destroyed." And she completely decimates the cup in her hand and she's just sitting there crushing it. And she looks down.
Well, you're welcome to join the line with the rest of us. Because unfortunately, as far as we've seen up until now, there's been no one else out there who's been willing to challenge him.
"Well, how can you challenge somebody when you don't know exactly where they're at?"
Well, as we said, we know he bounces around the galaxy and beyond, so I was hoping wherever it is you emerged from might give us some potential lead on where he might be.
Well,
Even if we
Matrix,
have,
am I-
and even if his I can't talk anymore. If his lab is still active, then that at least gives us a
Okay.
chance to find a lead to where he might be.
Yeah, Matrix, am I done with the generator now?
Yes, you are actually. Thank you for reminding me because I was like, "Hey, wait a minute, you're gonna be done now." Because I'm like, "No, you can come up and join them while you're on the comms if you want. That way
Yeah,
you can get some
I
energy."
will.
So
No,
as
I'll just take some energy from the other entron cube.
okay, that's fine. But you can join them up there and sit it and down and
Yeah.
nice comfy
At,
area and relax.
as I enter, I'm gonna, hop off the comms and go. The generator's done. We are free to leave when everybody is ready.
Good work. We should start getting stuff prepared.
And Leah kind of hesitant. I don't have anything other than, well, me and Artemis. And Artemis has got like a mouthful of food.
Well, then I'll give you a job for the journey if you like.
Um, yeah, if I can help you guys, yeah.
I'm just gonna
I'll
point to
pull my heart.
Gilgamesh. He's your travel buddy. Stick with him.
And she kind of, you swear she just blushes a little bit from that, what you said. And she looks at you, Gilgamesh, and looks back like, "Yeah, okay. I, uh, yeah." And she's trying to change the subject. I could use some training because I haven't sparred with anybody other than Beast in a while. So maybe at some point, could we train a little bit? And Carbine kind of perks up. "Somebody say training?"
Sure. Um, I already have a little apprentice here, but I suppose I don't mind taking on another.
Well, if you're too busy, it's okay. I mean,
No, not
Because-
at all. I've taken on the liberty of training Carbine. She's been learning the way of the sword as well. I'm sure she might
Ah,
learn
yes.
something from you as
That,
well.
that reminds me. I need to make you a new sword, Carmine. We did kind of leave yours behind.
She kind of looks around, and her little tufts tip over. Liara kind of reaches out and starts scratching her head, and she just starts deep purring. And Carbine just kind of checked out. It's like, yeah, okay, whatever. Scratches. Shh. And you guys can see Artemis holding a like armfuls of food, and she's just looking up at her with daggers, just staring at her, staring daggers at you. And it's like, mm, she's getting jealous.
Artemis, I have a question.
Good. I'm not saying that in game. I'm just making that clear.
Artemis turns to you, Void Striker, with a mouthful. Hmm?
I'm gonna, sit down so I'm close to height. I mean, as close as I can get, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, she's standing on the table anyway. She's kind of like,
Do you know if they survived the fall of your homeworld?
mm. I know some, like all of us, survived. I mean, I kind of got pulled out, and I mean, they thought I was dead. And Gilgamesh and Overload, you're gonna feel that sudden, like, it's like deep sadness kicks in really fast on both of your mini cons sitting on there. And Overload, you notice a discernible change in Aegis, and he kind of hops down and transforms into bot form, but he comes really quiet and doesn't really say anything. He's kind of just like picking something up and just like he's trying to ignore everything, eating. Well, they thought I was dead. I got taken away, but I wasn't actually dead. They just made it look like I died. They
I'm
actually,
asking because I'm hoping that my old Minicon friend is still out there.
um, what's his name again?
You said you were gonna pick a name for it.
Oh, that's right. I'll figure it out. How's that? I forgot. She's like, she kind of thinks, I'm not
Because
sure.
I wanted to give a name to the old Minicon friend, but you told me no.
No, you don't get to. Their minicons are mine. You don't get to. No, we'll figure something for a name for that one specific one. But Artemis is kind of thinking, she goes, I'm going to have to think about it. There were a lot of things going on, and I don't remember certain things. Shockwave did some stuff that hurt a lot, and there's some gaps in my memory that I don't remember certain things now. And she kind of walks toward Aegis for a moment, and sometimes, and she kind of grabs him by the chin and lifts it up. Sometimes we got to move forward. And she punches him really hard in the arm. And he's like, really? And just starts rubbing his arm. Ow. But she turns back around. She goes, I don't see why not. Most mini cons are pretty tough, but we did lose more than 3/4 or maybe more of our population. There were a lot of bodies. He was trying to do something, and you could see her kind of touch her head, and she's like, my memory modules are not what they were before. I just remember he was trying to look for some power or something with lots and lots of power. And he would take a mini con that was alive. We watch from these cells, and they'd come back through with a dead minicon, and we don't know what exactly he was trying to do.
You had no clue as to what his experiments were leading to?
No, he.
To be fair, that is Shockwave's personality of not informing anyone of what he's doing.
Yes, even a lot of the guards, they didn't talk about anything. They didn't say anything. We just knew a minicon would go in and a dead one would come back, and it was one after the other. There was something about some kind of prophecy or something of the one who would reactivate the all. We don't know what that means, though. It's very confusing because we don't know what the all is. Or
I'm just gonna look at Gilgamesh and just go, knowing your luck, it's probably about you.
then Artemis kind of looks at, if that's the case, she could do it too, then. And she points, and Liara's like, what?
Or possibly it will require both of them.
Mm,
Because if we think about this logically, they are technically the same entity, just from different dimensions.
true, but. And Carbine kind of chimes in, that theoretically possible, but if
I
they're one and
mean,
the
it makes
same.
sense if you consider the differences as well as the similarities in our lifetimes. We're not, one to one. We've clearly had very different paths in our lives, even though we've had similar lives.
Mm, well, and
I can explain a little bit more. It goes a little deeper than
I'm gonna
just
stand up. We should
basic
probably start
understanding.
heading towards the Phoenix.
Exactly.
and she's like, Phoenix, what is the Phoenix a ship?
That's
That's
That
the
would
name
be
of our ship.
my ship.
That, and she's kind of like, Senator, what ship? You are overload here. I got to remember this.
honestly, I don't see the problem of you calling us whatever you feel is more comfortable.
Yes, but that's not you from my universe. You're different here, and it's really confusing sometimes. We had a lot of praise for our overload, Senator. Person. Never mind.
Honestly,
I'll get
he's
used to
just
it.
2 degrees away from probably being a politician anyway.
She kind of
Wait,
raises
really?
her eyebrow. Like, are you serious?
I mean, I
Perceived intelligence is normally over exaggerated from actual intelligence.
Well, if we need to, why don't we get going to this ship of yours? Um, I don't have anything else to take with me other than, well, Artemis. And Artemis immediately transforms and flies up to her shoulder, and she kind of butts her head lightly against hers, and she
You
kind
even
of
have the same bond with your minicons. You are literally two sides to the same coin.
and she looks down at you, Gilgamesh, as she stands up, and she goes, "You do the same thing?" Well, I should figure that.
And
She kind of gives Carbine a few scratches, and she goes, "Knock it off, Artemis. Stop squeezing my shoulder." He just kind of just climbs back up in bot form to your shoulder overload, and he goes, "This is going to be a fun trip."
yeah, for the both of us, for different reasons.
I'm going to have more dents in me. Drift's going to have to pound them out, and that's going to hurt more. He's not nice about it.
I mean, who would you rather fix you, me or Drift?
And he just stares at you, thinking, maybe you instead. I've seen your work.
I'm just gonna change one of my hands into like many different tools. You sure?
He uses a hammer. You don't. He's just like,
can.
please don't. He's kind of like hands up, like, please don't.
With that, I'm going to leave to prepare to exit the cave.
As you guys get up, Liara kind of tags along up with two of you, Void Striker, and she looks up at you. So you're not like soldier, and she kind of like does fists and stuff. You don't really fight.
I'm not afraid to stand on the front line. If I have to fight, I will fight. I will not hesitate to take another life if I have.
Ours was Proud Warrior. I don't know. Last time we heard from him, he was out doing some. How do we put it? Quieting skirmishes.
In this dimension, I'm more known for being a very ancient scientist.
You're a.
Also, someone that constantly dies.
And she kind of looks back at
That
you
too.
and looks up. Wait, scientist. So you're the smart one? No offense, Overload. It's just like,
I know
In
I'm
your
not smart.
dimension, I probably wasn't as intelligent as I am in this dimension, but probably still close.
well,
Just
you.
as how I probably cannot fight on equal footing with your version of me, but I'll
Well,
still put up a fight.
yeah, he fights more like him, and our senator acts more kind of similar to you, but he's a little
I have a question.
happier.
When it comes to our versions, are we still old friends?
Sort of. You do know each other, you do talk, but you have different positions, so you don't associate outside too much.
So
No,
nothing
yeah,
different in this
yeah,
dimension.
that sounds about right.
Oh, so, huh. And then, like ours, and she gestures toward you, Gilgamesh, as she turns around, walks backwards while talking to you. We're the opposite effect here, where, yeah. And she kind of turns back around, never mind. So,
If anything, it seems our universes have a fixed point, and that is the death of
It's
a loved
why I
one.
used the term inverse before. Whatever decision is made in one, the opposite decision is made in this one.
not all. I mean, I,
No, like I said, it's not one to one, but
yeah.
we ended up following the same path, just along different routes,
Yeah.
so to speak.
So,
As it's like I said, my history is quite long, and there's a lot to go over, especially between the time that I lost Sky and well now.
you say the name, and she turns suddenly, and she goes, I just haven't used my real name in so long. Kind of weird to hear it. And
As we're walking, I'm going to put my hand on her shoulder. You can start using it now, though.
yes, but I've been known as Liara for so long. I think I'll just stick with it for now because it's easier to be not the same
Ah,
person.
Well,
I should
then,
probably warn you for when we get to the station of two people that will probably, one, try to get everything, know everything about you, and the other one is probably going to try and become your best friend.
And she looks back at you, Gilgamesh. What's he talking about?
I'm going
You'll
about Kiara and Addie.
you'll
you'll
be
understand very
meeting
soon.
some. You'll be meeting some of the other women in my life.
Oh, easy way to understand. They don't want him. He noticed and just doesn't care.
It's not exactly how it goes.
It kind of seems like how it is.
He just turns back and grins. And here I thought I was embarrassing myself. I don't even need to then. This sounds interesting, but
Trust me, sit down with Kiara. She'll give you plenty of stories.
and she's like,
God, don't remind me. Oh.
Oh, and then
Kiara?
you have his master whenever she shows up.
Wait, your master's still alive here?
She doesn't have nearly as many as embarrassing stories, thankfully.
Yet.
And then you've got your girlfriend on Velocitron.
And she just looks back at you slowly and just kind of stares.
Not the way you think it is.
And she kind of
She is a
slows.
girl, and she is your friend.
It's a mutual partnership between spies.
Liara kind of slows down and catches pace with you, Gilgamesh, and he goes, "You know, my Gilgamesh was very similar with his kind charm and sweetness. He did make me jealous a few times, and I thought I was going to have to take a few people out. I'm glad to see that you're still kind of similar, but you do it in a whole different way." And she kind of skips ahead back to you, Void Striker, and she kind of is just grinning as she's looking back at you.
Gilgamesh just is gonna slowly turn away, just like, yep, that's all the ones I already know about.
And you guys,
So there's more.
There's more.
Again, long history, my friend. Long history.
look at, I made his character a little black book of all these characters for him. No, I'm kidding. I didn't do that. But no, you guys make your way to the out to the cave opening, and Zara's standing there, and he goes, "It is all clear here. May we see you again soon someday."
I wrote instructions on how to use the generator on a stone tablet next to it for you.
Thank you for all you have done, White Striker, and all of you. And he stops at Liara, and he kneels again. She kind of picks him up. "You don't bow to me. We are equals here. We are grateful, though, to you as well." As you guys are standing there, you kind of hear all these footsteps behind you as you see all the beast spots up behind
That's
you.
a moment for her, so I'm just gonna step outside the cave and transform into my dragon mode and wait for
And
her.
they just see you off, is what they're doing. And they all wave at you for a moment. And then they
I'm going to
slowly
increase
turn.
my size with enlarge reduce outside the cave.
And they all see this in astonishment. And it's like, oh boy. May you have safe journeys. Good luck. And he turns and he transforms back into his jaguar form, and he kind of walks down into the darkness, and you kind of see them disappear almost into that darkness. As Liara leaves, transforms into her displacer beast, and Artemis is on her back holding on. And she kind of comes out and she just jumps up onto your back, Void Striker. And I'm assuming the rest of you are going to come out and climb up his wing.
Well, I'm gonna
Or are you going to
turn
run it?
towards. Well, I was gonna say I was gonna turn towards where those guys disappeared, and I'm more just gonna do a, although out of character for me. I'm gonna bow slightly towards that direction. May you continue having your fate, and then I'll turn back and head towards Void.
As you
I
step
will lower my wing like last time too, by the way.
as you step out of the cave through the water, you suddenly hear this pounding coming right at you, Overload.
Oh,
And
look, Vessel's girlfriend.
damn it, how'd you know? Slams into you from the side and tackles you. And you're not getting away without saying bye, are you? And she's not talking in any beast form right now. And she goes, "Sorry,
For a second, I thought you were also in the shadows.
no, I was waiting out here. I wanted to say thank you for what you taught me." And she realizes she's right on top of you and face to face with you, and she goes, "Sorry," and she scrambles to stand up, and she puts her hand out. "Here, I'll help you up."
Thanks.
And you kind of tower over her, but she looks at you, and she just grabs onto you and hugs you, really big hug. And she goes, "Thank you for teaching me this. I've already used it a few times in guard duties. I'm teaching the others as well, and we're
Yeah,
using it
thank
just the
you
same."
for thank you for helping with my anger management.
I think you could have gotten it eventually, but it would take you a little longer.
I probably would have taken one of my friend's legs.
She kind of looks over and she kind of tiptoes up onto her toes and leans up to you. What do you want?
Best not to say for my own life.
And she kind of, oh, okay, gotcha.
I would like to roll sleight of hand.
Do I
here,
hear
please.
any of this?
Can
I
I
don't
roll
know.
sleight of hand here?
Can I roll perception to see if I hear this?
Yeah, sure. Guys, roll what you want to. Go ahead, sleight of hand and roll for perception.
Would I have advantage because of what I'm doing? I'm trying to do it behind Gilgamesh's back, and he's trying to look at Overlord.
Well, if he's not, he's listening to them. So yeah, you would have advantage right now.
So
But
with 21, I'm going to use sleight of hand to point at Gilgamesh so she can see.
and Gilgamesh is looking back, isn't he? Because he can hear all this. Ooh, hello. Ooh.
There's ketchup and mustard.
Oh, thank you. I got more food. Sweet.
The funny thing is,
You going to share with the group?
the funny thing
Yep.
is, I wasn't going to try to say leg. I was going to say arm. It just so happened I said leg, like instinctually.
So Gilgamesh, you lean.
Instinctively, you say.
You can hear this, and you could see. You can't really see him, but he's actually pointing at you. Blood Striker's like pointing at you because everybody hears this. And you hear Liara, and just everybody else, the mini cons start laughing a little bit, and just start giggling. Yeah, see, see. So as you guys are sitting there, getting ready to go, but Arya, she kind of just steps back and she kind of bows to you, Overload, and she goes, "Well, I see you again."
Only time will tell.
So I'm saying this out of character. Future member on the Black Station, anyone?
She runs up and grabs around your neck and holds on to you. Well, oh god damn it, not in real life. Oh god, I just got choked.
So Matrix just got murdered, so who's going to take over as DM?
Oh,
I nominate
ow.
Dave.
I second.
Wow, I just got ousted. I'm not completely dead, guys.
Damn. I mean what?
Oh well, guess we have to stick with Matrix.
Oh,
You can
know-
have this job. I don't want it.
Just for that,
I already have my own campaign. I can't run two.
Overload loses
Really?
controls
I'm already, like,
and
full.
kills
What's your-
Arya.
What's your problem?
Void Striker loses his
Life.
wings, and he turns into
Well,
a
you see, losing my
gecko.
wings doesn't matter considering I'm still on the ground. So
Yeah, but you're gonna turn into a gecko now, and everybody's gonna land on you, and you get.
I'm a
crushed.
gecko. Cool.
Now you're squished.
It means I can regrow my tail. Let's go.
Yeah, but not your whole body after it's squished.
Don't worry, I can learn active camouflage because some geckos can camouflage.
But no, she grabs a hold around your neck, and you can just hear her whisper, "I hope to see you again." And she lets go, and she just kind of runs off into the cage or cave. Cage. Wow. Everybody's getting
Well,
cage.
apparently, she's into something kinky.
So
Yeah,
with the
no, so you got your work cut out for you on this one.
Bitch.
she sticks her head back out of the cave. What did you say?
Say that to my face.
Yeah. See.
All right, bitch.
Man. Silence.
Oh god, that's not gonna help. Oh god, she's reading it. You're screwed now.
Hold on.
It's what he commanded.
Hold on.
What the hell are you doing?
Does she make the saving
Hold
throw?
on. Hold on. Takes me a minute to read all that.
It's a DC
Shut up.
13 to...
Nope.
Okay.
My nieces read faster than you. Jesus Christ.
She's reading from a distance. That's why it's harder to read it.
Okay. I'm rolling.
What you rolled that?
Nope.
Okay, that's not going to help you in this case.
Nope.
You better roll it. Okay, I'm going to stop on.
23.
That's actually 15. That's the top, right there.
Whatever.
Sorry.
So she failed, is what I'm hearing.
I'm not saying that. You're screwed now. She's watching now. But no, Overload, are you gonna hop on to Void Striker's back?
Yeah.
All right. So you guys, I'm gonna kind of fast travel you. Liara's holding on, and she sees Phoenix coming into view as you guys fly or coming over and flying, and she goes, "That's your ship?"
I will radio Phoenix, let him know, not to fire at me. It's me.
Yeah. And
I will also be messaging Phoenix, letting him know that we will be having a few additional guests on board.
You guys hear Phoenix coming across, and he's like, "Oh, good, because the little one's been causing some havoc in here. Somehow she got some coloring instruments and has been coloring on my hull."
Wasn't me.
Oh no.
The triplets have been trying to keep her in check, but they've been monitoring other things right now. Yeah, please come back now. So as you guys are coming around, Void Striker, you come down to the front and land, and the hatch opens, and you see the triplets standing there at the doorway, and they're like looking at you, and they're like, who's this?"
Once everybody's off, I'm gonna go back into bot mode and release enlarge reduce.
"Oh, it's him. Okay." And the three of them are all in sync doing it. Oh, wait. There's two of them, but one's white now? And Liara is looking, who are they?
They're friends.
We have some new guests on board. Treat them with the same respect as you would treat anyone else here.
Oh, so throw things at them. Okay.
Ah.
What?
Treat them with respect.
Fine. And the other two start snickering. It's like they're just laughing a little bit. And they're like, "Hi, white one." And they're just watching. "Did you see the birdie?" And you see Artemis's head just rotate on top and just look back. And they all stop talking. Their optics are wide, and they're just like, "Don't say anything. Don't move." You guys come in. You notice on the inner hall there's some pictures drawn. They look like very primitive pictures of you guys who have gone through your battles and stuff, and looks like somebody's recreated them on the inner hull of the Phoenix.
I'm gonna go find the little one.
You don't need to. She's not too far away. She's sitting there with what looks like some kind of writing instrument scribbling on the wall. And you just hear her humming away. And it's lots of beeping noises. And Artemis and Liara stop and see this. And Artemis goes, "They survived?" And she's looking back at the rest of the everybody. "Wait, this is a very small minicon." The little one turns around and just has this black, like crayon like looking thing in her hand, and she's just staring at a white version of Gilgamesh. and this bird on top, and she's just staring, and her optics are wide, and she drops the crayon.
Little one.
And then she sees you.
Gilgamesh will turn the corner and look in.
She sees you, and then she sees the white one. And she kind of
I'm gonna
passes
kneel
out.
down to her and just go, "This is Gilgamesh's lady friend."
She's pointing between the two of you, and she kind of passes out.
I'm gonna pick up the little one and take it to a charging bed.
Is it really that surprising?
For her, it is.
No, I mean he's saying that in character.
Yeah.
Like he's genuinely surprised by that.
I'm
Just
just gonna turn
is
around
that
to
really
Gilgamesh
the
and
most
say,
bizarre thing?
How would you feel if, a doppelganger of somebody you know suddenly shows up and they're standing next to each other?
Just threw her off. It's like, wait a minute, what?
Be thankful she didn't have her little music player.
Oh, she has it with her all time. So, but she kind of, as you're carrying your void circuit, she kind of comes to real quick, and she starts beeping at you, and you can understand her. She goes, "Wait, did I break my circuits?
No, there is a white Gilgamesh.
Wait.
Gilgamesh's lady friend.
Wait, Gilgamesh, wait, lady. Okay, no. Where are they? I need to see again. Now." She's very
I'm just gonna
demanding.
stop, turn around, and just go right there at the end of the hall.
And she's standing up on your hand. She goes to the end of your fingers, and she goes, "Ow."
You are going to probably get this a lot, especially with all of them. So just forewarning you, you're gonna be hearing it quite a bit, unfortunately.
I'm
Who
gonna walk
knows? You
up.
might get some jealousy.
I'm gonna walk up to her and, with my big hands, make her hold out her two small hands and put the little one in her hands.
Liara is kind of standing there, and she puts her hands up, and she goes, hello?" And the little one is just scrutinizing her up and down. And
Little one, this is Liara. She looks like me,
Gilgamesh's lady
but
friend.
she is not me. So there's a difference. Yeah?
See, instead of, little beholder.
she
Beast,
turns towards you,
look
and
here now.
she turns towards you, Gilgamesh, and she goes, like, gesturing, "Big difference." She's like, "Bigger difference." And she does this. She turns to the side, and she does this gesturing of shaping the body. And she's like, "Yeah, you don't have boobs."
He does indeed not have breasts.
And she's like back and forth with her fingers, and she starts beeping, and Artemis goes, "Little one?" And she stops gesturing. She looks over at Artemis, and she turns her head, and Artemis transforms on her shoulder. Now Artemis is smaller, so she can be closer to her height in a way. She kind of climbs down on Liara's arm and slides down a little bit, and she looks at her, and you see the little one head tip back up, and she walks up really close to Artemis, and she puts her hand on her cheek, and then she puts her other hand, and she leans forward, and their heads meet, and their optics close for a moment, and she's just, little one is just holding on to Artemis, and you can see tears on Artemis start to run down her face. And she doesn't really say anything. You hear a few beeps from the little one, and you see Artemis kind of shake her head like, yes. And
I'm just gonna look at Aegis and Carbine between them. And just like, if she reacted like this, I can't wait for drifts.
they kind of, Carbine kind of like, Drift is a different story. And Artemis kind of, with tears running, and she stops crying for a moment. "That's gonna be fun." And she goes, "I'm not done with you yet," and pointing toward Aegis. And he's like, "Okay."
Well, Gilgamesh, do you want to start the process of heading back to the station?
I'll get the engines ready for departure. And he starts making his way up to the cockpit.
The triplets have closed the door and they're on their way back to the engine room and prepping everything that you need for the Phoenix to run. Phoenix comes across the comms. Now that we have a few extra guests and a little bit heavier loads, welcome aboard the Phoenix, which is me. Please prepare yourself for flight. Might get a little bumpy on exit. And you hear him, he's a little more chipper, a little more, hey, we're going to get the heck out of here. And Gilgamesh, you made your way to the bridge with Carbine. What are the rest of you guys going to do right now?
I'm just gonna hang out in the lunch section in the cafeteria.
Okay. Liara kind of comes up and she's standing at the doorway of the bridge. And she goes, so this is the Phoenix? So where's the bot that's was talking? And she's looking around. She doesn't realize.
You're in them.
She turns back to you. What?
Phoenix is a Titan.
Tight?
Phoenix, you want to introduce yourself?
Why, hello. My name is Phoenix. You must be Liara, since I've heard your name, and your other friend, that must be Artemis, correct? And Artemis is like, yeah. I hear everything on the ship. I maintain everything, and I am the ship now. But I don't have a spark, so I'm not worthy of being, well, going.
We've had this conversation before, Phoenix. You'll find your spot.
Maybe one day. What do you want? She comes up next to me, scares the crap out of me a little bit with an evil grin. What do you want?
The ship's nickname is Santa Claus.
No!
He sees you when you're
No,
sleeping.
get out of here!
He knows when you're
No,
awake.
get out of here!
He knows that you've been there.
Oh my god. That time is gone. I don't want to hear that music. So, Phoenix is. I understand. I am still a very large bot. What did they turn into? You missed out. There's another mini-con now. Along with, there's a doppelganger to Gilgamesh. As Liara kind of stands there, she kind of looks around, and Aegis is kind of taking up his spot as the co-pilot and is kind of navigating. And he's like, yeah, Phoenix is a very big bot now. It's interesting how he changed. So
You and I, we have much to discuss about your history and mine.
and she kind of looks over. Yeah. Mind if I watch the takeoff, or do I need to go back there? She kind of
No,
looks
no,
around.
the seat's free.
We'll walk on to the bridge to the communication terminal.
She kind of everybody's kind of up there now, and the little one is still like fascinated. She's kind of sitting on the console, but she's not looking forward. She's looking at Liara, and she's looking at you, Gilgamesh. She's just like, and
He
she
just
gonna,
gestures to the opposite seat and just, please go ahead, sit down.
she sits
I'm gonna
down,
radio to Vash to ready the space bridge.
and you hear him come across. Oh, it is good to hear you guys. We will have the bridge ready. Drift is prepping it now as we speak because he's right here. Hi guys, what's up, dudes? And Artemis automatically, what is that? He can't hear her because you guys are the only ones able to talk.
We have
right now.
two new guests arriving with us.
Dude, more to the party. Aww.
Drift, you'll especially like our new guest. You should meet us up in the hangar.
Well, I'm right up at the command center. I'm prepping the energy flow. Now that we're not charging your body back up and repairing it. What do you want? She's making fun of things. So Drift is sitting there. He is like, so 2 more guests. Well, we got plenty of room here, and well, uh, Kiara's been monitoring things. There's been pretty good activity going on. You guys must have stirred a big nest out there of some sort. Dude, you need to get back here though. This is going to be cool. 2 more guests.
We'll
Yes.
be we'll be departing here shortly.
I will have it ready when you call it. I will get the gate open. Varish is ready too. Kiara just went to get something to drink, and she'll be back in a moment.
I suggest keeping her away from the consoles.
And you hear Varish.
I don't need liquid on my consoles, thank you.
She's pretty careful with the liquids. Okay. Well,
You may want to have fire suppression on standby.
Okay, dudes. We can do that. It's like, and you hear over the comms lightly, Varish, do we have fire controls? He's like, I don't know which button it is. It's probably this one.
4th panel, 3rd button from the bottom on the right.
See, I told you, it's that one. Get a marker, write the thing down. Fire suppression. It's unlabeled.
It's the only purple button on the console.
Yes, but it doesn't say anything. Oh crap! The comms are so. We'll have the gate ready. They cut the comms. And she just looks over at all of you. I'm
You
supposed to go
figure
with you?
after 500,000 years of all the bullshit we've been through together, I'd still know she's gonna be extremely angry over this. And it's not any.
Should I have my
It's
medical
not even my
supplies on
fault.
standby?
It's not even really anyone's fault. She's just gonna be mad about it.
Liara is looking over. Are you saying this out loud?
Yes, he is saying this out loud.
And she's looking over it. And she looks back at all of you. Who's he
I'm
talking
immediately
about?
gonna create a buffing tool and it's like, so I'm gonna need this later on, because you're gonna have so many new scratches.
Oh, it's not the scratches you're gonna need to worry about. It's the software manipulation.
Artemis
See, you're on your own for that.
Yeah, Artemis.
Oh no! I don't have to worry about that. Everyone else has to worry about it.
I'm not part of it.
See, I have this marvelous setting called turning off my audio receptors.
Artemis is sitting there and she's transformed out of her little owl, snowy owl form. And she's sitting there on Liara's lap and she goes, we can still get off of this ride, right? And she looks up at Liara.
I wonder if, Gilgamesh, do you know if Nyx is back at the station? 'Cause I'm sure Nyx would like to meet Artemis again.
You're saying that out loud in
It's-
front of her. So
Yes.
Artemis goes, Nyx?
We
still
haven't
alive?
seen her in we haven't seen her in quite a while.
I believe about a week and a half.
And Carbine's like, oh, she's been out exploring, trying to find other mini cons and stuff. So far, she hasn't really come up too much, but I can give her a call. I mean, we have our way of contacting each other. I can do it. It might take a little
Might
while.
pay to, because I'm sure she would like to know that Artemis is still alive.
You suddenly see Carbine, her eyes start going back and forth really quick, just like they're reading something. And done. It might take a little bit. I don't know how far she went out. So, and Artemis kind of stands up and she goes, is Nyx really still alive? It would be great to. That's what. And Carbine's like, yeah, don't worry about it. She'll come around.
Sounds like you two have a lot to discuss yourselves.
Well, I haven't
Ah.
seen my sister in a long time.
Heads up, by the way, Artemis. This station we're heading to, it's designed for both Cybertronians and Minicons, so there are plenty of small passages to go through as well.
You see her pump her fist. Yes, finally, a place made for the little one.
Also, don't go through the purple marked maintenance hatches unless you want a heart attack.
Okay. I
If
won't
you
go
want to
there.
know why, ask the scaredy bird as I point to Aegis.
And he just starts. He cut his optics go wide. Not again. No, not those things. Not the teeth. Not the teeth. And she kind of looks over. You're still afraid of them? Chicken. Perfect. And she, Carbine just kind of rolls her eyes like, oh, jeez. So Liara's
I
like
just like to
sitting,
imagine your wife's box that was the little one doing that to Aegis.
and the little one just kind of looking around at all of you, and she kind of just sits there, and she's like still looking between you, Gilgamesh, and Liara, and they're like, hmm. And then she finally shakes her head and puts her hands up. I give up. Look.
What's our ETA to the space bridge zone?
As you guys are lifting off, Gilgamesh, you're piloting this Phoenix out of here, the big boy. And Liara kind of like, oh, he's a lot bigger than I thought. You shut up and go away. Really twisting things around. Go away.
We've almost hit our 6 hour mark, boys.
So as Liara goes, speaking of Gilgamesh, who is Kiara exactly?
That's the person I warned you about. One of his lady friends.
Kiara is my handler as far as being an assassin. She is also a master um, lock
Espionage.
cracker.
Kind of espionage.
Think of
Cracking,
her as
hacking.
a very, very talented information broker.
So as you guys, yeah, lady friend, haha. As you guys proceed up, you hear across. Okay, dudes, Space Bridge will be at your 1 o'clock. Come around, and we will punch open the gate, and you guys can proceed around. You see the space bridge open. This thing's big, and you hear him come across. Don't come through so fast this time, okay? You can just drift in like me, dudes. Nice and easy, smooth. You hear the comms cut. So
You know, when he says it like that, it just feels like it diminishes the value of what we just did.
Yeah. You know what makes it even worse? The fact that there are very barely any proper space bridges still functioning, and he's making it sound like it's no big deal.
We gotta get back at him somehow.
Why do you think I didn't tell him who I guess so?
Artemis and Liara looking at all of you like, we
Uh,
can't get off now, can
that's
we?
just cruel and unusual.
As you guys start to drift through the opening, you get the colors, and Liara's like, I've never seen anything like this. Really, we have wormholes, but you call them a space bridge. So I'm
A space
assuming
bridge is a stable wormhole creation device.
stable.
And they're different than wormholes because you can create a space bridge in pretty much any location.
Oh, ours are.
Mistaken grid coordinates.
Yeah,
Oh
ours
yeah.
are.
I could actually give a brief example of such thing, though it's not
I would
exactly like
not
a space bridge.
use that inside the space bridge.
Well, no, I was more
He's
just
gonna
going to use it on
draw.
the ship.
He's gonna draw a crude picture of it.
Well, I was going to use it on in the ship and then immediately disable it.
As you guys though come through, Liara's like, so ours are unstable. They're not unstable. It's just they're fixed points. in our space that we can go to. We don't have it that way. This is interesting. And you guys come through, you can see the hangar on the other side, and you kind of come in a little hot, but not too much. But this time the hangar door's open, so if you shoot out a bit, you can just turn around and come right back in. But you guys come in pretty smooth. You come in easy. You're at the outer hangar part, and Phoenix is like, "We have arrived at our destinations. You can put your trays in the upright position, and please wake up because we are going to land." And you can see the little one gets up and starts jumping up and down. Yes, 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 kind of look. Liara's looking around. She sees the entire hangar, at least parts of it, and she goes,
I'm gonna leave the Phoenix.
She gets up and she kind of go, "I'm kind of nervous about coming out of here, but
Come
okay."
on, it's gonna be fine.
She kind of follows you guys.
You don't have anything to worry about. Believe me, you don't.
What she's gonna do at the Gilgamesh is gonna be entertaining.
So
I'm gonna have to triple lock my bed chamber for the next little while.
It's gonna be more funny to see what's gonna happen to Drift.
So you guys are. Oh, what do you want to do, Void Striker? I know
when I get up, I'm gonna make sure Drift's in the hangar.
Well, you guys are exiting Phoenix, and you can see it cooling down. You see the triplets have already exited and started cleaning them off and doing maintenance on them. You see Kiara coming over and Drift. Kiara's got her tablet, and she's looking at some stuff. Varish is still in the command
I'm
center.
gonna walk over to Kiara and put my hand up. I'll break the tablet, please, so you don't break it.
Break it? What for? What are you talking about? And she doesn't see Liara yet. So
Most likely because she's behind me.
yeah. And she's like, "Break it? Why?"
Because of something Gilgamesh did, tablet.
And you see Drift is kind of walking back there, and he hears all this, and he stops. Dude, I think something awesome's gonna happen.
And you'd be right on that, Drift.
And he's standing there with his tiny tablet, kind of holding it, and he's like eager to see what's gonna happen.
You might want to lose that tablet as well.
What? Why me? What did I do? She's over here laughing. So who are we making invisible? You or her?
Who do you think?
You. So who's stepping out of the way to let them see Liara?
Oh, I'm not.
Once I have the tablet, I'll step out of the way.
What I was
Okay.
what I was gonna do is like see if Artemis. I was gonna see if Artemis would be fine if she was still like stand in my hand. I was gonna have my hand behind myself, and then just like slowly approach Drift.
Well, actually, she'd be carried by Liara anyway, and she's gonna probably set her down.
Double whammy. Let's do this.
So it's gonna be you two are kind of blocking the view, so they
by
can't
the way,
see
Dave.
her. No hiding for you.
I have more spell slots. I will fucking do whatever I have to do.
So do I.
Oh my god, spells are being cast. Kiara just is standing there. She still has her tablet. She hasn't given it to you yet. She's holding it, and she's.
You'll get
So
it back off the.
so Void moved out of the way, and since I'm the only one left, I'm just gonna simply say, "Drum roll, please." And I'm just gonna like play a sound clip.
Fuck you. I'm out.
And you see Kiara catches an eye of Gilgamesh trying to sneak away.
As I'm slipping through the door, I'm flipping off fucking Void. And he points to her.
And
Fuck you, and just slips away.
Man,
hang on, let me
I'm
see if
gone.
she even sees
I'm
you.
gone.
no.
Nope, she
command
doesn't
hold.
even see. Command hold. Where are you holding him at?
Halt.
Halt.
I'm gonna make it stop moving.
So where are you? Where is he stopping at though? Because if he's through the door, almost, it's kind of like.
I mean, why don't you just command him to come back?
Yeah, actually.
Casting so many spells.
Command, return.
Oh my god. Roll for DC save.
Yeah, so I'm gonna close the door before that takes effect. So
Dave's the big bitch.
middle finger still stands.
So Kiara hands you.
You know what? This is even funnier because Kiara on a manhunt. Let's go.
Kiara hands you her tablet, side eyeing you, just looking through her optics sideways, kind of like, I don't like this.
Oh, wait,
Now that I have the tablet, I'm just gonna go.
I just realized
this
something
way.
funny. Thaumaturgy, drumroll.
Oh God! So there's this drum roll, and she's like, "What are you doing this for now?" So
And I step aside.
and she stops, and she's just frozen in place, and she's just no. Liara is staring at her, and she's staring back, and she's like, they're both like, they point exactly at the same time. You're dead.
Clarification: different dimension. Then I look to Kiara. Clarification: she's from a different dimension.
Kiara's kind of like, they're both actually kind of in shock right now, and they don't know what to say. Drift
I'm
is
just
sitting
gonna
there.
slowly nudge Kiara towards Liara and just go, grab her hand, put it in Liara's hand. She's real, see?
But and they're both kind of looking at each other, but you're not supposed to be here. We watched your that and they both start kind of, you see tears rolling down their face. You're not supposed to be alive. This isn't possible. How is this possible? And you hear Liara, I know we're from different universes, but and she just grabs a hold of Kiara, and Kiara just kind of at shock for a moment, and then she just hugs her close and tight.
So you're gonna, as they're hugging, you're just gonna hear over the intercom because he teleported up to the command room. So, glad you're not mad. We
You
kind of
see-
have a lot to talk about.
You see one finger come up from Kiara while still hugging Liara. Just one finger, very stern, without a word.
I'm just gonna
It-
mouth to him. Wow. Like in disapproval. Imagine with the heartfelt moment.
And
He's
I'm
giving
just
you
gonna
the
do
throat
something
cut
here real quick.
motion as he's
Vicious
staring at
mockery
you.
to Gilgamesh.
oh God,
Coward.
there's so much being tossed around here. Carbide is kind of still there with Aegis, and you
And he
guys.
fails.
Oh God. You guys see that Drift is like, what is this? It's like just like
Take
Gilgamesh.
3
but
damage.
So as you guys are doing that, though, Drift is looking, and he goes, he looks just like Gilgamesh almost, except for different dudes. And then you hear Artemis, Drift, and he stops, and he just look. He drops his little tablet. Oh crap! Get back here! And she bolts after him, and he takes off running. And all you see is these two little mini cons running across the. hangar. Ah!
that
You
would
just
be
hear
good.
him yelling and screaming as he runs away. And you just
I'm just,
see.
I'm just gonna look towards Void. Should he get the popcorn or should I?
You think I didn't already order the my little maintenance drones to get me some?
And
Good call.
you guys hear Carbine to Aegis, hey, at least it's not you this time. And she lightly thumps him, and he's like, yeah. And he rubs his other arm where Artemis hit him. And he's like, yeah, for now. He's in deeper trouble. He really shouldn't have done that prank on her. He still
I'm gonna
remembers
hand the
it.
tablet back to Kiara and it's like, can you see why I wanted the tablet and to make sure you weren't next to a console while you had liquids?
Yes, I can see. Gilgamesh will have to explain, but I'm not mad at him. But
So do you want me to give you the master code so you can unlock any lock on the station?
you mean you didn't give it to me in the first place?
No, because then you could just get into my, my storage of the really dangerous crap.
I don't want to touch that crap. You keep it. She just looks at you like, I don't want to touch it. You can give me the code, but not for that area. I don't want to be near that. Thank you. But she's still holding on to Liara's hand, and she goes, we may be from different universes, but we still have a connection. You were still one of my best friends. And Liara just kind of, I've missed all of you. And it was hard seeing him too.
Gilgamesh is a little confused.
She knows a lot more about certain things. She goes,
Are you gonna come out of the command room and hiding, you coward?
No, because this is a
wait, no.
certain change.
No, it's not. Hang on. I gotta correct it real quick. It's just she
'Cause,
knows
yeah.
who you are.
Kiara
Damn
came
it,
into
yeah.
his life at the time of being an assassin. Like
Yeah.
he only told
But-
her about Skyline. They never met before.
Yeah. So she's still seeing these images. I gotta remember this. I had something else planned. Never mind. My brain is checking on a lot of things. I'm still catching up.
It's I mean that's why I say
Yeah,
like
it's like I'm screwing things up. This is why
it's
we're gonna
literally like
crack
a
it.
tale of two lives. Like
It is.
Skyline in that life is completely separate
Yeah.
from his life as an assassin.
But she goes, let's go back here. We'll figure things out. And then you see Kiara kind of like, you guys look like you need to be cleaned up. Why don't you go get cleaned up? We'll show you around. And can somebody find where the two are where the one's gone to kill the other? And
I'm just gonna show her the holographic map. I've been keeping an eye on this cat and mouse chase since it began. Really entertaining. Why do you think we're eating energy on popcorn?
And the little one comes up and taps on Kiara's foot, and she lets go of Liara's hand. She leans down and she goes, well, did you get into trouble? And the little one kind of crosses her arms. No. Look, just kind
You
of like,
should see her art gallery on the walls of the Phoenix.
Oh, art.
I'll say that as I'm walking away.
How about this? You guys go show our new guests here around. Well, one is probably finding her way now, but I'm going to go see this artwork. And Kiara kind of walks away and shaking her head. What did they get into while I was gone, or while they were gone?
Well,
And the
Yeah,
little
and
one's
if you
like,
come
"Eh."
this way, I can show you to where the judge beds are, as well as the common room.
So as you guys are moving around and about, things are settling down. Liara's getting settled in a little bit. She's been doing her own little thing throughout the station, but she is helping to do some stuff. You guys have caught her a few times in the training room working. Gilgamesh, you noticed her training though is different styled to what you've learned.
I would have also introduced her to Addie if Addie was on the way through.
So with her oh, that's right, Addie's there. God, she is there. Shoot, so many characters to keep up with. Oh my god!
Right?
So she meets all the other bots. She meets Addie, and Addie's like, "Oh, it's nice to meet you." "You're not interested in him, are you?" And she's gesturing toward Vort Striker. And Liara's like, "No." She's like, "Good, then we were fine." But she goes,
I'm just gonna say this out loud while this interaction.
"Oh, brain."
Right. No. Addie is yandere.
And Liara's just like, "What? Um, I have no interest in him, Addie. Nice to meet you, though." And Addie's like, "It's nice to meet you too." And she kind of like squints a little bit at her. And it's like, interesting partner there you have. And
You
Artemis,
missed a lot of shenanigans, Star. Or Galaxy Star. So
yes, there's a lot of shenanigans, and
we'll tell you
I'm
when the
getting
section
tired, so it's
wraps up
making my
because it
brain
really should.
rattle.
We hit the 6 hour mark 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. So Liara meets her. She's met Kevin and all the rest that are in the station. Artemis, you she was chasing Drift for a while, but things kind of got quiet. And
I'm gonna show the minigun room because Gilgamesh vouches for her, and
as
she has a
you
minigun.
yeah, as you walk in there with her, you hear some crying. And you can see Drift kind of standing over a bit away, and he kind of looks over there, Octus wide. Well, she stopped chasing me. Kind of, and he's dead serious. No surfer's tone to him. And at this moment, Carbine and Aegis walk in from behind him through the door, and they see her crying in front of all the other minicons that are there.
These are all we found so far, Artemis. We are keeping an eye out for more.
She puts her hand up to the side of the cases, and Carbine and Aegis kind of walk up, and they put their hands on each of her shoulders. Artemis turns right into Aegis and just holds on to him. Her wings kind of spread out a little bit, and Aegis doesn't say anything, but you know, Overload, you're going to feel this sadness run through. It's not you, but you know it's Aegis feeling it. And Void Striker and Liara and Carbine and Drift see Aegis's wings kind of spread out and around to wrap around her. And he starts glowing a bit. And you start hearing tones, different ones. And you start to see him pulse a tone. Carbine starts to glow a little bit. She starts to pulse a tone. Drift, you notice he goes down to one knee and he has one hand down to the floor and he starts to glow, and his shell on his back starts to pulse in different colors and tones. You hear this soft chiming music from the different minicons. And as Aegis slowly pulls his wings back, you see Artemis is pulsing. And then you hear another tone from behind you guys.
It's little one or next. Probably next.
You don't see anybody at first, but you know somebody's there. And suddenly they shift out of phase, and you can see it is Nyx. She's taller than the rest of them. And you can see Aegis lean Artemis back and kind of point without saying a word. And Artemis runs over and just grabs a hold of and jumps up into Nyx's hands. And you can see her wrap around her and just hold on. and there's just all this pulsing chimes. Now it starts to spread through the station. All of you start to hear it. Kiara is coming back in, and the little one, she starts going, "Oh, something's happening." And the little one slowly nods because she's pulsing and she's making a tiny little chime sound, like a ding, and it's really quiet, but it's she can hear it. So she walks in there and she sees all this, and it's like a light show, but it's also music. Gilgamesh, you hear it. Overload, you hear it. Varish hears it. Everybody hears it through the station. And things start to calm down and it becomes
It's
quiet.
that familiar tone that we heard once before, yeah?
Mm-hmm. And Artemis climbs down. And you hear Nyx. It has been a long time, Artemis. A very long time. My friend, my sister. And Nyx leans down because Artemis is way smaller. And she's down on her knee and she kind of goes to both knees and she leans down on her legs and she's kind of sitting there and still holding her hands. And she goes, "Yes, it has been. But our people are slowly coming back with their help." And she looks up at you, Void Striker. And this is my friend Liara. And Liara's kind of shocked at seeing so many of these little bots here and seeing this little bit bigger version of them because she's never met a larger minicon before.
Artemis, I will tell you the same thing I told Nyx, Carbine, Aegis, and even Drift. This station, you're welcome to use it as your new home for the minigons, until we can find a more suitable place or reclaim your world.
She looks up at you, looks back down. "Thank you." Artemis turns and still sees Drift kneeled down, but you all in this room, even Carbine turns and she's like, "Oh." And he's just there's like a puddle of tears. He hasn't looked up, he hasn't said a thing. He's just still kneeled down in his position, and his shell is glowing and pulsing still. Artemis walks over. "It's not your fault." And he won't let go of it. He doesn't say anything. He just stays like that for a while. Artemis pulls him
I'm
up.
gonna sit down next to Drift and just put my hand on his shoulder as a fellow, veteran that's lost a lot of shit in his life.
Artemis pulls him up and hugs him. "I'm still gonna get back at you for that prank you did on me." And he kind of laughs, but he still doesn't say anything. He feels you touching him, and he reaches back and he pats your thumb because you're way bigger than he is. And he kind of turns and he kind of lets go of Artemis and he kind of climbs up into your hand more, and he just kind of curls up there and just kind of sits in your hand curled up. He doesn't really say anything. He just kind of wants to be there for the moment because your hand is way bigger than he is, so he's just kind of in there.
You're gonna look to Artemis and yeah, I'll look after him.
And she pats your fingers and "Thank you," and kind of walks back over. "Well, there is some things we can do, and it looks like you've got a charge circuit. Um, where did you get it from?" Carbine kind of looks to Aegis and then he looks to you, Void Striker, and she's like, um, "Yeah."
It's not a pleasant story and where it came from.
So they, while this is all happening, they explain all the stuff that's happened, and Carbine shows the shield and explains about the little one. They go over details. Liara is listening to all this, and with all this happening, I think we're gonna wrap it up here now.
Yeah, I didn't know what it did soon, so yeah.
Nope, we're gonna go another 6 hours. We're gonna take a 15-minute.
I mean, I don't mind. I'm still wide awake. I can order food and eat it while we're
Wait,
still
where's
doing the session.
Visor? Visor would love this. 15 hours later.
The
But,
12-hour session, he'd love it.
All right, guys. Let's wrap it up here. Do you guys want to plug anything real quick?
How about you fix the link of my streams in the
No.
description?
Nope.
Yes.
Nope. He is Potato Lord
Yes.
at Potato Lord. I thought I fixed that already.
No,
delete.
it's linked
Not the
in my,
Irish potato
my old
lord, the
username.
Aussie potato lord.
All right, I'll have to take a look at it and see what's going on because I thought
All you have
I
to do is
changed-
just change it from Dragon Shinobi to Mouseville.
Yeah, I thought I did. Well, maybe I did it under the YouTube site.
You
Oh,
did it
well.
on the YouTube side, I believe.
12-hour session, I would be dead. Okay, I hear 12 hours. Let's go. 24-hour charity stream for D&D.
Honestly, hell yeah, we should do that at some point.
Oh my god, we'd be so
It's
dead.
I think I wouldn't be mentally able to do that.
Yeah, I can only do
Dude,
I'm
at
so
that
much,
point, we should
guys.
just do 24-hour charity gaming nights, man. Just
Ugh,
have
I
people
just
drop
I
in.
can,
drop
JV
out.
I can
day,
do
yeah.
20. I can do
I can
24
get
hours of gaming. 20,
Yeah, I
like,
can get behind that.
Yeah,
like,
but-
but 12 hours of fucking role playing. Nah, I'm fucking dead.
ADHD superior.
I can't do fucking.
I mean, I
I
can
can't do
come up with
12
stuff,
hours
but
of role
you can
playing.
see I'm already kind of screwing things up because I am a bit tired. So it's like
Yeah.
my
That
sleep is
requires
catching me up.
way
It's
too much
still on
brain
session
power.
anyway, though,
And see, I
Matrix.
started messing up. So yeah, I since we have been gone for a while, I did purposely kind of want to keep going a little bit longer to try and catch up to you guys. But I'm realizing I am making mistakes more when I get close to that point because I am really
Yeah.
tired.
Yeah.
But
Blaze's gonna be so jealous of this session length.
yeah, it's going to be fun to upload it too. But you guys
Yeah.
want to plug anything else other than fix your link? I will fix that. No, I thought I did. Got to be YouTube side. But
The thing I want to plug is, please, can people of the world learn some common sense?
wouldn't that be a lovely thing right now? If everybody could do that, little stop being idiots. Stop being stupid. There we go. Yeah, see? So, if you want to catch these other guys who stream, I will fix the Potato Lord, known as Baja, but also Mousevere and Void Striker, and also Raven in the other campaign.
Fear
AKA
and his Chinese.
There are links down below for each one of them. If you want to click their bell icons, notifications, and all that good stuff, you can catch them streaming during that time. If you're catching these, hopefully I'll have this uploaded by sometime tomorrow, maybe. We'll see how fast it works. You can catch these on the YouTube channel, which I will switch over to show you the channel again. There are more links there. Actually, maybe while I'm at it, I'm going to do this. See, I did put your link in, but I have to change it there too. I put you as Potato Lord.
Yeah.
You are Potato Lord. So I got to fix two things. So
Yeah.
yes, I will fix those links so that way you guys can go give them the love, give them attention, follow them, catch their crap and hijinks, because that's what we do here, hijinks, mostly craziness and psychoticness.
I might stream tomorrow when I get
See?
home.
You get a streamer there. There you go. Dave, you want to say goodbye?
We'll see you next week for Destiny. Get some sleep.
Never
Mercer?
calling cold, guide your heart.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to show up to that session.
No, you're gonna show up. I'm gonna make you show up.
Yeah, I would rather not cook my laptop in like 34-degree weather, thank you.
Oh, perfect. Let's go. You want to say about bye, Potato Lord, other than blowing up your laptop?
Bye.
And as always for me, wherever you're at in the world, have a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and don't be stupid. The world's crazy. It's getting crazier, it seems. let's just find some peace. Okay? We all good at that? We can agree peace? Maybe a little level ground here? With that, bye everyone.